My lecture to you tonight is based on the book I edited in 1983, Blacks in Science, Ancient and Modern. But what I intend to do is a series of 3 lectures. Tonight I will deal with Africans and African Americans in the field of science and invention, and I will also touch on some of the latest researches and discoveries in Africa. When I come again in April, I will deal with Egyptian science, and finally in May, I will deal with Moorish science. One of the things that astonished me, I was invited by the National Aeronautics and Space Administration a week ago to be the keynote luncheon speaker to the scientists who are at the moment involved in a brand new program, because with the success of the new space probes, NASA is getting a new lease of life, and they seriously intend to send rockets to almost all the planets in our solar system, with the possible exception of Pluto, by the end of this century. And there are lots of ambitious projects, etc. And I was invited to keynote the conference about a week ago. And one of the things that astonished me is that even though you have there the most brilliant brains in the world, they are totally ignorant of what has happened in the past in terms of what Africa contributed to the science of the world. One of the scientists, for example, was speaking to me at great length when we were in the car about von Braun, how we took half of the Hitler scientists and the Russians took the other half in order for us to make the jump into space, because the Nazi scientists had gone further than anyone else in developing rockets. And that we had to build on that, and then afterwards we developed our own scientific program. But the great fear is that after major breakthroughs in science, we are at a situation in which they have become extremely afraid, because 1/3 of the scientific force has retired. These are men who belong to another men and women who belong to another generation, and they've reached a point now where they're not sure they can continue what they have started. In fact, so great is the fear, so desperate the situation, that they're now trying to build smart computers that will house the brains of the earliest scientists. By that is meant not the literal flesh, because the brain dies, you cannot capture anything by holding the brain itself, but to capture all the data. But not just simply to store that data, but to be able to activate it in such a way that not just the knowledge, but the insights of earlier scientists will be there. The computer will be able to make certain decisions based upon that knowledge, based upon those insights. I do not know if that is possible. That is where the machine really falls down, no matter how smart it becomes. It can only go a certain point and no further. That is why we really need the human resource. And one of the points that was made by the head of NASA at that conference is the recognition that the 21st century belongs to minorities, what they call minorities, okay? And that if we are to sustain our advances in science, it will depend on how many blacks, Hispanics, etc. enter the field of science seriously within the next few years. We are in such a position, we're receiving now 5,000 pages of data per second from outer space. We do not know what to do with it, because we do not have enough scientists in this country to process the information we're getting. In other words, we've built these incredible machines that are going in all of these places, and they're picking up data, but they do not know how to deal with that data, because we do not have enough scientists to analyze the data. And I was very struck years ago in 1983 when I was flown to Cape Kennedy to witness the blast off of the space shuttle, the first space shuttle that was to throw a black American into space. And the day before the blast off, I had a chance to meet many of the black scientists. In fact, that day was dominated by black scientists and their great lectures, both men and women. And I met a boy there. Well, he was a young man, but still a boy, not yet 20. And he had sent the first ant colony into space. This is a black boy from a very obscure little school in Camden, New Jersey. And some years ago, when I was doing studies of blacks in science, even before I brought this book out, I gave a lecture to his school. And he was very fascinated by the lecture. And when I mentioned that the cargo bay of the space shuttle is open to amateur experiments, he took that very seriously and decided that he would find sponsors and that he would get his friends involved. Eventually, they actually sent an ant colony into space, the first ant colony to be sent into space. And now all of the people who were involved in that experiment, all the young men and women, have been given scholarships or help in order to pursue scientific careers. And whereas there was only about a 2 or 3% interest in science in that school, it grew to 52%. We have got to realize that we are entering in a world of incredible machines. In 1983 or 82, Bell Labs reported that that is the year 1982 when there were more computers on the earth than people. There are more than 4 billion computers on the earth. There aren't 4 billion people. So we're no longer in that sort of situation in which we can afford to ignore. There's some of us who have had a very unfortunate education, but as I pointed out in many descriptions of my own life, that my education was very unusual. Went right up and went right down. It went right up and went right down. At the age of 16, I was sitting the same exam. I was sitting my final exam. And then I sat it again at 17 and again at 18. I couldn't go any further because I couldn't enter university. In my country, Guyana, at that time, there was no university. Therefore, unless you came first for the whole country, that was it. You went to high school and that was it. Okay, it took me 10 years to get to university. I never entered university until I was 28. Most American students finish university at 22. So I didn't have any particular advantage. I grew up in the bush. Guyana is no bush, but I grew up in the bush. I didn't come out of that bush until I was 14, yet I had read every classic, major classic, Greek and Roman classic. It just happened to be around. I couldn't find anything to read, so I read it, and it didn't occur to me that there were people around who were reading things like Dan is the man in the van, and the cat sat on the mat. I never knew that they treated people in that way. Because there is nothing finer than the human brain at the very young age. We learn fantastic things because the brain is not finished. That's the only thing you're born with unfinished. It's not closed. Your brain is actually partially open. It may have a certain kind of soft skull around it, but the brain is not finished. The brain actually is not physically finished when you're born. You have to be extremely careful about that. Therefore, a lot can happen. Those early years are absolutely vital, critical years. That's not the years to start talking baby talk. Because that is the year where the fantastic computer, billions of years old, is spinning and waiting. Babies are not born vacant. You have to start filling them because they have this incredible machine that is ready to pick up things. And if you start playing with that machine and taking it for granted, obviously the baby is an emotional idiot. But not, there is a fantastic computer there waiting to pick up stuff. And those are very critical years. So nobody could say, unless they have a very extraordinary disadvantage, and I had extraordinary disadvantages. When I was 9 years old, I was dying. All of my friends died, with the exception of one friend, an American Indian. All of my friends died. We had a fantastic epidemic. The Anopheles mosquito attacked us. And when I was 9 years old, I had an incredible fever. It went up to about 106, 107. You cannot come out of fevers like that without brain damage. No way. I lost part of my memory. There are certain things I cannot do. I have no space direction. I cannot drive a motor car for a long distance without someone sitting beside me. I crashed 4 cars in 1971. I had to take one of them into the lake in order to cool it off. So talking about disadvantages, one has to be very careful about that, because while some of this is true, and it certainly is true here, there is no question about it that blacks the discrimination against blacks is so great that there is no question that they do not emerge with an equal education. But you do not stop there, because you have to supplement that education. There is absolutely nothing I have used in my books on African civilization that I learned in the university. I had the worst miseducation of the Negro. When I was 14, I was convinced that there were only 3 civilizations in the world: the British, the Greek, and the Roman. I never heard Africans had civilization. That was absurd. Nobody thought of that. I read Tarzan, and that was it. That was the African. And I was so grateful that the great white man Tarzan had learned enough of the apish behavior in order to protect his black cousins. And when the great South African liberal, as they called him, stated that the Negro is my brother, but he's my younger brother by several centuries, we felt so good that he could actually connect, even at a distant point, with us. We really believe we are the youngest people in the world. And when I went to university, it was worse. Nothing damaged me more than that university. I don't regret it. You must, if you have a chance, enter university, or at least learn certain structures. That is what I learned, certain methodologies for which I'm grateful. But when it came to information, I was the most misinformed Africanist in the world, because I was told constantly things. I was told, for example, Africans never wrote. That was in the 1960s. Nobody thought Africans wrote. They didn't know they had scripts. The English professors told me that Africans were preliterate, and that it's quite possible that something was missing in their brain, and that's why they did not write. They did not have literate cultures. You could only study oral tradition because they wrote nothing. It took a long time. It is only a few years ago that I discovered that Africans had scripts, and as many as Europe. Europe does not have many scripts. Very few European tribes develop scripts. The English have no script. This is not English script, these are English songs. Blacks in Science, Anglo-Saxon song. But it's not Anglo-Saxon script. They never had a script. That's Roman script. The English have no script. The Germans have no script. The French have no script. The Spanish have no script. The Romans conquered them and gave them a script. So you have a few Europeans like the Romans, the Greeks, the Russians who have scripts. Africa has as many scripts as Europe. It had the Mande script. They found thousands of inscriptions along the Sahara, going far back from about 5000 BC. They have found the hieroglyphic script, and everybody said, aye, but you see the hieroglyphic script developed in Egypt, and Egypt is not African. We will come to that later. But in 1962, they discovered that it's not even Egyptian. The hieroglyphic script is not even Egyptian. It was found at a place called Kusta in Nubia, on the edge of the Sudan, 200 years before it moved up with the blacks into Egypt. In other words, the blacks on the edge of the Sudan had already started using that hieroglyphic script, which was further refined and developed as the blacks moved up into Egypt. They found a dozen black pharaohs in Nubia, in what we would call Ethiopia, reigning before they moved up into Egypt. And at the conference in 1974, the conference at UNESCO, Sav Soderberg, who was in charge of the Sudanese expedition, or the Scandinavian expedition to Sudanese Nubia, said that the techno-complex, that is the technology, the science of the Egyptians, is Africa. After all these years, They came to that conclusion by seeing the slow evolution of that science in inner Africa. Egypt is not a fluke. It was not a sudden flash. It grew out of, slowly evolved out of what was happening in various parts of Africa. We have found more than just scripts. We found the Mande script, we found the hieroglyphic script, we found the Akan script, we found the Himyaritic script, the Meroitic script. At UNESCO now, we have about 800 manuscripts in Meroitic which have not yet been deciphered. Our great friend and colleague Sheikh Anta Diop of Senegal came closest to deciphering the Meroitic, but he died a year and a half ago. And now we have a very extraordinary African who will be translated for the first time. I have had two brilliant translators translate his work for the first time. Theophilo Benga, you will see him in the new book which comes out at the end of July, Egypt Revisited. He's a very extraordinary man. He's a master of ancient Egyptian, ancient Greek, Latin, French, Arabic, the Bantu languages, and more. And he, perhaps, may be the man to make that breakthrough. I have been reading his manuscript with great interest, dealing with the African conception of God, which is so complex, and which you find not only the Egyptian, but running among the Dogon and the Bambara and the Bantu. A lot of people have assumed that these were just primitive ideas. Now, for the first time, out of the mouths of the Egyptians themselves, translated for the first time by an expert, Obenga, with a tremendous and complex knowledge of all these cultures, you begin to see that lots of what we've been told about what these people thought is not valid. Their thought was far more complex than we had first imagined. But let me come to the question of first of the science in inner Africa. The scripts astonish us. For example, there is a script that actually traveled from Africa to the New World. That's very unusual because the slavers made sure that Africans were not allowed to speak to each other. If you found an Ewe here and an Ewe here, you split them. You have to have an Ewe, a Fanti, an Igbo, etc. You have to find people who are not speaking the same language, because if they communicate easily, they're likely to revolt. They made one mistake in Suriname. They brought a great number of people over to Suriname, and there survived what is known as the Faka script, which Dr. Urshel of the University of Suriname has identified as a branch of the Akan script. And I found in 1981, visiting the Saramaka, a large African community in South America, found them writing the Faka script. I did not recognize it as a script. I knew that many people had claimed that these were just drawings, just like what they have in the calabashes and the canoes, etc. But it seemed to be so systematic that I presented it to authorities, and we found that in fact it was a script, and it was a branch of the Akan script, who have both a drum script and a written script. Now the Surinamese blacks were the few people who defeated the Europeans. When they ran into the heartland of Suriname, the Europeans ran behind them, but found they could not defeat them. In fact, they defeated the Europeans. And the Europeans sued for peace, and the Africans said, if you want peace, give us your guns. And they gave them guns, and they were able to maintain the peace. We have found mathematical systems. We did not know there were mathematical systems developed among African peoples, and why not? Because at the university, we found, as I said, here were my teachers. They were all world authorities in Africa. And what were they studying? They were always studying primitives. All small-scale communities, face-to-face communities, until we've come to the assumption that that is the norm. The little village, that is the thing you study. Now that may be largely true today. After the shattering of Africa, we must remember Africa is not an advancement in the past. Africa suffered tremendous cataclysm. We know what happened to the black here We know as African Americans what happened to us. We were transplanted. Our imagination was colonized. Our assumptions about many things have lacked continuity and connection with what happened before. So we thought that we were the only victims of this. And thousands of books have been written about the slave trade. That's old hat. But what happened to the African? The African has suffered a vast amnesia. This summer I'm going to speak to 3 universities in Ghana. I'm going to make it, I hope I will be able every summer to go to some African country to speak to its major universities. Because they have got to recover, as we have got to recover, these shattered fragments of our past. This is not just a romantic enterprise, this is an absolutely vital psychic and psychological necessity. We will not be able to escape the fragmentation of our psyche until we can pick up the significant parts of our history and make ourselves whole again. And part of the tribal warfare that occurs in some places has to do with grossly unfair demarcations of people that occurred during the colonial period, and also the lack of a sense of a common history among many Africans who therefore think that we are Ghanaians and we are this and we are that and we are Nigerians and we are this and we are the Igbo and we are the so-and-so, etc. Those things come when you do not realize that in the high points in Africa, like in Egypt, etc., that these things became possible because of threads running from all over Africa. It is not a sudden thing, it's not a separate thing. It comes out of these curious fusions. And that only when we begin to realize that we find that common ground, that unity beneath the underlying fundamental unities that enable us to see ourselves as a people. That does not mean we lose our separate identities, because the Jew is a Jew. He has his own special thing and nobody fights against that. He has a right to treasure his special identity, but he's still an American. But we suppose some people want us to abandon our connection and continuity in order to be Americans. That's not possible. And I'm not suggesting integration, and nor am I suggesting separatism. I'm merely talking about people who are aware of themselves as part of the common world and of man, but at the same time they are also they are aware of the wealth, the richness that springs from being aware of the fact that they're plural, not singular. We're not Africans or Americans, we are, in Jesse Jackson's words, African Americans. There is this connection and continuity so that we have this rich heritage. And it has been made extremely poor by the way we have been treated, the way we are conceived of, the way we still conceive of ourselves, because we are not free of these prejudices against ourselves. I remember in reading Invisible Man, when the 2 black boys were in the ring at the beginning of the novel of Invisible Man, they were fighting. And they had blindfolds around their eyes, which was very symbolic and significant because they could not recognize themselves as brothers. They were fighting for the entertainment of the white Southerners. And because of a blow, the central character had his blindfold slightly shifted so that he could get a glimpse of the absurd reality of his situation. And he says to the other black boy, "Let's fake it, man. We don't have to kill each other. Let's fake it." And Tatlock, the other boy, said, "No, no, no. I'm going to beat the hell out of you." And he said, "Why? For them?" He said, "No, for me. Because there's no longer me in them. He has internalized their hatred of him, so that he has to project that hatred on his own brother. He participates in that consciousness so that it's not longer a question of color. It becomes part of his world. He rejects himself. Do you know how many prisoners, every time I open my mail, half of the mail come from prisoners trying to rehabilitate themselves, realizing for the first time after they've been forced to give a lot of thought to what was happening in their lives, how much they really hated themselves. It's not just poverty that drives one to crime, it's also a poverty in their interior poverty, a deep sense of unworthiness that sustains one in the state of helplessness. And we find it even among people who have breaks. You go into the classrooms in the universities here, and you see people who've been given a chance to go to university, and they don't want to do anything. They don't want to do anything. They want to do the least possible thing to get the best possible grade, and they believe they're going to go out in the world in their ignorance and their mediocrity, and they're going to make it. And if they don't make it, the first thing they're going to say, oh, it's because they're discriminating against me, which is partially true. But part of it has to do with the fact that a lot of us, because we do not have a ground upon which to base our self-image, believe that we have, because of our disadvantages, that we are inevitably mediocre. And that is not true. Even the one thing I realized when doctors told me there are certain millions of neurons that have been destroyed in your brain. And I looked around me and I looked at people and the way they behaved and the way they thought, and I said to myself, even if I'm left with half a brain, you don't need more than half in this place. You've got to have higher standards, and those standards have to be built upon our sense of vision of the past. A vision of what was possible, of what is still possible. You look at Tuskegee, Carver left there a long time ago. Do you know what they're doing now at Tuskegee? Students, they have learned to grow potatoes on the moon. They're growing potatoes in nutrified water. This is a big space experiment. This is students at Tuskegee. They're carrying the tradition forward. He went as far as he could with the potato. We're going to carry it one step forward. We're going to send potatoes to the planets. Now, that may have a slight absurdity in it, but it shows you the desire to continue something. In the space program, there was so much. I went there in 1983 and I was startled because, as I've said before, when I went to NASA to study what blacks were doing in space, there was only one black in space I knew, and that was Darth Vader. And when I asked them for information, they would come. We have a very good program, minority program, which is true. NASA probably has the best minority program. It has hundreds of black scientists. But they couldn't show me what these people were doing because they had never really worked out a way to deal with this problem, because they would say to me, yes, you know, science is neither black nor white, science is science, which is true. But because we have been discriminated against and still are discriminated against on the basis of blackness, and whenever the question arises, people are so quick to say, well, what did black people do? That's why we have to find out what we did. It was surprising to find that Dr. George Carruthers, a black scientist, had developed the most advanced space camera. He was the first person. His ultraviolet ray spectrograph, which was taken to the moon on Apollo, was the first camera to take a picture of this planet on the moon. A first camera to take a picture of our solar system from another body in space. Colonel Gregory, the first black to pilot a spaceship. Not Bluford, because Bluford was the first black American to go into space, but this was the first black to pilot the spaceship. And he was responsible for major inventions. He is our leading technical astronaut. He, for example, devised the micro-instrumentation landing system. And I had a chance to meet him at NASA, and I was very interested in that one because it affects the safety of our aeroplanes. He has developed a system where the computer locks the plane from the ground and brings it down safely, whether the pilot is blind or drunk. Now that's very important because I spend a lot of my life in airplanes, and I always remember this incident some years ago when I was flying into Flint, Michigan, and it was snowing, and I felt so happy because whenever I see snow I feel merry because snow is associated with Christmas. There's no snow in my country. I never saw snow until I was 24. So whenever I saw snow, it was artificial snow on the Christmas tree. So when I see snow, I go crazy. And I remember doing that in London. I took off my winter coat and ran into the snow and I got pneumonia. So I'm sitting in this airplane and I'm looking out and everything is absolutely white and the snow is coming down and I feel this lift. And you're going down, we're almost on the tops of the trees, and suddenly the plane made a violent lunge upwards as if it'd been hit by something, and people screamed, the woman behind me vomited. And then about a quarter of a minute later came the voice of the captain, "Sorry about that, we just couldn't see the runway." And that thing frightened the hell out of me because I did not know in all that snow this guy with his industrial eye had to see that runway. And that I thought it was all computerized. And the plane had to know how far up or how far down it was, etc. But he has got this micro-instrumentation landing system. He's developed a whole range of things. He is one of the 3 men who actually goes into the spaceship and checks it out before it goes off. He's the man who was chosen to redesign the cockpit, the brain of the most advanced machine, the space shuttle. Then there were other people like Major Gillum, who was at the conference as one of the keynote speakers of the conference I attended a week ago. He was the leading black at NASA. He was the director of the Dryden Flight Center, and he actually supervised more than 1,000 of our space scientists to develop the space shuttle. He saw it from babyhood to blast off. We don't know about these people. Our young people need to know that this is not the end, that we are not in some kind of pit. We're in a difficult situation, but it's not a bottomless pit. There are things happening, things that our people are doing we know nothing of. It is not just in the space program. You go in Bell Labs and you're startled by black genius. One of the most advanced things in telecommunications today is glass fiber light guides. Something thin as the strand of a human hair. It can take information coded in pulses of laser light and send it flying at the speed of light. Channels, many channels in something thin as a human hair. It's not possible without black scientists. It is a black scientist, Northover, who did the mathematics that changed our whole understanding of glass, that enabled us to take 4-foot rods and stretch it for 6 miles. It was a black scientist, Cannon, who went onto the streets in Chicago to test the glass fiber light guide. He was the man who was in charge of the team that had to develop all the tools in order to take those light guides onto the streets. And it was a black man, Al Richardson, who went with the cable ship, the Bell cable ship, and actually laid the glass fiber light guides on the ocean and wrote the first guidebook for the world to show them how to put that thing on the ocean floor. And he developed a laser alarm to let us know when it twisted and was likely to break so that it could be dealt with immediately. He had a laser alarm to let us know that information. All sitting in the same New Jersey, an obscure little state like New Jersey. These 3 scientists at Bell Labs, the largest private research facility in the world. Have you ever heard of them? You've never heard of Richardson or Cannon or Northover? The foil electrics, the lapel microphones we use, they have foil electrics, which are critical. The co-inventor of that is right in New Jersey, a black scientist, James West. He's sitting, there's a picture of him sitting in the anechoic chamber, the quietest room in the world. And he's been able to develop microphones as thin as sheets of paper, so sensitive that if you stand before them, it could pick up the beat of your heart. We don't know about these people. Our young people need to know about that. When they look on television, they see black men beating up black women. Those are the images. And that doesn't mean that it lacks authenticity. That happens all over the world. But why is it that's the only thing we see? When you see any great black film, you go and check it out. There's some brutalization going on. There's nothing to be proud of. How could I not believe that there was no civilization in Africa when there was no book that showed me that? There was no teacher that taught me that. There was nothing I could read or learn. And that is happening in African universities too. How can you rebuild people, reconstruct them? It doesn't matter if they have oil or if they have wealth. All that happens is that the white face changes to black face, so the black becomes powerful. But if the black mind is the consciousness that was inherited from his master, he's going to behave the same way or worse. So we have got to understand politics is not enough. Cultural revolution must precede political revolution or go hand in hand with it. It must go hand in hand with it. The Russians are learning that. They talk so much, Lenin, about the democratic revolution, how it would be the masses the masses would have a voice. It would be the dictatorship of the masses of the proletariat. That's not what it turned out to be. After 70 years, yesterday or day before yesterday, it was the first time the Russians had a breath of a free election where they could actually speak their minds. What went wrong? Because the consciousness of that time, in spite of all the theories, etc., had been so heavily poisoned. Look at Nigeria, the same thing. We will do this, let us smash the British, and when we get the British out, we will do this and that. And they had marvelous opportunity, a population as great as Britain, with oil. And after a few years, you look around, you see, something never happened there. There was a rebellion, not a revolution. They seized power, yes. So there were black faces in power, but their minds were messed up. The colonization of the imagination, that was not over. They had seized power, so there was a surface thing, so they could make big stuff. We have won. Political revolution, political revolution. There's no political revolution, that's a rebellion. A revolution involves a change of consciousness. And therefore it has to go hand in hand. It must go hand in hand with shifts in power. We have to train our young people, they have to be prepared. You do not take power unless you become responsible, because you will not know what to do with it. We have found so many things in Africa. We found the Dogon, for example. They had run when they found that the Europeans were murdering tribes on the way. They ran into mountain fastness. So for a long time we thought they were primitives. Then they were studied by Marcel Griol and Germain Dietelin. They found that the Dogon had plotted an invisible star. This was just one of their things. One is just sampling because there's so much. There are 3 massive books coming out now on the Dogon. The Pale Fox is one of them coming out in English. We are stunned by the intelligence and the sophistication of these Africans. The Dogon had plotted this invisible star. About 5 or 6 centuries ago, they had a ceremony to this star. They said although it was one of the smallest stars. It was like a seed in the galaxy. It was the heaviest type of star in the galaxy. Do you know what that means? This is a star you cannot see at all with the naked eye. The Africans not only saw it, they plotted its orbit up to the year 1990. Our machines show they're dead accurate. They showed they were able to intuit its mass. Although it was so tiny, it was an imploded star, what we call a white dwarf. They said that it was so heavy that if all the creatures on Earth were one lifting mechanism, they could not budge it. We have discovered it is the heaviest type of star in our galaxy. They said it was made of a bright metallic iron. We have found it to be true. They said it had an elliptical orbit of 50 years around its parent star, Sirius A. We have found that to be true. They said it has an orbit on its own axis. We don't know that yet. They said that there was an object flashing and darkening, contracting and expanding within the region of this Sirius B. Do you know when modern science discovered that? 3 years ago. Einstein orbiting satellite found the object the Africans were talking about. They mentioned that 5 centuries ago. You're not therefore dealing with idiots, because all of these systems of thinking are built on the assumption that the reason why you study the primitive is because you have to see where we first began, like how we study monkeys in order to see how man jumped into symbolic universe from the land of the monkey. You study black primitives because you could see where society began, the little kinds of simplicities, and then you jump into advance. And these simple people are in advance. Some of them, not all, because no world develops in that equal stage. You have high point, you have cultural centers. If therefore you study primitives and you ignore the cultural centers, many of which evaporated or were shattered, then you have no idea of what was going on. You have no idea. It is like going to Europe. I spent 10.5 years in Europe. I've been in parts of Europe where there's never saw a black man in all history. And I went into villages where I found as many as 12 Europeans using one outhouse bathroom. They did not use flush toilets. They were aware of it. They didn't use it. They never showered. They had baths, but they didn't shower. Okay, now that would be most unfair for me to write a big book about that village and say, this is Europe. It is in Europe. It is authentic. I saw it. But it's not. It is authentic, but it's not the truth. It's not the truth in the sense that even though it's a partial truth, it's worse than a lie, because that's not the way to represent Europe. Europe has gone beyond that point. So why do we do this with Africa? And it's not only done by whites. You send a black out to Africa on a holiday with a camera. They always search for the worst things they could find. They don't want anything to be proud of. They're being told by Europeans, the African is such and such, the African is such and such. Therefore, how do I capture the African? How do I prove that I went to Africa? Let me get something like that. It's not a joke, it's dead serious. Because even though it is authentic, it does not give you a sense of the very best that was possible. They found mathematical systems as Lasky found it. Why didn't we find it? When I was at university, nobody told me the Africans had mathematics. Why didn't they find it? Because they were looking for it in the bush and in the desert and in the little village communities that didn't need it. When they went among large African communities that had existed, that had encouraged and promoted intensive and extensive trading with other countries, they found Africans had developed indigenous mathematical systems because they needed it. But if you didn't study the large group, then you don't find it. Just like they didn't find the scripts, they just automatically assumed there were no scripts. And they assumed that about medicine. We've always thought that the Africans had some hocus pocus when it came to medicine, the little herbs here and there. That's not true. We find that they had vaccines long before Edward Jenner. Long before Jenner, the Africans had come upon the vaccine by puncturing the skin for beautification and identification markings, and they soon learned that you can introduce a germ in small quantity to build an immunity against the larger dose of the germ. Here in America, a slave called Onesimus told Cotton Mather about the smallpox vaccine because it had already been developed in Africa. There's a new stuff done on medical contribution of black women. Black women had brought medicine from Africa. They have a whole range of cures. We found tetracycline, a major modern antibiotic. We found tetracycline in Nubia. It was found in the bones of Africans 14 centuries old. They found the lowest incidence of disease among these ancient Africans because they were using tetracycline as an antibiotic. Do you know when we started to use tetracycline in the 1950s? They found aspirin among the Bantu. The Bantu were using Salix capensis, a root which is salicylic acid, the main active ingredient in aspirin, long before modern science picked up on aspirin. They found urbane, which we took into our system, capsicum, physostigmine, a breakthrough in eye science where the Africans have developed a solution for dealing with certain eye diseases. It was synthesized by a black scientist here, physostigmine. The Coca-Cola comes from the cola drink that Africans were using for centuries. Probably put a little more caffeine in it to sparkle it up, that's all. Reserpine, the first drug that was used to treat hypertension and psychotic disorder, they found Africans had introduced that. It was used in Europe, calpectin. That's an African drug for diarrhea. It has a different name now, it's a different brand, so you never recognize it. There are pharmaceutical companies all over Africa studying herbal medicines today because they're beginning to take some of this very seriously. When you see films about African medicine, it's always the witch doctor, and they don't explain to you that in medicine there's a psychological treatment and there's hard treatment where you give the person the medicine. Now it's very important to have certain sorts of rituals which can assist in healing, because if a person thinks that they're being affected in a certain way, you can have a theatrical treatment which actually cures them. In addition to that, you can introduce scientific, already a hard concrete medicine. You have to look at this here in this book. Dr. Finch explains this in great detail. Dr. Finch has recently done a study of a medical treatise done by Africans thousands of years ago. It's known in the Edwin Smith Papyrus. It was copied over in the 18th dynasty. Dr. Finch showed me they had, this is long before Jesus and long before the Greeks, the top Europeans were even aware of these things. That they had only translated 1/3 of the book which dealt with the brain, the head, and the neck. They had more than 200 terms for things inside of the brain and outside. They had found the actual locus in the brain that processes auditory information. We only discovered that a few decades ago. In fact, a few years ago, some of the things Dr. Finch showed that only been discovered recently through X-rays. That the Africans had come upon a long time ago, the pulse. Herophilus was credited for the first work on the pulse, the Greek. We find 1,000 years before him details about pulse taking in great detail, something so complex that it took 1,000 years later for Europeans to catch up on it. These things are not in the books. That's why I speak now to scientists all over the country, and they sit with amazement. And you say to yourself, look, what is this? I'm not a scientist. Here are these specialists. How come they don't know about this? No, but because there is a deliberate, some of it is unconscious, but some of it is, if it's African, it can't be anything. So why bother with it? It's like I entered the lab. This is the only, it's a whole island called Plum Island in New York State. The only lab that studies exotic diseases of animals. I had to be sprayed before I went there, and I had to be sprayed after I came out, and they told me I'm not to touch any animal except the domestic cat and dog, which is familiar with our diseases. You can't touch any, you can't go on a farm a week after you leave that lab. And when I went to lecture, I saw on the map rinderpest originated in Africa. And when I gave my lecture, I said, I have to point out that rinderpest did not originate in Africa. It originated in Europe. It was taken to Africa, and it destroyed a lot of cattle in Africa. One of the scientists, he was well trained in this is his field, not mine. He said that he objected to Van Sertima saying, so when it's clear on the map that so and so, the head of the unit, the head scientist got up and says, I'm sorry about that, but Van Sertima is correct. It is a European disease. And they're learning it. No, they're learning it. It's still there in the map. He said we should have updated that. Now if that, and I'm not saying anything against Jews because some of my best friends are Jews, but if that, but no, I'm very serious about that, they are. But if that was a Jewish thing, he would have lost his job. I'm sure there would have been a big uproar about it long before now, but because it's a black thing, does it really matter? Do you have to change that? Unless some smart black man comes in and notes it. It doesn't matter. What does it matter? It's just like the whole, let me not go off because I was going to say something else and it takes me away from my subject, okay? Let me come back. Because we know a lot about diseases and who gets credit for them, etc. But to come back, you look at other phases, look at navigation, look at plants. I noted in my book, They Came Before Columbus, I spent a year on botany because I realized when I was writing They Came Before Columbus, and it came through curious revelation. Now when I came to this country, and I came by pure accident. I never intended to come here. I came by pure accident. And I had been invited to Guyana by my Prime Minister. There was some literary conference there, and since I had written poetry and I had attempted novels, etc., I was invited as a writer. And when I was there, I met a good friend, Jan Carew, and he said, why don't you come over and visit me? I'm in Princeton. And I said, Jan, you don't understand. I've been without a job for years. I give a broadcast every week. I only earn 8 guineas a week. I could barely survive. I can't pay for a passage. It's just because they invited me here that I came. And he says, look, I'm going to give you a check. And he wrote me a American Express thing. And he gave it to me, and he says, when you get to Port Authority, give this as payment for your bus to Princeton. And when I got to Port Authority, and I gave it, guy says, there's no signature here. So there I was stuck. I did not have a penny. This is in 1970, not a penny. Because the only money I ever had for years was, I never bought clothes. I went to garage sales where they gave away clothes, or I bought, sometimes I got a jacket for $1, well, what you would call an American dollar. And I wore shoes for 2 years, 1 pair of shoes, so I was extremely careful. I only had money to eat. And rent was another great problem. So here am I stuck at Port Authority, and I'm begging this bus, this ticket man. I said, look, when I get there, my friend will pay for the bus. He says, no, you can't get on the bus. And the old lady heard me, and she gave me $3 and something cents it was then, and I got on the bus to Princeton. Now I spent that weekend in Princeton with my friend, and strangely enough I came upon a book in his library which he'd taken out to the Princeton Library, Africa and the Discovery of America by Leo Wiener. And I read that book. I didn't finish it. Fortunately, I was offered a job in America, and I came back months later, and I started to read these books, this trilogy. And I knew enough linguistics to know that he was on the right track, but part of what he was saying did not add up. In other words, he was jumping the gun. I mean, he was not all there, but some of it was valid. And I wrote an article the next year actually attacking the thesis of African presence in early America, saying that it was not a proven thesis. And I ended by saying, if anyone could show me one head with African features clearly and unmistakably African, then I would begin to believe and to take this seriously. And I sent it off to Random House to be published in an article in a magazine called Amistad 2, which fortunately never came out. And a few days later, the editor, Charles Harris, called me and he says, a strange thing has happened on my desk. You ended your essay by saying, if anyone could show me a picture, and underneath your essay, something had just come from Mexico, showing a picture of blacks in Mexico, in ancient Mexico. And I said to myself, how could I ask a question, throwing it out into space, and in the same desk, in the same room, on the same day, the answer comes back. And that, to me, struck me with such force that there is almost a consciousness that if you throw out something, it comes back in that strange way. And I began to realize that there was information in the world, but you could not, all the books had been so written that you had to really go through all of them, thousands of them, before you could find the bits and pieces. It is like if Africa was a shattered diamond, an exploded world, and that there were things all over the place, and that you had to really search through all the disciplines to find them. You take the case of botany. They found in the lab in America, when they took the two cultivated cottons of America, Gossypium hirsutum and Gossypium barbadens, and they put it in the lab, they got a shock. They found that 26 chromosomes, 13 were African and 13 were American. Now these are ancestral cottons. They were here 2,000 years before Columbus. Long before that, 2,000 years before Christ. And they couldn't understand how could the African cotton, a domesticated cotton, cross with an African and with an American ancestral cotton 2,000 years before Christ. Now, nobody knew then about plant domestication in Africa. They did not know the Africans had domesticated plants along the Niger. They did not know that the major plants in Egypt all came out of the Sudanic agricultural complex. And in fact, that many of the plants that they were thought were Asiatic were later found to have come out of Africa, that they were mere variants or mutations of African plants. So that really shocked them, and the man who discovered that, Stevens, he said, well, perhaps it floated from Africa by itself to America. The contempt for the African was so absolute. Obviously the African can't move, because he's a primitive. You see how the study, once you concentrate and you get one type of African, and you think that that constitutes the African, everything is affected. So he set up in his lab a tank in which he tried to simulate the salination, that is the saltiness, and the temperature of the Atlantic, to see if the cotton could float by itself from Africa to America. The cotton sank after 2 weeks. Wouldn't give up the experiment. He said to himself, perhaps it will sink below the current, but it will remain submerged, clinging to driftwood, and come to America. In the 3rd week it died. So he had to abandon that. And then Proctor, another botanist, suggested birds flew from Africa to America with the cotton. Now you know, as we know today, we discovered it only 3 years ago, that the one man on the earth who's traveled more than any other man is African man. They discovered, for example, that in Europe there are no Europeans until 55,000 years ago. The only people in Europe were Africans. The Africans were not only in Africa, they were in Europe. That came out of 3 laboratories, 3 major labs. It came out of Oxford, the most conservative. It came out of Hawaii. It came out of Berkeley, where they discovered that Africans were not only the first people, there were no people but Africans. Now that's nothing to suggest that Africans are superior. What it suggests is that we are more intimately related than we thought, because out of the African came the European. This is clearly established now. They can actually track it back. They can track it back in the blood. They can show from the analysis of polymorphism, DNA polymorphisms, that about 55,000 years ago, the African began to lose his pigmentation in the ice of Europe. It took about 10,000 years on the extreme conditions where he could not assimilate the little sunlight that was available to him without shedding the pigmentation, which was so critical to deal with ultraviolet radiation in the tropics. So that this has nothing to do with superiorities or inferiorities. Those were ecological imperatives that occurred in various places, and that the Asiatic came about as a result of mergers between the stabilized Africoid type and the type that mutated in Europe. In some cases you have the Africoid. There's 100 million blacks in Asia today. If you want to see the evidence of that in the faces, read African Presence in Early Asia. And you will see the Aryan invasion of India, where the attack on the black type, known as the Dacias by the Aryans, and the battles that ensued, and the destruction of the Mohenjo-Daro and Harappan civilizations. But to come back to science, the reason why I wandered into those things is because I want you to be aware that every time we found something, it opened a new door. And as you enter the new room, a new door opened again. We began to discover all sorts of things, that plant domestication had occurred, and that it had traveled to America because there was navigation. The Africans had boats. The Chinese report that 2 centuries before Columbus, Africans brought elephants to them in ships to the court of China. You will see pictures in African Presence in Early Asia. You will see African noblemen having negotiations with Chinese in the court. This is long before Columbus. And they show currents. They've shown a map. There are maps we have found now, the Piri Reis map, which is in, they came before Columbus, that shows Africans had crossed, that they had actually mapped the part of South America. They had mapped the Trata River in Colombia for 300 miles. They have the correct latitudinal and longitudinal coordinates, which Columbus did not have. Columbus struck out for the latitude of Japan, hoping to land in India. He called the Caribbean the Gulf of the Ganges. He called South America an island. He called Cuba the continent. And we're still calling the Americans Indians, because that is what this place was called until it was later changed to America from Amerigo Vespucci, his friend. And as I told Congress, we have got to stop talking about Columbus's discovery. Because it is very contemptuous. Not only is it contemptuous of the Native American, it simply is not true. Because as I said to them, I'm not the first person to suggest there were Africans in America before Columbus. Columbus was the first person to suggest it. He actually says so. He said on his second voyage that when he was in Haiti, the Native Americans came to him and told him that black-skinned people had come from the south and southeast in large boats, trading with them in gold-tipped metal spears. And the whole evidence is presented. the metallurgical evidence, the botanical evidence, the linguistic evidence, the oceanographic evidence, the cartographic evidence. You can't play with that anymore. It has become so precise. It's just like DR people, many blacks seem to think that it doesn't matter what you say, people are not going to believe. That's not true. That is not true. Everybody believed for centuries that the Egyptian language, with the exception of people like Massi and a few extraordinary Europeans, everybody was made to believe that the Egyptian language is Afro-Asiatic and Afro-Semitic and Afro-Hamitic, etc. Until Diop stood up for 6 hours at UNESCO and ran down thousands of interconnections, so intimate, so familial, linking threads to the body of African languages that everybody caved in. Because nobody could contest that. UNESCO had to say, in spite of all the differences they had at that conference, that for the first time they were unanimously agreed that Egyptian was an African language. So I want you to be aware that the development of these facts, as they become more and more precise, it is impossible to deal with them. We've been arguing for a long time, was the African the last man or the first man? You know, I sat at the table in New York, for example. I was invited to give a speech to a very exclusive organization. I shan't call their names. And when I was sitting at the table and everybody thought by feeding me I would get all nice. And I am a very nice man when you're talking with me. It's when I get up on the stage that I get crazy. And they didn't know that. So I'm sitting down and I'm enjoying my meal and we're all talking softly and nicely. And this guy said, you know the question about who was the first man and who was Adam and Eve and so has not yet been settled, it could still be Asia. And I said, we have to stop this nonsense. I mean, this has been going on far too long. I mean, with all that we have discovered now, and my voice rose, I stopped eating. With all we have discovered now, you could still dare, he was my host, you know. You could dare talk about Asia as the home of man when they have found so much skeletal material establishing beyond the shadow of a doubt that it is Africa millions of years before Asia. And when we have such machines now that you could actually go into the blood and check it out and show at what point that mutation started to occur. It is no shadow over anyone. It merely shows that we are more intimately connected than we first thought. And he started to tremble and so forth. And I looked up. Everybody was uncomfortable. And I looked up and I saw his wife smiling quietly. Nobody noticed that. He had probably been beating her on the head for years. I don't mean physically, but I mean so proud of his opinions that she never had a good chance, and she was so happy that I was with. She gave me some extra ice cream. It's very important. They were very angry with me, however, when after I gave my speech, before I could give my slides, one of them was saying, get him out of here, fuck. Tell him there is not enough time to show slides. Anyway, what we are finding is so astonishing. In every field, in the field of medicine, in the field of astronomy, we found that Africans had an astronomical observatory in Kenya 300 years before Christ. That they had put 19 alignment points to a series of stars and constellations, and on the basis of those alignments they built one of the most accurate of prehistoric calendars. We have found scripts, we have found mathematical systems, we have found breakthroughs in surgery, eye cataract surgery in Guinea in 13th century Mali. The cesarean section, which is very difficult because there's no place to there are two very difficult places to operate on: the brain and the stomach, because here is where there are masses of things. And in the European world, as late as the 1870s, whenever the cesarean section was performed in a woman, she died. They could save the child, but not the woman. And because of the British Empire, English doctors heard that the Africans were performing the cesarean with total success. A team under Dr. Felkin went out to Africa and studied how the Banyoro surgeons performed their surgery. They noticed the Africans had both anesthetics as well as antiseptics. Now that was very unusual, because Lister had only introduced antiseptics 2 years earlier in his operating theater. Many European doctors did not realize that death lay at their fingertips, that you couldn't just wash your hands with water. You had to have a sterilizing solution, otherwise after the operation, no matter how skillful you are, your hands will kill the patient. That after you close the wound, the germs from your fingers will tear her to pieces. They found the Africans had their sterilizing solution. These are the savages. They studied how they collapsed the abdominal wall. They studied with astonishment how the Africans had mastered the use of the cautery iron. They could take hot irons and stop internal bleeding almost instantly with minor tissue damage. They studied how they stitched. They actually drew the stitches and brought it back. The cesarean section was performed with far greater success afterwards. You never hear those connections later. Nobody talks about them because we have not been in charge of history before. We never had any say in it. We were just told things and we took it for granted. And it is only now we're beginning to make that probe, but we're not alone, because scientists from all over the world are beginning to bring a new dignity to African science by finding things that had been ignored for centuries. And here in America, and I want to close by pointing that out with great force. The story is not finished, because in so many fields we find the African American has made breakthroughs. In the Caribbean, what made Britain and France such powerful nations in Europe was the sugar in the Caribbean. Who was the man who built the machine that could take cane juice and turn it into sugar crystals, if black? No, but really you, who came here to the United States. Who built the first machine to mass produce shoes? Jan Matzelega. Who lubricated the machines at a critical stage in the machine age? Developed something that could self-lubricate the machine? Elijah McCoy, whom we call the Rail McCoy, not even knowing the Rail McCoy is a black. Who built the automatic stoplight which still regulates traffic all over this planet? Garrett Morgan, who also built the first smoke inhalator mask and actually entered a fire and saved 36 people using his smoke inhalator mask for the first time in public. Who was able to transform the food industry, the food transport industry in this country, when we were primitively transporting things with ice blocks. Who refrigerated our trucks, introduced portable refrigeration in the trucks so as to save the food. Who gave us induction telegraphy. Who was able to change the harpoon, producing the movable harpoon that literally doubled and made safe the whaling industry across the world. Louis Temple, a black. And who gave us light? Edison started on the light. Edison, genius, yes, he initiated the work on the electric light, but Edison could only burn that light for a day. It is Louis Latimer, a black scientist, who invented the carbon filament, the extraordinary thing where you could get incandescence without the kind of heat that would burn the bulb. We are able to burn that for thousands of hours a day all over the world because of Louis Latimer. And he wrote the first book on incandescent electric lighting. And he went to London when it was the greatest city in Europe and literally supervised the lighting of London. He supervised the lighting of New York. He supervised the lighting of Philadelphia. And you see so many films on Edison. There's a whole section of New Jersey State that is called Edison. Have you ever heard of Latimer? I went to scientific societies where they were celebrating Latimer and they didn't even know exactly what he did. We become such a careless people. You know, when I went to Egypt last summer, the one thing that struck me with enormous force was the incredible precision of the early blacks. I'd read in books of how they'd abandoned an obelisk. And I asked one to see this abandoned obelisk because I learned one thing: the best way to learn about people is to study their failures, because that is where you know the secret of their success. And I looked at that incredible obelisk to find the flaw, the microscopic flaw. Why did these people abandon an obelisk? It must have taken incredible, those quarries, you look in those quarries, you see the standardized blocks of stone. And you want to know what kind of black people were this, who could cut through granite, who could restructure mountains. You go and you see those mountains, they rip it, cut valleys through them, cut rooms right into the heart of the mountain. They couldn't be doing that with stone tools. They couldn't be doing that with bronze. As Diop, the great physicist, showed, the bronze would break. They had to have developed something more. They had iron. And he showed that the iron they found the Egyptian was an advanced type of iron, that they were not in merely the Bronze Age, though they may not have had sources of iron at that time, until later on at Meroe, when they retreated, they had ironworks at Meroe. But they were using special tools. Because when I looked down at that thing and I said to myself, my God, how could they cut this thing? You touch it, you see the incredibility of this thing. Look at the Japanese. The Japanese are supposed now to be the smartest people in technology. Do you know they went to Egypt to build a pyramid? A small one. Using the methods they believed the early Africans used. Didn't work. So they went further. They started to use their technology. They couldn't do it. They could not do it. They abandoned it after using millions of dollars. That's the modern technology. When the Russians had finished building the Aswan Dam, and the teams rushed down to save things the Africans had built, they couldn't move. The cranes broke down. They couldn't move some of the objects the Africans moved. They found pictures showing that Africans had developed something they could throw on the ground that would immediately turn it smooth as glass. Mixtures that they could roll these heavy objects over. They looked at those pyramids. Do you know what it is to build that pyramid? It is half of the height of the Empire State Building, but it takes up 12 blocks of Manhattan. No single building on earth has ever been built like that. They say it has so much stone that if it were cut into 1-foot cubes, it would circle 2/3 of the belly of this world. That is what these people were involved in. Let us go back in consciousness to these people, because this is a light that burns forever. They're the only people who've been able to preserve themselves until today. You go and you look at some of those mummies, you're not allowed to look at them anymore. We have pictures of some of them. The beautiful African princess Anutawi. You could still see the grain of her black skin. You could see her teeth. You could see her eyebrows. You could see the texture of her hair. She's thousands of years old. No people on earth have been able to preserve their dead like that. No people have built anything that has lasted so many centuries. If it had all disappeared, then we have an excuse. We didn't know about it. We didn't know what our ancestors did. We did not know anything. We could not correct ourselves. We could not redeem ourselves. We could not make ourselves whole again. We have no excuse. It is there. It stares to us now. It is our great inspiration. It rebukes us. How can we continue to accept our mediocrity when we have come out of ancestors who would abandon a slightly flawed rock because they wanted to be perfect, as near to perfection as was possible? Because the Egyptians believed that the world was still constantly being made. They had to remake things. They had to bring it as close as they could to standards of excellence. This has to become our model. Europeans look to their models, and sometimes they claim things that have nothing to do with them. Herophilus is supposed to be the pulse taker when his pulse taker occurs 1,000 years before. And as I told one of the Greek societies, do not be afraid that you're giving anything up, because civilization is a blending and fusion of genius. We couldn't have a space program unless Hitler left his scientists. So it's not American genius only. It had to draw upon that world. There could be no great Greek science without Egyptian. There could be no great Egyptian science without all the wealth of Africa over those many centuries. And we could not have survived to speak as we do now in spite of all that has happened to us unless something was kept alive. There is a spiritual thread that runs through us. There is an ancient electricity. There is a power, a dynamism that is still very much alive. It is a spark in our history. It is like something we could plug into. Something that feeds us, something that turns inside of us, something that burns inside of us. And if we are to be whole again, we must pick up those shattered pieces and move forward, creating a new people, a new man, a new society. Thank you very much.
Professor Ivan Van Sertima. We're going to attempt to show some slides that he brought that will show you visually what he just spoke about. But as
These are just a few slides that will give you some impression. All of these are found in this book and much more. This is something that was found in Tanzania, along the lakes of Tanzania, where they found that Africans were smelting steel 1,500 to 2,000 years ago. It was thought at first they were merely smelting iron, but when they found the slag from the machine, they found that it was the finest bloom of carbon steel, and that it achieved temperatures of 1,850 degrees centigrade, which is 200 degrees higher than anything achieved in Europe until the 19th century. And this was done just after the birth of Christ, or at most modest date, about 1,500 years ago, about 500 AD. Next. These are the higher people. This is what is most astonishing, that although Africa had been destroyed, its centers had been destroyed, and these people no longer produce steel, yet they were able to reconstruct the smelt, just based on things that had been passed down to them for centuries. We found an astonishing thing like that happening during the last war, when Africans did not have any iron because of the problem of transporting iron. They went back, some of them went back and started to produce a fine iron based upon things that they had done before. One of the astonishing things about this too was the fact that they were producing it in a single stage process, whereas in Europe, even as late as the 19th century, carbon steel was produced in a two-stage process, which was inferior to the African process. This is at Namarutunga in northwest Kenya, 300 years before Christ, where they found Africans had built an observatory, an astronomical observatory. This is the Dogon plotting the orbit of Sirius B, an imploded star which is impossible to see with the naked eye, plotting its orbit right up to the end of the 20th century, up to the year 1990. This is the oldest evidence we have of a number system. This is known as the Shango bone, found in Zaire, the Congo, 8,500 years ago. It's 8,500 years old. This is from Zimbabwe. Africans built a civilization in Zimbabwe 800 years ago, and this is one of the walls of the great enclosure. An attempt has been made to destroy it, and it was found to be the most remarkable constructions in stone ever built outside of the Great Wall of China. And they could not understand how Africans could have built it, so they said the Portuguese built it, Arabs built it, the Phoenicians built it, the Chinese built it. And none of the prototypes of these buildings have been found in China, Portugal, the Arab world, or in Phoenicia. And it's recently been established that the Shona have prototypes of this. Here is the conical tower in the royal enclosure. When this was finished, you could stand in the top of the royal enclosure and see the slightest movement of a trader or a merchant 30 miles away. This is the Caesarean section drawn by Dr. Felkin after observing it among Africans. This gives you some idea about early boats. This is a building block for expansion and extension techniques. Here are dugouts in Africa holding 3 camels aboard ship. The dugout was a mere simple building block because, as they showed, there were a range of other ships in Africa along the Niger and the Nile. Along the Niger, for example, they have sewn plank boats. They have boats as sturdy and wide berth as the Carthaginians. They have boats that are like the boats of the Egyptians, the papyrus reed boat. They have like the catamaran in the Pacific, double canoes, but much sturdier. This is a ship that was used 1,000 years before Christ. This is used by the Swahili on the Indian Ocean. There was such a respect for African shipping that the Mughals of India made African people the cities, admirals of the Indian Ocean, because of the respect for their shipping. And the Chinese put Africans, most of the Africans in charge of the pearl diving industry because of their respect for African diving and knowledge of the water. The Chinese, as I said, report Africans bringing elephants to them in ships 2 centuries before Columbus. This is the boat that Africans used in 1969 to cross the Atlantic. Haidal financed it because Haidal showed that this boat was used 1,000 years before Jesus, and that it could cross the ocean even as early as that time. Scientists scoffed at it. Scientists said that it's made of papyrus reed, and if you put papyrus reed in a tank, if you put papyrus reed in the ocean, it would get waterlogged and sink. And they tested it in a tank and it sank. And Haidal said if I took a piece of the Queen Mary, which is made of iron, it would also sink. So that it was tested on the ocean in 1969 on Abdullah de Jibrin and the Paduma people, and it crossed the Atlantic right up to Barbados. These are the currents in the Atlantic, off the Cape Verde, off the Senegal, Gambia coast, and off the southern coast of Africa that take things towards America, South America, and the Gulf of Mexico. Shows you the latitudes of those currents. The most extraordinary map found in the ancient world, a map which could not be drawn by Europeans. It was found in 1513, but it could not have been drawn by Europeans because Alvarez Cabral did not get to South America until 1500, and no Europeans had mapped the Amazon. They had not mapped the Trata River. This map shows in detail 300 miles of the Trata River. It shows the correct latitudinal and longitudinal coordinates between the African Atlantic coast and the American Atlantic coast. It shows parts of the Caribbean islands. It shows the Gulf of Mexico. And it starts from where the currents start of Africa. It was found in Egypt, Cairo, in the Sac Library of Alexandria. This shows you how Africa was connected before it was shattered. How you have riverine connections and caravan connections that move from Cairo all the way down to parts of the Atlantic. This is the Piri-Reis map again. This is the map found in 1513 in the Sac Library of Alexandria, going back hundreds of years. This is something I found in the Virgin Islands, which turned out to be a script at St. John. This was verified as the Dogon Crescent script, the Tifinagh branch of the Libyan script, by Barry Feld, the department, Barry Feld from Harvard and Department of Antiquities in Libya. It reads, plunge in to cleanse and dissolve impurities. This is water for ritual ablutions before devotion. It's found in the Caribbean. It predates Columbus. This is Jan Matsalega, the shoe lasting machine. The first machine to mass produce shoes, which we still use. It was known as the niggerhead machine. This is the graphite lubricator developed by Elijah McCoy, the first introduced into machines, the first machine that could self-lubricate. This is Granville Woods, railway induction telegraphy. He was responsible for 35 major inventions, Granville Woods. This is the first machine to make sugarcane juice into crystals, white sugar crystals. This was developed by Norbert Rillieux. The machine is still used today with slight variation. This is the first removable cooling unit, the first portable refrigeration introduced into trucks, which transformed the food transport industry in this country. Frederick Jones responsible. This is Louis Latimer, and this is his invention, the carbon filament, which was to transform the lighting industry across the world. This is one of the black scientists who worked on the atomic bomb. 6 black scientists helped to develop the atomic bomb on Einstein. This is Dr. Lloyd Portman, who is now dead, whom I interviewed in Chicago some years ago. He was not only responsible for that, he was responsible. He changed U-235, uranium-235 into uranium-238, and set the basis for the development of the first nuclear research facility in this country at Oak Ridge. He also invented the diamond window, which was a new way of looking at certain things in the atmosphere which could not be seen with the normal eye. He also was responsible, the first person to suggest that you could synthesize blood, but he was not allowed to continue with his invention. Now the Japanese are ahead of us in that. Well, the Japanese have started to synthesize blood, but his funds were taken away from him. He was also responsible for combining various compounds and producing new gases and compounds in the world, things that had never occurred in nature. As he pointed out to me, if something was made of 3 molecules, 1 above and 2 at the bottom, he could take one and move it to the bottom, or he could take one completely out. He could transform the structure, molecular structure of matter, and thereby was responsible for major breakthroughs in linking things that were never linked before. This is in Bell Labs. Here we have Brian Jackson, who's been able to develop a machine that could place, that can inscribe circuits that are so small they're almost invisible. And he could put it on one wafer he could put 64,000 bits of information. This is glass fiber light guides, thin as the human hair. Here is one of the chips, which smaller than a postage stamp can carry thousands of bits of information. The glass fiber light guides I talked to you about, where Canon, Northover, and Richardson are responsible for some of the major breakthroughs in this glass fiber light guide industry. This is Jesse Russell. I don't understand his mathematics, but he's involved in doing something very extraordinary here, where he is building a smart data terminal, which is to be used for network management. These are the glass fiber light guides. This is James West, who was responsible for the breakthrough in lapel microphones, the foil electrets. Also, his invention has been used in hearing aids, various other devices. Here he is in this, what is known as the quietest room on earth. If a pin dropped in this room, you would pick it up. This is an anechoic chamber. This is him here with his electron microscope at Bell Labs. This is Major Gillum IV, who was directing the Dryden Flight Research Center, and who supervised the work of thousands of our scientists to build the world's first space shuttle. This is Dr. George Carruthers, who sent the most advanced camera into outer space on Apollo. This is Colonel Gregory. He redesigned the cockpit of our space shuttle. He was responsible for designing the cockpits of the 80s. Here he is sitting blind, that's not the sky, sitting blind in the middle of an airplane, landing it on the point of a pin by the use of his micro-instrumentation landing system, a computer that locks the plane from the ground and brings it down safely. Here is his alternative power controller, which cuts pilot fatigue in half, which may be introduced in many of our airplanes in the 90s. Here is me meeting Colonel Gregory the day before the blast-off of Bluford at the Kennedy Space Center. These are tires of the moon buggy that were devised by the black engineer Cherney, Robert Cherney. These tires are collapsible. They had to be extremely light. They had to be able to have traction on the crystalline surface of the moon and carry the weight of the scientists and their instruments. This is the KC-135-09 aircraft, only aircraft we have which flying on a parabolic curve achieves weightlessness. And here is Cherney at the bottom here testing a laser crystal machine. He spent more time in this machine than anyone else. It's known as the Vomit Comet at NASA. And this is a Hispanic from Brooklyn. She, along with the black American, Dr. Long, are responsible for major breakthroughs in our space medical program. We have, when we go into space, it's an incredible experience because space is not just the green world. All the colors of the world, all the colors in the spectrum are in outer space. It is an unbelievable experience, and because you achieve weightlessness, you could come out of your spaceship and you could somersault in the air, you could swim in the air, you could walk in the air. But it also means that because you're weightless, you have other physiological changes which are very difficult to deal with. For example, you may sit down in your spaceship and when you come down on Earth you find you can't walk anymore. You have to train yourself to walk. This is what happened to one of our early scientists. He eventually, I believe, committed suicide. He never recovered his balance. This does not happen now, but it involves a new space medicine. We, for example, developed a machine, Dr. Powens and Dr. Long developed a machine which quantifies yoga. In 6 weeks, you can learn to tell your heart go down. You can tell your blood pressure go down. You can actually train yourself to deal with what we have come to accept in Western science are involuntary muscular and nervous system. So this is very important. When you're in outer space, blood could come from your legs and float up into your head. All sorts of strange things, so that you have to train yourself before you go out into that strange world. This is Dr. Patricia. No, that was Patricia Collins. This is Phyllis Darden. Christine Darden, sorry, Dr. Christine Darden. She's in charge of hypersonic research in our space program. She's a very extraordinary woman because she has taught us how to crinkle the bubble. There are waves that come out of the wings of airplanes as we fly faster, and they create an enormous bubble which, when it bursts, explodes eardrums and windows for miles around. She's taught us how to reshape airplanes so that we can crinkle the bubble and deal with what is known as sonic boom factor. And here, finally, this is me some years ago when I was at the space program. I'm giving a copy of my book, Blacks in Science, which came out that same year. One of our young black astronauts, so he wouldn't get lost in space. Now, I am very sorry that I have classes at 8 o'clock tomorrow, and I'm leaving 2.5 hours from here. So I will be most grateful if you keep your questions for the next time. We will be returning here on April the 19th to talk about Egyptian science, and I will be quite willing to entertain questions.
Dr. Just hold 1 minute. Hold 1 minute. We came in unity, let us leave in unity. Just hold this spot 1 minute. Now, the secret to our success is going to be for us to be unified. So let's not all run to the door at one time. And I would like to say to you, Dr. Van Sertima's books is on sale here. His tapes are on sale here. If you're interested in the videotape of tonight's lecture, you see Minister Clemson Brown or see me, I'll give you his phone number and how to get in touch with him. Also, for those of you who haven't eaten your dinner, the sisters downstairs kept the kitchen open. If you want to go down and take something home for you, especially sisters who don't feel like cooking tonight, stop on your way down and take a home dinner with you. But before we leave, I want to say to you, I want to thank you from ACO, from the members of ACO, from the House of the Lord Church. I want to invite you back here next Wednesday. Especially, I'd like to invite you, if you wish to come on Sunday morning to our services. And I'd like to say to you that there's several people in this audience who I admire, who was pioneers in organizing lectures like that. The sister sitting right here, Sister Miriam Francis, who's a great artist and sculptor. There's a brother way up there in the balcony, O'Neill, one of our great artists. I always point these people out because we need to support them. And whenever we see the shows on our streets in the summertime, support these people because they work very hard to put out their work. And I want to say to you, thank you again. Stop downstairs and have a meal. And before we leave, say, in unity, there is strength. Now say it like you mean.
This is the final lecture in our series this year, and I want to dedicate this lecture to my great friend and comrade, the late Sheikh Anta. No one, in fact, in recent times, perhaps no one in any time, has devoted so much of his wisdom, his skill, and his energy to establishing Egypt not only as the center and font of African civilizations, but as the source of the greatest light and power in the early world. The lecture tonight is entitled The African Origin of Egyptian Civilization, and I shall not only dwell on this, on the evidence we have now that establishes beyond the shadow of a doubt that Egypt was an African civilization, but I shall seek to show the tremendous impact on European civilization and even early American civilization that the Egyptians wrought. And even beyond this, I want to deal with the origins of man himself or herself. Man was born in Africa. We know this now, and we've known this for some time. Nobody disputes that. That is not what is in dispute. Everyone accepts this. The British Queen about 2 or 3 weeks ago was in Africa, and she said, "My ancestors are African." Of course, when I was a boy, I don't think she would have said that with the same kind of ease. However, that is not what is in dispute. What is being said is that although man was born in Africa, European man and Asian man are far removed from the early African. What they are arguing is that man was born in Africa, yes, but when he came to Europe, he evolved into a more advanced creature. And those who were left back in Africa, they deteriorated or remained static. And so the European or the Asian developed and evolved to higher states, and then eventually came back to the benighted African left back in the dust and brought him civilization. So that even though it has been established scientifically that man was born in Africa, it has been used against us. However, something far more important has been discovered. And the strange thing is that the discovery is made by people who just a generation ago would have seriously questioned any suggestion that man, not only man was born in Africa, but modern man was born in Africa. About 11 to be exact, scientists, most of them from Oxford, one of them from Nigeria, Fulusi, established through a study of DNA polymorphisms. These are Hyman typology studies. They established 2 studies of the blood that not only was man born in Africa, but modern man was born in Africa. In other words, the man that inhabits this planet today, the man that is at the most sophisticated and advanced stage, all man inhabiting this planet today with the brain case of modern man is African. On February the 7th, Nature announced this, and let me explain to you what it means. They have discovered that there are 6 stages of man. All of these stages are found in Africa, nowhere else. The last 3 stages, however, moved out of Africa, and they're found not only in Africa, they're found in Europe, they're found in Asia. They are African, but they disappeared. There is, for example, Homo erectus, which gave way to Neanderthal man, and then after Neanderthal man came the modern man we know today, the last phase of man, a Grimaldi type, as he is known in Europe, Homo sapiens sapiens. Now that man had the brain case and capacity of modern man. He was born about 100,000 years ago, and we find him in Ethiopia and parts of southern Africa. He begins to migrate because this is the hunting and gathering phase, and as man exploits his food supply and it seems exhausted, he moves on and moves on and moves on. That is how he got into Europe, and that is how he got into Asia. Now, Europe is only about 20 miles from Africa, and there was a land bridge or a connection between Western Asia and Africa. It was only afterwards that that split a little, so that you had to cross by sea to India. So that there is a reason, there is an explanation for how man migrated slowly into these regions. Now, what these scientists have established, that no man on earth, no man exists in Europe, no man exists in Asia 55,000 years ago. It's not only was modern man born in Africa, the last phase of man, but no other man existed on the earth but Africans until about 55,000 years ago. European man began to emerge out of African man in the ice. This is an ice age known as the worm interstadium. It is a specific period in which an extreme condition exists. It is not simply temperate climates as we exist in now. These are extreme conditions where Great parts of Europe are covered by sheets of ice, and then something begins to happen to the African type of man. In some areas, and it is supposed to be somewhere near southwestern Russia and in the Caucasian steppes, the steppes of the Caucasus, man begins to undergo some kind of change. It is a superficial change. He becomes an albino. Now, this is not unusual even today. In Africa, you can have a completely pigmentless type born to an African without mixtures. In other words, Africans can give birth to pink people, who whites cannot give birth to blacks unless they're mixed, because Africans are the original man. The need for pigmentation, blackness or brownness, is the fact that man was born in the equatorial regions. The ultraviolet radiation of the sun, which is more intense in those regions, insists you must have a pigmentation shield in order to deal with that radiation. We are once again approaching something like that in the climate of the world. There is a hole in the ozone layer now, which has been produced by the misuse of certain resources like the use of fluorocarbons, etc. As a result of that, within the last 10 years, there has been an increase of 20% of skin cancer among whites in tropical and subtropical regions, because there is no protection against the growing ultraviolet radiation, which is now falling once again upon the planet. In the ice, this became a problem because pigmentation in the far ice by shielding one from sunshine, abundant sunshine, which doesn't exist in those regions, became a disadvantage. It became a disadvantage because the mineralization of the bones needs the photosynthesis of vitamin D. To do this, you must get a certain amount of sunlight. In those regions, the European had to cover himself with the skins of animals. He had to live largely in caves. He lived in a climate which was not only colder but darker, farther away from the thrust and shock of the sun. As a consequence, pigmentation began to fall off, so that you have albino types. They still have African type features, but they are albino in the sense that they have no pigmentation shield. Later on in the ice, you have a tendency to contraction. Ice contracts, heat expands. So you have expansive types of features, broader noses, fuller lips, etc. in tropical and subtropical regions, and you have narrow noses, thinner lips in regions of the ice, so that you eventually get an ice type and a sun type. Now, some people believe, and this is being preached by people like Cresswellson and Dr. King and others, that in this mutation which occurred, producing the so-called white man or Caucasoid, that certain damage occurred. And they believe that there is something called the pineal gland which feeds on melanin, but because of the calcification of melanin in the European, you have a calcification of the pineal gland. Okay, I'm not going to get into that. I personally do not believe in biological difference between races. One of the things that has been established by recent discovery is that there are no inferior or superior races, that man is one family. There is no question, however, because of history, that we cannot see man simply as one family, since we are a member of that family that has been oppressed for centuries. We cannot look lightly and casually on this matter and make an idealistic or idyllic statement saying all men are one. This is true in a biological sense. But I want you to be aware of the fact that our history has produced divisions among races, divisions among groups that are deep and frightening, and that we cannot really heal them. We cannot really come to a balance, a true balance, until we begin to understand everyone, not just blacks, until we, the human race, begins to understand the nature of that history, to have a different vision of that history, so that the kind of contempt which has excluded us, the kind of contempt which discriminates now against us, the kind of contempt which has reduced the status and stature of our people, vanishes. Until that happens, we have to take a militant stance on all these matters. We cannot avoid that merely by drowning ourselves in idyllic statements about the unity of man. The unity of man is real, but it is not yet with us. It is important to understand that even if it were true what Creswellson said, or Dr. King, or whoever, that you do have certain advantages of melanin in one state, you would have a balancing occurring. A mutation may initially be damaging or maybe a disadvantage, but then it becomes a stabilizing force, so that you can't speak of races being inferior. There's no such thing. Once that adaptation is made, that race stabilizes itself in that way. So you do have Caucasoid types, Mongoloid types, and Africoid types. It is very important to understand that because over the last 5 centuries, perhaps more in some places, that the Caucasoid type, which had not the breaks that the Africoid type had in the beginnings of the world, nor in the ancient period, nor even the medieval period, that type, having seized power, has reduced the Africoid type. All over the world, even where we are independent, we have been forced to undergo extraordinary pressures and punishments. And we cannot change that situation until we begin to understand the nature of our history. Diop was very much aware of that, very much aware that the fragmentation that exists in many parts of Africa is not only due to the colonial experiment, not only due to the colonial period, but it is due to the colonization of the imagination. It's due to things that continue to divide our people all over the world because they do not understand the common roots from which they spring and the pride that they should know in looking at those roots. That lack of pride, that lack of understanding of where they come from profoundly affects them. I get letters, I have got many letters over the years from psychotherapists, from prisoners, even in solitary confinement, from doctors who show the profound effect on the psyche of reading about our history in the way it is now being presented. Some of my books, some of the books I have edited have been used in prisons and have been used in psychotherapeutic sessions, and they have had a distinct effect in changing people. So history is not something about dead past. This past is not dead. We are a living continuum. What has happened in the past affects us now. It affects our thinking, it affects our prejudices, it affects our reflexes, it affects what we are. We are fed by that past. That is the food we eat. That is the food of our minds. We are fed by that past, and we therefore have to make a serious effort to understand it, to grasp it. And I don't mean it to grasp it in any hollow and general way. Beyond any lecture that may give some guideline or outline, you have got to read these books. You have got to acquaint yourself with these facts, because as soon as they are proven and presented, they are challenged and attacked. In our schools again and again and again, so that our students, even after these things are presented to them, when they are challenged, they lose contact with the truth because they do not learn it properly. They just hear Africans have done great things, but if you ask them what specifically did they do, they don't know, because they take this simply as sessions in which they are entertained or inflated by talk of achievements. But when you ask them after what is the nature of that achievement, what impact it really had on the world, they know nothing. They have forgotten. It's just like a little drug they take that puffs them up for a while, and then when reality faces them, they can't deal with it. I have known cases in my own school, in my own university. After giving long lectures on the origin of Egyptian civilization, a white girl writes in the newspaper, everybody knows that the Egyptians are bona fide Caucasoids. And you know, no black student who'd listen to me could reply to that. They want me to reply to it. I'm not there to do that. I can't do those things. I have my own research to do. That is your duty. This is a crusade. Jesus set down the guidelines for a different kind of life, a different kind of consciousness, and then he went. It was his disciples who had to spread that word across the world. Everyone had to understand in their own way, as best as they could, and spread that word and challenge that system, because no one person can do that. This is a vicious system. These lies are spread everywhere. They challenge everything. All of our children are involved in this. They go into those schools and they're poisoned from day one. The films they see, the books they read, the music they hear beats them down into the ground until they don't even know the difference, many of them, between noise and music. For centuries it was argued that Egypt, which everyone knew, all scholars knew, had a profound influence on European civilization, could not possibly be African. Now, in the early stages, when the Europeans attacked Africa, when the Greeks, the fountainhead of European civilization, attacked the Egyptians, the Greeks were appreciative. Even though they attacked the Africans, they were amazed and they were respectful. Many of the Greek scholars came to Africa. Thales of Miletus, Democritus, Pythagoras, Eudoxus, Anaximander, and Anaximenes, they all came and sat at the foot of African teachers. Even though the Europeans had attacked, they didn't destroy the African. That is one invasion in which the Europeans realized that they were not as advanced as the Africans. Hence, instead of destroying what they saw, they sat and learned. Pythagoras went among the Africans, it is said, for 22 years, learning medical systems as well as geometry, learning other things as well. Isaac Newton, the greatest of European scientists, tells us that at that time the Africans had prefigured things that he was to bring together for Europe much later. He said the Africans already had a heliocentric theory. Heliocentric relates to the sun as center of the solar system. We all noted that today. We take it for granted the sun is the center of the solar system. Europeans didn't know that. They thought the earth was the center of the solar system. He said that the Africans already had an atomic theory. They called atoms monads. Now that is a very extraordinary thing, because the atom is the building block of the universe. They had a mystical concept of it which was valid, because the atom, even though we know that is the cell of God, we know that is the building block of the physical universe, there is something inside of it. As we probe it deeper and deeper, we find that even though it is so small that you can't see it, there is even inside the core of it, there is something else, the quark. And when you probe the quark, there is something else. In other words, the mystery of the universe doesn't become less as you become the greatest scientist. The greater scientist you become, the more you become aware of mystery. You are aware that there's something essentially magical about the universe, so that it doesn't end with matter. It's as Teilhard de Chardin pointed out, that there is almost spirit. Spirit almost has another atomic structure. There is an interior structure to the exterior structure. There is the mystical atom beneath the physical atom. Now, I don't want to get involved in all that metaphysics, but I want you to be aware that they have even found waves of probability in matter, so that when you all plot it out mathematically, and you say, well, if an atom does such and such, such and such happens, then you find somewhere else in the universe it didn't happen like that. In other words, there is something essentially uncatchable, ungraspable about the mystery of the universe. The Egyptians, the early Egyptians, the African-dominated period, dealt with all of these things. Their mysteries are, even today, we have not yet had any serious book done to explain some of the things they were involved in. But Isaac Newton pointed also to the fact that they had a sense of gravitational fields, that the harmony of the spheres which the Pythagoreans who had been affected by the Egyptians brought over into Greece indicated the Africans knew there were certain fixed orbits, that there were certain forces that attracted and held certain things in place. Now these things make us aware that that early period was dominated by a certain kind of genius. Genius is not necessarily having a higher level of brain. It is a certain focus of cerebral energy. Many of us are shattered people. We are involved in a very broken world. A capacity, therefore, to think like a laser beam is missing in most of us. That doesn't mean we don't have the capacity to do that. Many of us operate at low levels, partly because we believe we are low-level people, because we don't have a sense of real history, and partly because we're living in societies where it is easy for a low-level operating person to get by. It is very important that you understand that the brain is an incredible organ. It is absolutely incredible. What you possess is very important, and you do not become aware of the power that lies within you unless you become aware of the power that lies outside of you. You have to feel this connection. It is very important, because when I set out on this trek, I was very ashamed of having African blood, very, very ashamed. I looked around the world, I never saw anything important about African. I was trained in the British world, I never read any book. I never read any book that convinced me or persuaded me that the Africans did anything. There was nothing. In my libraries, there was nothing on African civilization. That's an absurdity. Even today, when people write from universities and libraries all over the world, they don't believe my book is called Journal of African Civilization. They say Journal of African Studies or Journal of African Cultures, because the word African and civilization don't go together. I'm serious. This is in the humans. This is become part of the human tragedy. When I was growing up as a boy, there were no African models. Nobody ever talked about it. The only African I knew was the African in Tarzan movies. There was no other African. All Africans were half-naked savages who came out of the trees. We were made to believe that. We believed that all the time. We never saw any different. I never saw any newspaper showing me any important African. None. The first time I read a book by an African and I was startled by its sophistication was Jomo Kenyatta. I was studying anthropology. I had to read Facing Mount Kenya. When I read Facing Mount Kenya, I couldn't believe that was an African wrote that. I couldn't believe it. When you see Kenyatta appear in Ali Mazrui's The Africans, look how he deals with Kenyatta. He just shows you a little flash. Bam! He's gone. You wouldn't think a man of great stature, a major anthropologist, and a leader who was the beginning of the breaking of the British Empire. If that was Gandhi, Mazrui wouldn't deal with him like that. But he doesn't want to deal with anything significant in Africa. When you're dealing with problems, people love problems. When you're dealing with black people, they're either problems in the present or primitives in the past. That's the focus. Please understand. Mazrui is very good when it comes to political science, but when it comes to history, he knows absolutely nothing about the history of African. And what he knows, he suppresses. Automatically. When he comes to dealing with Kenya and he goes to Mazrui, he mentions a few things about Mama, but you never see, and there's so many clips, beautiful film clips, of Kenyatta in his glory. You don't see that. The African is never to be presented in his glory. He's only to be presented as a sick man, a beaten man, a slave, or a colonial, or a primitive. You cannot grow out of such images. You can never feel pride in any such image. You have to balance it against something else. We are aware of how horror is occurring in modern Africa. But you can't just be aware of the horror. You have to be aware of the great achievement of the African. You have to balance these things. You cannot just look at the edge or periphery of the African world. You have to look also at the core and center. If there is anything I have brought to anthropology, it is that. The absolute insistence, the passionate insistence that you have got to look again at what lies at the center of those worlds before the center fell apart. Because there is where we find the real genius. And that is what we have to relate to, because we have to feed on that genius. You must have models. You must have role models. You must see a figure that you can relate to with pride before you can change. Jesus was able to change people because Jesus was a role model of what was perfect in human consciousness and behavior. That is why for 2,000 years he has affected humanity. He may not have completely changed it, but he profoundly affected it. He overturned the Roman Empire. He overturned the values in that Roman world. He was able to do that because he stood as a thread of fire. You have to have those figures of fire in your mind. You can't just have darkness. You can't just be overwhelmed by the darkness of the world. You have to be aware of it. You have to be realistic. But if you're utterly overwhelmed by it, and if that's all you feed on, you are not going anywhere. Don't kid yourself. The power to overturn a world lies in some kind of hope. You have to be able to go back into a past that you could feed upon the strength. When I went to Africa, I had spent 2 years in England studying Africa. I was still ashamed because nobody in my school, no professor ever told me anything good about Africa, unless it was some condescending thing. They have nice stories about animals. That was my Swahili literature teacher. They have very fine rituals, they dance well, they have nice clothes. But when it comes to any serious intellectual activity, no. I had to learn that by studying African writers. I came to my pride in Africa not through anthropology, not through history which didn't exist. I made that history. I had to research that history. I had to find it later. I came to it through literature, because it's in literature. Studying Wole Soyinka and Amos Tuchola and the great figures in West African literature, and I began to read those novels, then I realized that there was a different thing that I had not yet seen, that had never been presented to me. And when I got into Africa, I was sent there simply to help collect a number of linguistic terms. And even though I digress from my subject, I shall return to it. It's important that you understand from people's lives what is happening in the world, not just facts from books, because people are walking books. And they're the best books in the end if they really know to tell their story, if they really understand what happened to them. I was sent there just to collect a number of legal terms in Swahili. I was speaking Swahili fluently after 2 years. I had been trained in London. A Zanzibari who had escaped during the revolution taught me to speak Swahili fluently. He was one of my teachers. And I went there, and I was to just collect these legal terms. And I looked around me, and you become aware suddenly of the absurdity. Slowly it is dawning on you, but there comes a time when the shock of a situation dawns on you with absolute clarity. It's like hearing Reagan lie every day, and then suddenly he gets caught in the lie. And then you see with And then you see the expression in his face. Have you noticed his face recently? Study it closely, how he bunches it together. Trying to smile, the old smile, and it's not working anymore because he's been caught, frozen in the light. All the while it worked. Suddenly it doesn't work anymore. You could see with glaring clarity for the first time, you could see right through the crook. Now that, or through the crack to the crook. That is what happened to me in Africa. Suddenly, as if a crack opened in the world, in my civilization, and I could see right through to what I was doing, where I was, what this was all about. Here are these Englishmen sitting in an independent country, making up a dictionary for these people, using their own concepts of the law, although they're being pushed out. And if these people are trying to bring a new language to the law, which they could work within, they're bringing their old concepts that do not relate to that. It is then when I began to see what colonization means when it affects imagination. That you could change power, and you could turn from a white to a black, and you're going to still be doing the same damn thing because this hasn't changed. And this does not change until you begin to understand where you come from. You can't change consciousness unless you change your vision of history. Because the present is in the past. It didn't suddenly come up like that. It has roots in that history, or that false vision of history. Diop had the greatest opportunity in the world. He wasn't like me. I was very fortunate in being unfortunate. I grew up in the bush. Diop had the best education. He came out and he went straight, bright young man, straight into the university in Paris. But one thing saved him: he was arrogant, independent. He didn't want to do anything easy. He wanted to challenge the establishment. So he wrote a thesis on African origin of Egyptian civilization. This, of course, was rejected because that is absurd. Africans created Egyptian civilization. And Diop brought massive arguments to establish it was rejected. Do you know, just 2 months ago, the university who rejected him wrote me asking me to send me a copy of the book I edited on Diop. Sheepishly, I told them I don't send out complimentaries. Please send a check. Diop challenged the establishment. Eventually, after 10 years, he won his case. Diop showed, first of all, he actually developed a method to test the melanin in the skin of the Egyptian mummies. He got mummies from the Museum of Man, where he was allowed to operate. And Diop took off inches of skin. And Diop told me, do you know there were people who were doing that discovered it already? Because when I went to take off the skin, I found some of the mummies, all the skin had been taken off. Not a word. They knew. They hadn't said a word. Diop used that evidence. He showed the dosage of melanin in the skin established their African origin. He showed the language, and that is the most powerful argument. Diop painstakingly built up a case showing that the linguistic connection between Egyptian and the interior languages of Africa showed beyond the shadow of a doubt that these not Asians came in or Caucasians came in to make Egypt. They're speaking an African language. Even in Uganda today, the Ik are speaking Middle Egyptian. Do you know that? I was startled to find that out 2 weeks ago. Somebody called me out of the blue and told me, have you seen a recent book in which they show that the Ik of Uganda are speaking Middle Egyptian? He showed that the iconography, that is the statues that were made of these people. And there were all sorts of statues, you know. When these guys are photographing, they would pick a statue that has, you know, sometimes Egyptian has an eyebrow. This is painted, you know. This has nothing to do with his real features. They have painted things and so forth, and they would photograph that to make them look like Asiatics, etc. When the very black ones are there, like in order to be a god, you have to be very black. Even if you, in real life you are reddish brown or dark brown or various shades of black, to be a god you have to be pure black, because for the Egyptians that was the color of divinity. Okay, Osiris was called the Great Black. When they were bringing King Tut here, they had several statues that were very black. The one that was very, very black, they said they couldn't bring it, it was too fragile to travel. He told me, he said, when I saw Ramesses II, before they took him, because he's one of the few men who were invited, he said, when I saw Ramesses II before they took him to Paris, he was very black. He said, Van, he was as black as I am, and Diop is very black. When Ramesses II came back, he was white. I mean, he was whiter than white, as they say in the ads. Okay, they had put gamma ray radiation down on that poor fellow. I mean, he's been dead for thousands of years, poor fellow. But they had put the gamma ray radiation on him until they had taken all evidence of pigmentation out of his skin. Well, now, Diop said you could still prove the pigmentation, but the appearance was no longer black. Do you understand that? I mean, these guys are not fooling around. I mean, you would think, that is something that has always bothered me. You have all the power in the world. You control everything. Even independent countries, you control their trade, their monetary policy, etc., their goods, their markets, everything. You have everything in the world. How could you be afraid of us? How could you be afraid of history, which just seeks to balance things out? I mean, what is this curious xenophobia, as Diop calls it, this fear of others, fear of strangers? It began, they say, in the ice. I don't know about that. But I do know that it is very, very strange that the one thing that distinguishes the African, even when he invades, he has a certain openness. When I come to deal with the Moors, I will explain that to you. Whereas when the European invaded, with few exceptions, like in the case of the Greek invasion of Egypt, he fears deeply the stranger, so deeply that he seeks to wipe him out in every way possible. Either to smash his nose and his lips, or to take the gun and aim it at the Sphinx. Do you know that that was pure fear? Here were the French under Napoleon entering Egypt for the first time. And then they saw the great wonders, the pyramids standing there. How could that be related to a black people who, as Volney had said, had become our slaves, our servants? And they looked at the Sphinx, and there it was, with that godlike authority staring down at them, the broad forehead, the big nose, the full lips, staring down with a godlike authority, and they took the cannon and blew off its nose. I discovered through a friend that the splinters of the Sphinx nose were in a back room in the British Museum. And it was through me and Diop urging Mukhtar, Gamel Mukhtar, the Egyptian who was in charge of one of the UNESCO branches for the peopling of Egypt, the peopling of Africa project, that the Egyptians eventually got the splinters of the Sphinx nose back from Britain. The British at first refused. They couldn't return everything. They said, if people started making claims, what would be left? So they gave it back on what they call permanent loan. It's on permanent loan. Diop showed, apart from language, apart from the question of melanin, apart from the question of the iconography, that is the statues, he showed other things as well. He showed blood groups. It is possible now to distinguish races. There are certain factors like the Diego factor, the Sutter factor, etc. You can make distinctions. The Kell factor, you could make distinctions along those lines. He showed distinctions in terms of skeletal evidence, how it was selectively classified, how they start talking about a brown race. Since it wasn't a white race, and it wasn't a yellow race, and it couldn't be a black race because the blacks are not real people, so it's a brown race. So they call it a Eurafrican race. In other words, it's a European African. And they have to mix and melt these things together in order to make it work. Rather than admit that here you have Africans who were there at the beginning of the world moving up through Africa because Egypt is in Africa. Why can't there be 10,000 years ago Africans in Africa? Could you understand, even at the Cairo conference in 1974, a man called Abdullah, who's an Egyptian, not a real Egyptian, one of the modern ones that live in Egypt today. When Diop showed that the Greeks and the Romans said that Egyptians were black, they saw them, they weren't guessing, they were there. They invaded them, they saw they were black. They knew they were dealing with black people. Abdullah said, they were burnt by the sun. Even if they're black, they're white. They may be black skinned, but they're whites. And one of them actually insisted that there were no Negroids in the world until about 10,000 years ago. I heard that when I was a boy, when Schweitzer, who was one of the most famous men in the world, of South African, liberal, he said that the Negro is my brother, but he is my younger brother by several centuries. I felt so good about that. At least he said we are his brothers, even though we are his younger brothers by several centuries. Took me years and years and years before I realized that the opposite is true. We are his elder brothers. And we are not only elder in terms of age, but our civilizations were elder civilizations. The key, the whole key lay in Tacetti. And I am sorry that I had written they came before Columbus before they found Tacetti. Because when I write that book again, I have to change the chapter on Egypt. Because that was the missing link. And the trouble was that that was discovered before I had written my book, but not a word was said. In 1962, the Russians, the Germans, the Americans, the English, all of them went down into Egypt and Nubia because the Russians had built the Aswan Dam for the Egyptians. And when the flood waters were let loose, it would sink part of Nubia and many critical things would be lost. So these archaeological teams went down to study. And the American team came upon the most extraordinary discovery. They found a large cemetery on the edge of the Sudan. This is a place called Kustur, Q-U-S-T-U-L, Kustur. And they found 33 tombs. These were such enormous tombs and they had such great wealth in them, so many vessels and pottery and so forth, that they were convinced they were royal tombs. They hastily picked up the pieces, put them in many crates and brought them back to the United States, to Chicago. They said they spent 16 years putting the pieces together. In 1979, a man named Bruce Williams came forward and announced, and this was on the front page of the New York Times, that they had found the oldest monarchy in the Middle East, which really should be called the Nile Valley, a place called Tacetti, and that there they found a pharaonic civilization already in place before the first Egyptian dynasty. And where is this civilization? On the edge of the Sudan. And when at first you ask, well, are those black people? Well, we don't know that. What we know is on the edge of Sudan, but it could be any color. That doesn't really matter. You know, when they find people in Europe and you say, are they white? Of course. But when you find people in an old dynasty that upsets all the theories, are they black? Well, we don't know about that. That doesn't really matter. They're people. That is a really odd business. You know how we had to push and push Bruce Williams? before we got him to admit that those couldn't be Caucasians. We had to use tricks in order to get into that, because he doesn't want to be pulled into this controversy. You will see a picture of him with us at the Nile Valley Conference. I invited him. I split the cultural nationalist movement by inviting Bruce Williams, but I knew I had to invite him because I knew that that was the critical evidence, and I knew it took some courage on his part to do what he did, because his master, his teacher, kept that a secret. It is because the man who was in charge of that expedition, Keep Seal, died, that we know now about Tacetti this early. And recently Bruce Williams wrote me, and I published it in the Nile Valley Civilization, showing that they not only found the pharaonic civilization in Nubia, but it existed side by side, parallel with the Egyptian dynasties. Even when things started to crack up and move in Egypt, they had this parallel pharaonic civilization continuing for a long time. But what is important there is that the critical piece that was to prove that Ethiopia created Egyptian civilization and black people therefore did it, was a piece that wasn't broken at all. They said they spent 16 years putting the pieces together, but the piece that was critical didn't need putting together. It was there complete at the beginning, and that was in the back room. It was an incense burner in which you could see the falcon god Horus, in which you could see the palace facades that were later used by the Egyptians, in which you could see the crown on the head of the black king. 10 to 12 black kings reigned in Ethiopia as pharaohs before the first pharaoh sat on the throne of Egypt, and they moved up into the Egyptian world. The impact of Egypt on Greece, which means the impact of early African civilization on European civilization, was profound. I can only give you a faint glimpse of it. When you hear Diop speak on this, you are startled. It would take a book to fill the number of great scholars that came out of Europe to be fed and taught by the Africans. The impact on mathematics was immense. The Africans had developed highly advanced astronomy and mathematics. The second of time is African. The division of the day into exactly 24 hours is African. The division of the week into the names of the week, the names of the days of the week are African. The decision to start the day at midnight is African. Don't take that for granted. Not everybody starts the day at midnight. When I was in Tanzania, I found there were Africans who didn't start the day at midnight. I was told to catch a train at 6:20. And I turned to a girl standing on the platform in Dar es Salaam, and I said in Swahili, "What is the time?" And she said, "It is now 10 to 6 in Swahili." And then I said, "When does the train come?" And she said, "Kesho." Kesho means tomorrow. But tomorrow begins at 6 o'clock. Like a fool, I went away and I lost the train. They didn't tell me that in England. They didn't tell me that in the dictionary. It was just marked Kesho tomorrow. I learned it. Kesho tomorrow. Tomorrow begins at 12 o'clock. So we take a lot of things for granted. You know, the Europeans have filled our heads up with the idea that they made it all. They made the calendar. No, sir. The Babylonian calendar only had 365 days. It was wrong. It was the African in Egypt who created the first accurate calendar, 365 and a quarter days. That is very exact. That is the exact time it takes for the revolution around the sun. And the Africans dealt with it in this way. They took the quarter. Instead of creating a leap day, they created a leap year. You had to go through 1,460 years before you had the leap year. Then they were left with the 365. They had 5 festival days for the gods, and they were left with 360. That 360 was cut into 12 months of exactly 30 days each. Hence, the Africans created exact months. When the Greeks took over that calendar, they took the 5 festival days and mixed it up among the other days, and they took the quarter, which around 300 BC, the Egyptians with in the city of Alexandria had changed now and created a leap day. That was later pulled in so that we now have 28-day months, 29-day months, 30-day months, 31-day months. It needs a rhyme in order to remember which is which. The Africans created December the 25th as the day of the Christ. Horus was the Christ figure. Osiris was God, and his son was Horus. The word Christ is an African word. It comes from K-R-S-T, Christ. It's an African word. There's nothing European about that. Jesus is the last and the most powerful of the Christ figures. That is the one we worship today because that is the most powerful, complete, and perfect of the Christ figures. But before he appeared on earth, the mythology and legend surrounding the Christ figure was already in motion in Africa. Africa had ready at the temples of Luxor. The Africans had, first they had the angel coming to tell the mother that the child was being born. Then they have the virgin conception. Then they have the 3 kings, which are 3 stars, which Egyptians call the 3 kings, which come out and are in conjunction at the time of the birth of the Christ figure. And then they have the resurrection on the 3rd day, after the 3rd day. All that was in Africa before Jesus, the Christ, the last of the living figures, the last of the consciousnesses that were perfect sons of God appeared. Okay, so that these are things already in Africa, as there were 17 breakthroughs in astronomy in Africa, which affect our volumes. The inch is African. The cubit is African. The second of time is African. The second of arc is African. All of these things had already been created before the Europeans attacked the Egyptians and brought them back and started to claim they did this and they did that. Archimedes making claims that he did certain mathematical constructions in inclined plane and things like that. That was done 1700 years before he was born. Sheikh Antioch brought us papyri, brought us slides from the papyri. The books of early Africans, the earliest mathematical texts, even in spite of the destruction of those texts, we still have the earliest books in the world are African. There are scraps from the mathematical treatises of Africans, which are still the earliest, which show clearly what they had done before. There are scraps from the medical theses. The medical books startle you beyond dreams. Doctors who have studied what early Africans did in medicine cannot understand how their medicine could be so modern. One of their books, 2600 BC, 1500 BC, the Ebers and Edwin Smith papyrus. They have chapters on helminthiasis, ophthalmology, gynecology, pregnancy diagnosis, treatment of abscesses and burns, studies of the pulse. We have evidence that Hippocrates actually took sections out of their work. Harmony of opposites in medicine comes from the Egyptian. They have sections on fractures of the clavicle and dislocation of the mandible, comes straight out of the Egyptian. And all is claimed and all is pushed aside. These are the fathers of this and that. Here, little African, be content. We have dragged you out of the bush. You have never known civilization. You've invented nothing and explored nothing. Be grateful. You know it is still coming to look at Ali Masrui and the Africans. He has the poor African, the sick African in the hospital, and he makes this statement. And he has this beautiful, cultivated, debonair manner. So lots of black people like him. They don't know what that guy is doing to them. I know Masrui, you know. I know him through and through. I was a propagandist in the British government. I understand that mentality. I saw it inside out. And he comes with this charm. The African loves large families. And he makes these large families, and Western skills preserve them. And he has this European stabbing the African with a vaccine. Where the hell did the vaccine come from? He doesn't know that. Masrui doesn't know history. Knows nothing about African history. He picked this up in his college, where we are taught, as I was taught like Masrui, that the Europeans created everything. The vaccine was developed in Africa centuries before Jenner. The Africans even had developed the smallpox vaccine. Because they don't have it today doesn't mean they didn't have it. You know how much the Africans lost? Do you think you could take millions of people out of a continent, drag the youth, a whole generations of people out of a continent, smash it up, rip it, the guts and heart out of Africa, take away its wealth, take away its structures, and drag these people across the ocean, shatter them, and then say, well, look at the Africans, they never did anything. When you take every blasted thing away from them, when they were on the edge of burgeoning technologies, and then people come and tell you, oh, this is independence. What independence does Africa really have? Could you have independence when the richest part of Africa, Southern Africa, is still in white hands? Could you talk of independence when the trade of these people, their monetary policy, all of these things are still controlled from outside? Don't kid yourself. Don't kid yourself. This is just the beginning, and we have to become deeply involved in this, because it's not going to change by sitting down and talking absolute rubbish like Masrui. He knows absolutely nothing about the beginnings of those crises. He may be good as a political scientist, but he deeply despises the African. He comes and he says, look at the poor African. The African believes that animals have souls. And here is this brutal European. He comes and shoots all the animals. And everybody cheers. Oh, brutal European, this nice African who believes in souls for animals. And we really believe that shit. We really do. Because that is what we are taught. We really believe that you have to be a nice human being. We are nice human beings. That's all we're good for. That is why Leopold Senghor could get up, the president of Senegal, and say, emotion is Negro, reason is Greek. So it is the white people who have reason, the white people who have science, and we are the nice people who have emotions. That's absolute rubbish. And we have to get away from that nonsense. Don't let any people be condescending to you and tell you what nice human beings you are. Human beings are human beings. There are nice and bad human beings. We have just as much right to the technological legacy of the world as any other people. And not because at any period that has been taken away from us, we assume that we are not a part of that. Look, I have been in the space program. I was flown in a military aircraft by the United States up to Cape Kennedy to witness the blast off of the space shuttle. You would be amazed how many blacks are responsible for that. Not the Challenger explosion. Because that was where the managers at Theological who wanted the damn thing to go up and meet the schedule even though they knew the seal was off. But let me tell you, when you meet those great scientists, when you meet people like Colonel Gregory, whom I met at Cape Kennedy, when you meet people like Major Gillum IV, who supervised the space program and brought that space shuttle from babyhood to blast off, when you meet scientists in our telecommunication industry, people like James West, critical developments in glass fiber light guides, critical developments in medicine, critical developments in space, even today, oppressed as we are, pushed aside as we are, when you realize how much blacks have given to the technology of the world, you are absolutely amazed. But you don't see that on the Africans. You have Masrui standing on a river, and he says, Africans never wanted to explore anything. They were not imperialistic. They didn't want to invade anybody, so they fished. They didn't go anywhere, they fished. And lots of black people say, oh, that's nice. They're nice people. That's how people, you are fooled. And all he has to do is to make a few remarks against the white people. And blacks think, oh, that's so liberal. That guy's attacking white people, so he must have something to say. That's easy stuff. White people would pay you to attack them so they could get their point over. You think they spend millions of dollars on those films and those books? You know, for the next generation or two, we're going to be affected by those films and those books. That's going to be the ruling thing. And when you challenge them, I'll challenge them. No, you can't challenge us. It's an African doing it. Always get the black man to do their dirty work. And then he seems so sophisticated and, oh yes, the Europeans did this and look, these lovely Africans and so, but he's really telling you, these are nice backward people. That's the major thing. They're nice backward people, and the Europeans mistreated them a bit, but basically it's the structure of their society and their kind of mentality and temperament that brought them to this pass. He tells you about colonialism only existed for 100 to 150 years, so the African can't blame this on colonialism. What on earth does he know about the history of Africa? What on earth? Look, he said he saw Diop every year, he said. Never once in any of his films does he mention Egypt as having black people in it. Masrui doesn't believe that. You hear any great civilization, you see any great African in that series? No. Always there is this concentration. And it's not only on the Greeks who were to form the basis and the groundwork for later European civilization. The Moors, that is the most important, one of the most important things, that the basis for the Industrial Revolution, which was laid in Europe, was laid because of the Moors. Because Europe, after the brilliance of Greece and Rome, some of which, as I said, was a borrowed brilliance, fell into a dark age. And then came Muhammad. And Muhammad, like Jesus, rose above the stupidity and blindness of his people. It's not the Arabs made Muhammad, it's Muhammad made the Arabs. It's not the Jews made Christ. Christ rose above the Jews. It is the Jews who ordered Christ to be killed. I'm not attacking Jews now, I'm just telling you a fact that Christ, because of his behavior, Jesus, I better call him Jesus the Christ, because Jesus challenged the high priest of the church. That is why the church saw to the crucifixion of Jesus. Jesus picked up the whip in the church and raced them out because he felt they had abominated the temple of God. He was a Jew, okay, but he transcended the blindness and the narrowness of the Jews of his time. He created a universal religion. The same thing is true of Muhammad. He was an Arab, but he transcended the warring tribes of the Arabs. Just like Christ, he was nearly killed by them. In fact, the years of the Muslims begin with the flight of the Hijrah, when Muhammad and his followers were nearly destroyed. But in his death, just as in the death of Christ, came a great crusade. And the Arabs ran into China, they ran into India, they ran into Africa, and there in Africa the most significant thing happened. They intermarried with African women, they converted certain Africans, and with the Africans they moved into Europe. The Africans and the Arabian types struck Europe in 711 AD, went up and took over Spain, parts of Portugal, small part of France, and there they built a new civilization. There lay the beginnings of the Industrial Revolution. For the major industries of Europe were there among the Moors. The first hot and cold water system in Europe was among the Moors. The first paved streets in Europe were done in Spain among the Moors. The first lighted streets in Europe were done among the Moors. The first air conditioning in Europe were done by the Moors. Even the gun was not invented by Europeans. The Russians have shown manuscripts, the Arabs using the gun, the fire stick against the Indians in early campaigns. The gun was brought into Europe. No genius, sudden flash of genius to the European. The gunpowder, they found that Africans had already created gunpowder in Egypt. They were using it for different purposes. They have found African gunpowder in West Africa. It was found by a Nigerian geophysicist. Chinese had gunpowder. All that was brought into Europe. Europe did not develop the chemistry of gunpowder. Even the ships, which were so critical to the movement of peoples across the Atlantic. Look at Columbus and Vespucci. What kinds of sails did they use? Arab Latin sails that were being used by Arabs and Africans on the Indian Ocean. Chinese report Africans bringing elephants to them in ships in the 13th century, 2 centuries before Columbus. The astrolabe was not developed in Europe. The compass was not developed in Europe. It is true that after the massive and continuous movement of the ships in this area out of the greed for gold, it is true that European hulls improved, European sails improved, other peoples were thrown into eclipse, the American and the African, and thus Europe gained the technological ascendancy. But the roots of that technology, the roots of many of its great mathematics, numbers, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, that's not European. That's Hindu, brought by the Moors into Europe. When the Europeans first saw numbers, Europeans didn't have numbers, you know. Greeks and Romans were using letters for numbers. Egyptians had ciphers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 are ciphers. They had other ciphers for those, but they didn't use letters, they had ciphers. Europeans didn't have ciphers. You know, take the Romans have X for 10, XI, 11, XI, XV, MC, CVM, and things like that. Letters they use for numbers, clumsy. And these numbers, when they were first introduced by Fibonacci, who had visited India, the Europeans wouldn't accept them. The church said numbers are works of the devil. That's the church in Europe. It was a capital offense in the 17th century to study advanced mathematics. Capital offense, you could be killed for it. It is not an accident that many of the few individual geniuses in Europe were crucified, sacrificed, imprisoned, killed. Socrates had to drink poison because they brought foreign doctrines, foreign science into Europe. So please understand this. Become aware of the profound legacy that has come out of the African world. You can make a connection with this. This is real. I am not being metaphysical. When I was in Africa, and I was there under the worst possible auspices, that was the beginning of my real life. It is as if I died there and started all over again. And I will never forget sitting in my room above the clouds in the Uluguru Mountains in Tanzania, just above the city, which was the lost city of Zimbabwe. And I felt power surge through me as it had never surged through before. It almost burst my circuits. I could work for 12 hours a day in that world without being tired. And I began there to write dictionaries to Swahili legal terms. It never mattered very much to me what I was actually doing because I don't even have the dictionary now. It's in specialist libraries in London, in Germany, in Tanzania, etc. I don't even know where it is. I know the immigration has a copy and Rutgers has a copy. Because I've gone on to do other things. But the important thing was to know that suddenly, like if lightning had burst in one's brain, that one was being fed. You felt the connection. You felt that something could come out like an umbilical cord that could link you to something that was there. It was like if some strange electricity had come from the ancient world to feed my circuits. That has never left me. The sense of energy, the sense of being able to move like a laser beam. The sense of being able to pull things to me that I wanted when I was doing, they came before Columbus. How do you think I developed that bibliography? There was no bibliography like that in the world. I would walk through libraries and stop in places and open books and there were things. It is as if you reached a certain point where you could pull to yourself the things that you needed. This is not metaphysics, it is real. We live in a world where we have lost ourselves. We live in a world where we have been broken and shattered for centuries. We live in a world where when we look around us, whether it's the films or whether it's in our books, we are always just pieces of ourselves thrown all over the place. In order to reconstruct our history, it was like looking at an aeroplane that had exploded in the middle of the sky. And I had to go and pick up all the little pieces to find the black box where we have found the black box. We know why we crashed, and we know where the pieces are. Let us put them together. Because in putting them together, we can take that shattered psyche and make it whole again. We can heal ourselves. We can redeem the living present through the so-called dead past. For the past is not dead. What happened 10,000 years ago or 10 minutes ago occupies the same time space in consciousness. We are one with that past. And we are one with the African people out of whom we have come out of that womb we have come. And we have to go forward into a new world, recreating ourselves as we go on, drawing from that power, that great history which is ours. Thank you.
Dr. Ivan Van Sertima, give him another round. All right, brothers and sisters, we're going to give Dr. Van Sertima an opportunity to catch his breath, and then we're going to go right into our question and answer period. But before we do,
we have to.
No, I don't have a background to preach. I am from Guyana.
Oh, really?
I am from your father, from Candipo House.
Oh, really?
Yes, I contribute and I want to see it.
You knew from?
Yeah, his father's story. I heard him yesterday and I was so glad I contribute to others. I don't know him, I don't want to preach.
Thank you.
I am in the first one that.
And I came here before and I did enjoy the program. My question is, what did black people have to do with Babylon as far as Christianity or the gods that I was worshipping down there? And the second question
No. Let me answer the first. You can only ask one because we only have 10 minutes. Okay. From what my understanding, Babylon was part of that Sumerian world. Okay. It's an early civilization which is roughly the same time of the early dynasties of Egypt. But in fact, though many people have tried to argue that it precedes Egyptian civilization, this has not yet been established. What we do know is that in the Sumerian world, okay, we have certain areas like Elam and Sumer where you have a dominant black presence. Babylon, however, is not of one race. Babylon involved Asiatic types as well, and it may even have involved some of the Caucasoid nomads of the period, because as we know, we have cultures in Europe very, very early, but we do not have civilization. Civilization is something that came much later with the Greeks. So that at the time of Babylon, you do not have any advanced European civilization. You have advanced African civilization, and you do also have outreaches up by the Asian. Okay, so that Babylon is a mixing and melting of things. Okay.
Yes, you said that Jesus Christ was a Jew. and those who crucified or went ahead with him being killed were Jews.
No, the Jews didn't crucify Christ. The Jews got the Romans to crucify Christ. Okay, the Romans were in charge of the world. The Jews could not do something like that because that would be against the law. It's only the government can crucify someone. But the point was that it wasn't, I'm not saying that the Jews as Jews crucified Christ, but the Christ antagonized Jesus the Christ, okay, because there are other Christ figures. Jesus antagonized the Jewish high priest. He antagonized the Jewish hierarchy of the time because he challenged some of their tenets. So that when Pontius Pilate said, look, we have these two men. I have tested Jesus and found him to be innocent. Here is Barabbas. Why don't you take Barabbas? And they say, no, we don't want Barabbas, we want Jesus. Okay, so that he had antagonized them. Yes.
But my question is, the Jews of who you refer to, did they look like the Jews that we see today?
No, but they weren't all black either. Because you see, in the Egyptian world, you have black Jews, because the Jews were not a race. Even today, they're not a race. Okay, though you have a predominance of European Jewry, okay, you have the predominant type among the Jews today is white. The predominant type among the Jews at that time were black. Okay, but you do have Jews who were not black. If you, for example, in the Pentateuch, you would find Abraham is white, he isn't black. His wife is black. Or no, Moses' wife is black, not Abraham's wife. You could see pictures of the early Egyptians against some of the Jewish patriarchs. And you could see the Jewish patriarchs are of a different color than some of those early Egyptians. So you do have black Jews, and you do have fair-skinned Jews, even in an early time. So because it was a sect, it wasn't a race, okay? So that you do have a dominance or predominance of black types among the Jews in a certain period. Yes.
Dr. Sertima, I enjoyed the lecture very much. I'd like for you to, very briefly, I've heard the term Moreno.
Moreno?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I don't know anything about it.
I'm trying to find the term that refers to the Moors. You mentioned the Moors in Spain, and could you briefly deal with what Fanon called the phenomenon of Negrophobia in what you would call the English and Spanish-speaking cultures, the Negrophobia?
No, that is one of the things that you have to get very clear in your head. The Moors today are not the Moors I'm talking about. Just like the Egyptians today are not the Egyptians we are talking about. The Moors have become a very mixed people. You could go in so-called Moorish countries and find very few blacks. Just like you could go in Egypt and find very few blacks among the dominant people. When Sadat said, I'm a black man and I'm the first true pharaoh in 2,000 years, he was making the distinction between himself and many other members of his cabinet. Well, Negrophobia, fear of the Negro, or hatred of the Negro, or contempt of the Negro, that's quite understandable. I don't think that needs a discussion. That grew out of the slave trade. And it became very advanced. Not in all contexts, in all history, do you have contempt of the black. That's not true. The black is worshipped in many contexts. Even in Europe, the black is worshipped. The god of chastity is a black woman. The god of wisdom is a black woman. The god of some of the greatest heroines, like Andromeda, is a black woman. Circe is a black woman. And Perseus, the Greek hero, marries the black Andromeda. So that you do not have, all through history, you do not have contempt or hatred of the black. Those are things that came afterwards. When they actually began, I don't know. There are some people who've attempted to answer that question, the origins of racism. But I do know that it isn't automatic. There's nothing automatic about it.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, okay.
Yes, I think you gave a good lecture today, Dr. Van Sertima. Thank you. My question is about language. You mentioned that in Africa there were many scripts, the Meroic, the Mandi.
Not many, half a dozen. There are only half a dozen in Europe too. There in Africa you have the Mande script, which we have evidence of still. We have the Meroitic script, of which we have about 800 and something texts, which are still awaiting decipherment. We have the hieroglyphic script, which we can establish clearly now is African, because we find the beginnings of it at Tacetti before it moves up into Egypt. We have the Akan script, both a drum script and a written script. We have the Afaka, which we find among the Surinamese, brought out of Africa. Europe only has about half a dozen scripts too. Europe has the Greek script, Europe has the Roman script, and some aspects of the Roman script is borrowed. Europe has the Phoenician script, and half of the Phoenician script is African influence. Europe has the Russian script. You don't have many other scripts in Europe.
My question is, how many scripts of cipher are there that existed in Africa?
I mean, how many ciphers?
Script, right.
We don't know.
Oh.
Cipher is not a script. Cipher is using something to represent a number. Okay, we don't know that. We don't even know how many scripts there are in Africa. That is still being studied. But we do know that the Africans, even at this point of discovering research, we do know the Africans had as many scripts as the Europeans.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, I just would like to say good evening to you. I'd like to ask you, is there an earlier recorded date before 4241 BC in which the Egyptians introduced the solar calendar?
Not the Egyptians, the Ethiopians.
The Ethiopians.
Yes, okay.
Is there an earlier recorded date before that, 4241 BC, in which they introduced that solar calendar?
We are assuming that it was then. And the reason why we assume that is because of the use of this 1460. We don't know that they actually recorded that date. But the assumption is that since they could go back and go forward, that is a sort of starting date at which they would make the count. Okay, but there are earlier dates, but we are not sure about them, you see, because the problem that is occurring is that a lot of carbon dating remains to be done. Okay, we are finding earlier things than we expect. Every year we are getting startled. We thought, for example, that man was only about 3 million years, and then last year we found that they have 5 million year old things in Africa. Then we thought that modern man was only about so many thousands of years old, and now we find modern man in Africa 100,000 years old. So you see, we're still finding things. The thing that is very encouraging is that every time we find something new, it consolidates, it proves the point. Okay, in other words, nothing is being found that breaks down the movement in that direction. Every time we find something, like we find pastoral arts, art of mining cattle in Africa earlier, much earlier than we thought, earlier even than Asia. We're finding agricultural settlements in Africa earlier than elsewhere in the world. So even though the dates keep changing as we find new things, they're going back rather than being more recent. Yes.
You said something about the modern man, the Homo sapien that was found in Africa.
Homo sapiens sapiens.
Is that also the Homo habilis?
No, I don't know about that. You see, they have all sorts of names, but let me suggest to you, stick to these names, okay? These are the official terms. At the beginning, there's Australopithecus. There are two Australopithecines, Australopithecus bossai, Australopithecus gracile. Then comes what they call Homo habilis, and there are lots and lots of names, but stick with that. Then comes Homo erectus, and then lots of names for that too. Then comes Neanderthal man. Then comes who is called Homo sapiens. Then comes Homo sapiens sapiens, which is us, all of us.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna have to cut it. Sorry about that, but Dr. Van Sertima has to leave. And we want to make sure.
Follow the African in all of these areas is because Africa is a shattered world, and its fragments are scattered all over this globe. It is therefore impossible to study Africa simply by looking at Africa itself. In fact, a lot of early Africa has disappeared and survives, in fact, in the life and civilization of other peoples. One is very much aware of this, for example, when one is in Brazil or in Haiti. I was in Brazil and in Haiti in 1981. In 1981, I was studying voodoo in Haiti, and I was particularly struck by the way in which various African elements that had entered voodoo had, as it were, dynamically intertwined with things that had happened in the New World, and yet it retained an African dimension. But no one in Africa itself, going into Dahomey, where Vodun originally originated, could actually study Vodun in all of its aspects without going to Haiti. The same thing I found in Brazil, that when I went into the temple of the great high priestess, black high priestess in Bahia, I was aware that there were Yoruba rituals in Brazil that preserved intact what had already been destroyed in Africa. So that in a world where a tremendous shattering has occurred, a cataclysm has occurred, a holocaust has occurred, a holocaust far more terrifying than the Jewish Holocaust, it is impossible to go back and find intact anywhere the cultural heritage of that world. You have got to go back through other places, other things, not only Africa itself. Hence the attempt to synthesize the African presence in the world by going through Europe, America, and Asia has been absolutely necessary. But this presents particular difficulty for any one person, because no one scholar can master all three continents. Asia is the one I am weakest in. I spent 10.5 years in Europe. I spent time in Africa. I spent a great part of my life in North and South America. I've spent now almost as much time in North America as in South America. Asia is the only place I have never visited. And that is very strange, because the radio in my country opens in the morning in Hindustani. I have lived in Hindu villages. Guyana is a very strange country, the land from which I come, because it's one of those few black-dominated countries in the world which has more Indians than Africans. 52% of my country is Indian, not American Indian, East Indians from Asia. And the curious thing was that the struggle we had at the beginning, and this is probably what led to my neglect of Asia, the struggle we had in the beginning, we fought very hard to weld the African and Indian population together, because it is only by that unity that we felt we could defeat the British. As a result of which, our party was composed of Africans and Indians. The Indian was the leader because the largest population was Indian. So our first prime minister was an Indian, Chedi Jagan. And later on, when a struggle developed in the party, Jagan lost, and Burnham, the black, became our prime minister and then president for life. At the moment, our prime minister is still black, and our cabinet is composed of Indians, that is Asians and Africans. So that the Asian element is something very important in my personal life. But because it was the reason why I was sent into exile, it is something that part of me has tried to forget. Because after the tremendous attempt to weld the Asiatics and the Africans in my country, an attempt that failed when the British eventually imprisoned most of us, we had a civil war in which Africans killed hundreds of Indians and Indians killed hundreds of Africans. And at that point, just before the breakout, I was in information services. I was very much aware of what was going to happen. I had my fingers on the nerve of the country. I knew exactly what was going to happen, and I knew that if I stayed, I would be killed. And as a result of that, I left home, and even though I have returned at odd times, I was really thrown into permanent exile because of this feud between the Asian and African. If only we knew our history, if only we knew how linked we were, not simply in the fact that we had a common enemy in the British, but if we only knew how profoundly the Asian and the African was linked, that kind of tragedy might have been averted. Because bear in mind that merely being black or being Indian doesn't mean that you have a sense of what it is to be black or what it is to be Asian. Our history, both the history of the Indian and the history of the African, was wiped out. Whenever you read the history of Africa, particularly when you go into these books, you will see what is sustained, almost desperate attempt to wipe out anything that is not European. This is all pervasive. In Asia, it is just as true as it is in Africa. In Asia, in fact, there has been a tremendous attempt to destroy the black. There are 100 million black people today in Asia. Most of you are not aware of that. 100 million blacks in Asia. And when I speak of Asia, it covers not only India, it goes into parts of Melanesia, it goes through the Pacific Islands, all of these places. And Asia covers a vast area. It covered the Mesopotamian world, the Euphrates Valley in early times. It covered a part of Ethiopia. It covered India, China, Japan, parts of Australia, etc. It is a vast world. Now, my expertise, as I say, has not been in Asia, but what I'm attempting to do tonight is to pull together the work of many authors. I have been extremely fortunate that in this one book I have been assisted by Runoko Rashidi. This is the only book that I have co-edited with anyone. And it is a tremendous eye-opener because we become aware of the profound influence of Africa on every aspect of world civilization. Not only in Europe, Egyptians impacting on the Greeks, the Moors, Arab and African Moors impacting upon Europe at a later time, but the profound influence on India. The reason for that is that we have to understand that man was born in Africa. Now that in itself is not significant because people have used that against Africans. In fact, when I was going to university, everybody that I met, all of my professors believed man was born in Africa, but they said to me, and it was said in all the books, that man was born in Africa, and that is why Africans are primitive. That when the primitive African moved out into Europe and Asia, he became civilized, whereas those poor guys who remained back in Africa, they regressed. So the fact that man was born in Africa didn't help. What we have discovered recently, however, and the strange thing is that not we, but our enemies have discovered it, is that not only the first man was born in Africa, but the last man. And within the last 3 years have come out tremendous statements, very shattering, earth-shattering, very revolutionary statements made by Oxford of all places, that they now have proof. As a result of the ability to study mitochondrial DNA in the blood, they now have proof that all man now living on the earth is murdered by one black woman. And that it's not just the first man, because there are 6 stages of man, but the last advanced man on earth was an African, and that the European, the Asiatic, and African are all anatomically African. They're only superficially pink or superficially brown or superficially having different hair textures, etc. But the brain of man on this planet and the organs of man on this planet are African. It's very important because that is a major distinction. It's not just a question of man born in Africa. Monkeys were born in Africa too. And that is in fact what people tell you when I was in university. So what? Okay, so that is very important to understand that, because real man as we know him today, appears in Africa about 150,000 years ago. Hominids, that is man-like creatures, appear 3.5 million years ago. But real man, modern man, with the brain case we have now, only appears about 140 to 200,000 years ago in Africa. Then he comes to Europe. There are no Europeans. Africans people Europe. They invade Europe. You can't call it an invasion because there was nobody there except apes. Okay, and Neanderthal man, which was another stage of African man, which was not yet fully developed. The final fully developed man, which we call the Grimaldi, entered Europe, they say about 55,000 years ago. And then undergoes a change which takes about 10,000 years in ice, when he begins to drop pigmentation and he begins to operate in the ice. first being an albino type and then stabilizing in the ice. Then the Asiatic is the result of a later migration, with migration from Africa nevertheless going into West Asia and spreading out, going up into China and Japan. You find, in fact, that this story will not only touch on India, it will also touch on China, it will touch on Arabia, and it will touch on one or two other places. The movement into Asia is tremendously important because we find that whenever we go back into Asian history, the great civilizations, the Indus Valley civilizations, are Africoid. Now, when they found these skeletons and skulls, there were all sorts of names for them. Let me give you a few of the names, because that is one of the things that was done in Egypt, that when they found the Egyptians, they said they were brown Mediterraneans. They created races for the Egyptians, when in fact, as Diop showed, if you were to take the skulls of the Egyptians and you were to measure it against the skulls in African graves, West or Central Africa, it's the same skulls. But because it was not classically Negroid, all of them, what they call the classical Negro, as Diop shows, there's a range of what we call the Negroid or the Africoid. Let's use the term Africoid. When they make this comparison, they are embarrassed. So they have Chatterjee and Kumar, two Indian archaeologists, discovered that the Indians, the early Indians, are the same as the Nubians 5,000 years ago. Well, nobody has any doubt of who the Nubians were 5,000 years ago. They were all black people. Look what the various anthropologists said. Sergi says, these are the same skulls, looking exactly like the Nubians 5,000 years, that they're Mediterranean. Bosch says they're Hamitic. Elliot Smith said they're Proto-Egyptian. Deere said they are Iranic. Fisher said they are Oriental. Lebzetzer said they are Nordoid. I never heard that one before. And Erstedt said they are Indidi, Eastern Mediterranean, or indeed. Now all of this because they cannot face the black, because they call themselves Indo-Aryan. Therefore, if the Indian has something to do with them, the black couldn't be in there too. I mean, that's a double embarrassment. It's enough to find the black pushing his head up into Europe, being father of the Caucasoid, and then you go to Asia where they were searching for man until yesterday, and then at the bottom, at the very ground floor of the race, you find another African. So you have, that's the search for name. They're finding all sorts of names to explain this. They can't say European because they know it's not European, so they have to find a name: Hamitic, Iranic, Nordoid, indeed, Mediterranean, Iranic, all sorts of things to escape that fact. Now, why is it important? It is important because you see, the early Africoid Asiatics in India had established an extraordinary civilization. It is known as the Indus Valley Civilization. We have found two of the great cities. They are almost twin cities, Harappa and Mohenjo-Daro. And those cities astonish us. We discover, for example, that although they are 4,000 years old, the cities are built with the same grid-like pattern as Manhattan. The streets are structured like Manhattan. They find also that most of the people lived in 2- and 3-story houses, and that they had these beautiful courtyards, gracious large rooms, and a great central courtyard, and their windows opened on this courtyard. And then they found something which was unknown in Europe until very, very much later. They all had baths with drains leading to central sewage system. They had something which I don't know anyone in this room had. They had trash chutes that would take the trash down through tunnels and send them out into the central sewage system. They had their own private wells. Every house had its own private wells for fresh water. They had shipping docks with sluice gates unknown in the world at that time. Sluice gates that they could, so that whether it was low tide or high tide, they could bring the ships in because they were involved in intensive and extensive trading. All of these things. And this they had for some time until a people, fair-skinned people, nomadic people, described by them as savage people, came in. These are the people who were to call themselves Aryans, and everywhere they conquered, they were to call it Area Vata, the land of the whites. Okay? And they attacked these people whom they call the Dasas, the Dasias or the Dasas, whom they described as dark, bull-lipped, and snub-nosed. Now, this battle went on for a long time because even though, and this is something that a lot of people don't seem to understand, they think that because a country or a nation or a people are defeated, it means a superior people has defeated them. That is not true. Genghis Khan was not superior to the people he defeated. Certainly not. Genghis Khan's vast hordes ranged wild, smashing everything before it. He was a barbarian. A barbarian is more likely to succeed than a civilized person, because a civilized person may pause. They may have a certain morality. They may wonder about whether they should kill or not kill. But if you're mad or barbaric, you pause at nothing. The most successful invaders are those who are savage. They don't even know what civilization is. The Persians, for example, on the Cambyses smashed everything, erased everything to the ground, all the statues, all the temples, all the palaces, all the beautiful things that were built were razed to the ground. Same way the Aryans went marching through, smashing everything. The slaughters were tremendous. They found the skeletons, masses of skeletons, butchered with their heads cut off and legs and arms. This is thousands of years later we have found these skeletons. So you can understand the kind of rage and savagery of these nomads sweeping across into India. Now, it was not only in these Indus Valley civilizations that you have the movement of the Great Black. The Great Black is also found in Mesopotamia. Now, Mesopotamia, which is referred to as Babylon, etc. in the Bible, is not a black place. It has a major black element. It has Asiatics, it has blacks. It may also have a few Europeans, but the black emerged there with great force, because we have evidence. For example, when we go to cities, there are, Mesopotamia has great cities. Sumer, Elam, Susa, etc. have very great cities. And when we go to these great cities, we have found evidence of a major black presence. Like, for example, the governor, Gudea. And by the way, you will see some slides at the end of this talk. I do not have them all, unfortunately. You must get the book. All the things I talk about here today, and all the pictures, not only the slides you see, but far more than those slides, are found in the book. But in Sumer, it was dominated by people who call themselves the Blackheads. Now listen to this. They call themselves the Blackheads. You know what the European historian said? The reason why they call themselves the Blackheads is because they had black hair. Now all the people had black hair. This was not a European country. You could go right across India, you could go right across China. Almost everybody has black hair. So why would somebody pick out that as a title? And then these people built a tremendous civilization there. We have this governor Gudea, who is extremely powerful. And we find that he was able to do extraordinary things there. He built a great city there. And then it was attacked eventually. The blacks were eventually attacked by the Aryans. Now this is the first meeting recorded between whites and blacks. This is what the blacks say of the whites at that stage. The Martu who know no grain, they're not cultivators yet. The Martu who know no house or town. the boors of the mountains. They are nomads. The Martu, who does not bend to cultivate the land, who eats raw meat, who has no house during his lifetime, who is not buried after his death. Because most of the Europeans did not bury because they were running from place to place. Africans, in fact, the Grimaldi were the first to introduce burial of humans in Europe. Because those before them, like the Neanderthals, who were not complete, and then the later nomadic tribes in Europe, they burnt things. They burnt, or they just threw it away, or they burnt the bodies, but they did not build graves. The Grimaldi were the first to build graves in Europe. Now this thrust of the Aryan was something that was fantastic, because the Indus Valley civilizations suffered such a tremendous blow, because the Europeans then introduced the caste system. A lot of people think the caste system was introduced by Indians, by indigenous Asiatics. No, the caste system was introduced by the Aryans. Aryans have their sacred texts. They introduced Sanskrit. They developed Sanskrit and they made sacred poems. And they decided that God had told them that man was divided into various castes. And those people who were white would be the top caste, the Brahmins, the fair-skinned ones, okay? And down the ladder that you go, you have, for example, let me give you the run through. There is the Brahmins, and then there's the Kshatriyas, the red ones, okay, the Kshatriyas, who probably Eurasian. And they are the warrior caste, and they also involve military and political administrators. Then under them come the Vaishyas. No, the Kshatriyas are warriors, the Vaishyas are military and political administrators. Then come the blacks, the Sudras. And then below the blacks come the untouchables. The untouchables are those who are mixed breeds. Mixed breeds are considered to be the lowest. Like if somebody who is a Brahmin sleeps with a Sudra, produces an untouchable, because you're not supposed to mix races and bloods, okay? Now, could you understand what a terrible thing happened to the untouchable? Let me read to you something about the untouchable that is really quite extraordinary, what was done to people who were considered to be untouchables. The life of the Indian untouchable was full of misery and impoverishment. Food and drink, if seen by them, were not to be taken. Generally, they lived in settlements on the outskirts of villages and towns. In certain periods in Indian history, outcasts or untouchables were not allowed to enter the community at night. In other periods, they were not even allowed to enter in daylight. Indeed, the outcast's very shadow was considered polluting. Outcasts were required to attach a broom to their backs so as to erase any evidence of their presence as they walked. Can you imagine that? They had to clean the place where they walked with a broom. A cup was tied around their necks to capture any spit that might escape their lips. The sole untouchable possessions consisted of dogs and donkeys. Their meals were consumed from broken dishes. Their clothing was taken from corpses. The principal functions of the outcasts included street sweeping, the removal of dead animals and human corpses, and the cleanup of cremation grounds, all of which was regarded as impure. Now, Rashidi, who co-edited this book with me, went to India and headed a conference with the untouchables. The untouchables, by the way, in India, find great strength from us. They associate themselves with us. They cried to us. Raj Shekhar, who is in this book, talked about the terrible plight of the untouchables in India. He says it is worse than South Africa. Of course, one of the things that I must point out, I have not been to modern India, as I say. Well, I must point out, though, that Gandhi made a tremendous effort to redeem this. So did Nehru. So that with respect to education, for example, They made places for untouchables to make up for the tremendous injustice that had been done to them in the way they make quotas for blacks here in this country. Now, however, one of the things that helped more than anything else is the emergence of extraordinary men who fought for the untouchables. One of such men was Buddha. Buddha belonged to a black sect in India. All the pictures, all the great early pictures of Buddha are of black. In Greece, he looks like a Greek because the Greeks made things look the way they wanted them to look. Just as in later days, people were to make Christ look the way they wanted him to look. But Buddha attracted a great number of people because of his revolt and rebellion against the social order. I want you to note that, because people do not become prophets merely because they jump up and say things. Anybody could say anything. The easiest thing to say is a platitude, a religious platitude. That is not what makes prophets. Prophets are people who are deeply involved with the people. Jesus was. Whether we believe in him or not, or whether we part of the Christian faith or not, that is a man who, like Buddha, risked his life on the line. He did not play. He wasn't just talking, and many attempts were made to get him because they actually wanted him killed, not simply imprisoned but killed. That is why they sent people out asking questions like, Master, if Caesar says we must pay taxes, should we pay taxes? Now, if Jesus had said, no, don't pay Caesar taxes, that he would have been executed. And at the same time, if he said, pay Caesar taxes, a lot of people would go away and say, look, we thought this was the Messiah, he was coming to help poor people, and he's telling us, pay the taxes. So Jesus said very cleverly, give unto Caesar the things that are Caesar's, and unto God the things that are God. Everywhere they tried to trap him, he would spin out of their grasp until finally, when he had already completed what he thought was his mission, eventually they closed in on him. And even then, it was difficult because the Romans, the whites, who didn't know what all this fuss was about because they wondered what this strange man was about. Christianity had not yet come to Europe. They did not know what was going on. All they knew was that, look, I am Pontius Pilate, I'm in charge of this region, and I don't want any great fuss with the Jews because these Jews seem to be controlling a great part of the population. Let me compromise with them. But why do you want to kill this man? And when Pontius Pilate examined Jesus, he said, look, I have found this man innocent. Here is Barabbas. And the Jews said, no, we don't want Barabbas. We want Jesus. And eventually he was executed. The same thing occurred in many contexts. You have these extraordinary figures. And one of the most extraordinary things in the world is that these figures occurred 600 years apart. Exactly 600 years apart. Krishna, the black Christ in Asia, and you will see his black figure here in this book. Krishna, who is known as the Black Christ in India, appeared in 1200 BC. Jesus does not appear until 1200 years later. Buddha appears 600 years exactly after Krishna. And Christ appears, Jesus, the Christ, appears exactly 600 years after Buddha. Now, the curious thing is that with respect to Buddha, apart from the fact that he was born from a virgin, they say, and the name of the virgin was Maya, which is close to Mary. But Krishna is extraordinary. Listen to this. Krishna has parallels with Jesus, which are really quite extraordinary. Krishna, for example, was born of a virgin. Krishna, when he was being born, his father was paying taxes in the city, exactly what Joseph was doing when Jesus was born. When Krishna was born, they said there was a light in the heavens. Some star became very bright. The same thing happened in the time of Jesus. When Krishna died, he was 33. Jesus died at 33. Krishna grew up in a village called Mathura. Jesus grew up in a village in Egypt called Mataria. When Krishna was about to be born, an angel announced his coming. When Jesus was about to be born, an angel announced his coming. You have all of these incredible parallels. Now, some people have seen that, like John Jackson, who mentioned some of these parallels as evidence that Jesus did not exist. It is just the old story told again. Jesus did exist. There is a very great ground for the historicity of Jesus. What you're having here, what is happening here, is that on the historical figures, people invest various things. They place myth upon the historical figure. Also, if you really believe that there is such a thing as a supernatural appearance or supernatural presence in man, now some of us believe that and some of us don't, okay, then there is no mystery, because why shouldn't he come back again in different places? Why should he go to one place? Why shouldn't he appear in other places in other forms? But I don't want to take that line, because as a scholar I can't. I have to take the line that the evidence before us shows that you're dealing with the real man in Jesus, because even though there are duplicatable dramas in the life, his sayings are not duplicatable. Jesus has an individual lightning. He says things that have never been said before in that way, and enters the world in circumstances and goes through various intrigues with a body of people. And this is recorded so well by so many people, even in the Dead Sea Scrolls, that you cannot be dealing with a pure fiction. It is not possible, because it's not just the mythological elements which could have been planted later, but you have the real nitty-gritty life, day-to-day life, friends, disciples, people, statements, sayings, actions, which are not duplicated by Krishna or anyone else. So that even though there may be a spirit at work in the world that may take on certain forms that have duplicatable elements, you are dealing still, therefore, with a very real man. Now, the extraordinary thing, as I say, is that these men appear always among the poor, always among those who are beaten down, always among those who are oppressed. It is as if the spirit, the brightest light of the human spirit only appears in the darkness of the world. Okay, that is something that should give one hope, because it is when one is truly oppressed that the light burns. It does not burn in absolute brightness. If it did, we would not even see it. The presence of these figures, Buddha, for example, you can find Buddhas with the broad nose, the full lips, and the texture of hair of the African right across the world, in Vietnam, in Cambodia, in many islands of the Pacific, in India, in China, etc. The blacks have been to China too, and one of the most extraordinary stories about China is that the first emperor of China, listen to this, this is as early as 2,953 years before Christ. This is about nearly 5,000 years ago. The first emperor of China is recorded as a man with dark skin and woolly hair. His name is Fu Hsi, Fu-HSI. He reigns from 2953 to 2838 BC. He is considered to be a divine black in China. You rarely hear about that. He was not just the only major black. There's a whole dynasty of Chinese that are black. It's known as the Shang dynasty. Okay, and they're actually called Na-Ki. Na means black in Chinese, and Ki means man. Na-Ki, black man. The Shang dynasty, a line of very great kings in China, are all black. They are recorded, it's 1786 or 1766 rather to 1110 years before Christ, which is going back close to 4,000 years. And they were also referred to by the Chu who conquered them as very black men. Okay, so that you have this black element which still survived, even though other elements came in, like for example the black underwent changes in China, the epicantic fold, etc. The original people of the world in different ecological zones underwent different kinds of superficial changes. But you have this survival of the black in various places. In China, for example, one of the things, and it's unfortunate we don't have that slide with us here, but it's in the book, you will find karate in Egypt. It is carved out on temples in Egypt. A man called Kalindi Ai has done a lot of work on this, showing the postures, the holds, the throws, which later appear in some of the Chinese and Japanese forms of combat. He shows this among the Egyptians. Now, we do not know to what extent, without a comparative combat technique, whether these are independent systems or whether the one influenced the other, whether the Egyptian may have influenced the Chinese. We cannot say that with certainty. But we do know that the Egyptians, like the Chinese, had looked closely at animals, how they fought, and how they could fight without weapons, which only man has, and that how they were able to transform this into an art of self-defense even when one did not have weapons. We've also followed the black in Arabia, and that is one of the most extraordinary stories. Today, unfortunately, you have many of the Arabs who in Egypt and some other places who may speak of their brotherhood with blacks, but who would not like to be associated with a black ancestry. I found this when my wife and I were in Egypt this summer. I was aware of that before I went to Egypt, of course, because all my reading showed me that, and I remembered some years ago when Sheikh Anta Diop, the late Sheikh Anta Diop, and I were talking to the Egyptians over the telephone, trying to push them into pressuring the British to give them back the splinters of the Sphinx nose. They don't want to do that, and I hope that they don't do it by themselves, because that nose is going to look real funny when they're finished with it. I don't know how they're going to get around that, because the structure of the face makes it difficult for them to reconstruct that with a falsehood without altering some other part. We found that in America, for example, where they altered a stela that was standing there with full lips and a certain texture of hair, and the nose had been slightly broken, and they recarved a straight nose, aquiline nose, and it didn't go along with the lip, so they cut the lip. We saw that also, some of you seen on television, where they go down into some of the tombs and temples and they're repainting things. They're putting on paint to make it look a little fairer, saying they're reconstructing things. I saw recently a Life magazine having the Egyptian. Now, since they found so many dark Egyptians, what they do is they darken the face, but they put an aquiline nose, and when you see the hair, that is so interesting. When you see the hair, when the picture is close up, you see it's African hair. But when it's a figure in the background, you see that it's a Bauderic thing, or somebody making up their hair in a certain way. When we were in Egypt, my wife and I, we were photographing the wigs. Now that is a very telling thing. There's two things that takes you right through the falsehood: hair and skin. And Africans are the only people who have preserved in mummification their hair and skin for thousands of years. You can still take off, in spite of the fact that they destroyed thousands of mummies, you can still take off the bandage and see black faces. We have Anutawi, for example, an African woman who died 4,000 years ago. You can see her teeth. You can see the covers on her eyes, I thought for a moment that one of her eyes were open, but you could at least see the covers on her eyes, and the balls are full against the eyes. You can see the skin, you can see the hair. It looked like if she died yesterday. And the hair, the wigs, we were photographing the wigs for more than half an hour because these wigs are so clearly African. And this gentleman walked up to me, Arab, walked into me almost. Do you have a permit for your camera? And I said, of course. May I see it, please? I showed it to him. And is she using a video camera? Pointing to my wife, I said, first of all, if she was, she would have a permit for it. And secondly, she is not. May I see her camera, please? So we showed him the camera. He went looking at it, and then he gave it back. I'm sorry, I just want you to know I'm the curator of the Cairo Museum. And I almost shouted, big deal! Because he was disturbed for two reasons. One, he knows that when people pay that close attention, they're not fools. And secondly, he has not catalogued in the Cairo Museum catalog those wigs. It's not in the catalog. It's under the title something about the lion's mane or some nonsense like that. It is absurd that these and the mummies, the other telling piece of evidence, we can't see the mummies. They said Sadat, and we can't ask Sadat because he's not wrong. That Sadat said that it's humiliating to watch these mummies. It's disgraceful to watch these dead people, and also their germs. Imagine germs coming thousands of years ago to hit us. Now I say this because I want you to be aware the same thing is happening in relation to ancient India. And it was very refreshing for Rashidi to meet Ratshakar and the Untouchables. Do you know what they named themselves? Dalit Panther. Because of their memory of the Panther Party. They look, you do not know how many people look to us here. That's why we have a tremendous responsibility. You do not know how many Africans, West Indians, and Indians look to blacks in America for leadership. We would not have our Prime Minister, we would not have had our break against the British were not our Prime Minister educated in this country, politicized. The breakthrough in Ghana would not have occurred if Nkrumah had not come here. When I came here, I was still using the word Negro. I didn't even suspect it had a social connotation that was disgraceful or humiliating. Because in spite of our revolutionary trend, our final education was here. And it had to do with the spirit of the people here. So do not misunderstand the importance of that struggle. It's not just here in America that struggle has significance. When you sit in Africa far away, especially in Southern Africa, but even in West Africa, people are hoping that something happens here. Wherever I went in the world, for example, within the past year, even in Egypt, people would come up to you and say, what is Jesse doing? That's in Egypt. They are absolutely fascinated. They want it because that struggle is theirs too. They know that if that black image changes, it changes them. And I say it's tragic that my people, the Indians and the Africans in my country, could not see that common thread that bound them before the attack of the Aryans. That attack was to make a tremendous difference because it did introduce, as Ratshakar says, it did introduce the caste system, and it made it binding because they said it was religious. God came and told them that they should cut society into these castes. The Untouchables As I say, there's been some improvement, at least that's what I was told in the time of Gandhi and Nehru, but Rajshekar says that improvement is not enough. They're still within a trap. Now we go to Arabia, and that is what brought me into the question of Egypt. Early Arabia was completely black. This is because the Arabian thing is tremendously significant. The Arabian world, for example, produced two scripts. It produced the Himyaritic script, it produced the Arabic script. As Drusilla Dungy Houston, who wrote the book on Ethiopians, she has pointed to the fact that the Himyaritic script was created by the Africans in that early Arabia. And Abul Aswan, note this, Abul Aswan is recorded in the diaries of Ibn Khalikan, page 662, that he, the African, invented the Arabic script. So that early Arabic language and its later script was influenced by the African. And it is true that, like with the Jews, though originally largely African, you have the Semitization, people coming in from Asiatic world and transforming Arabia, so that by the time of Muhammad, only 10% of Arabia was black. Now, some people have claimed, like Uthman Amir ibn Bihar al-Jahazi, that Muhammad was of African lineage. I have no proof of that. What we do know is that his right-hand man, Bilal, was an African, and he is known as the third pillar of the faith. It is very important because most of the great religions, all in fact, Buddha, Buddhism, Christianity, Islam, even Judaism has its roots in Africa. It's very important to note that, because even though the Arabs, as I say, were later to become Semitized, they were still close enough to the African that in later times, like in the times of the Moors, they merged with the African. And in spite of the prejudice that exists among some of them, it must be pointed out that they, although they have been accused of savage slavery, and there are many incidents of this, sometimes what is regarded as slavery is far different from the slavery in Anglo-American context. Because Graham Irwin, a professor on Asia, has pointed out that they had a custom, many Muslims had a custom of calling a person a slave if they were foreigners serving them. For example, they would invite a foreigner to become a general in the army because they may be afraid that their own people might revolt against them, so they want their people to be under a foreigner. He would be called a slave, although he's the general of the army. The palace guard, the most trusted people around a king, would usually be black. They would be called slaves. The major administrative posts, sometimes as high as Secretary of the State, in one case the Prime Minister, he was called a slave, but he was in charge. Well, I don't mind being called a slave if I'm in charge. You found caliphs of Baghdad, black caliphs of Baghdad. So in spite of all that may be said about the Arab, I do not know of any European instance where the caliph who's in head is black. So obviously there was a different kind of system and a different kind of approach. You find, for example, the Mughals of India, who made the cities admirals. They were put in charge of the ocean. These are black people. They were so respected for their seafaring skills, the cities, that they were made admirals of the Indian Ocean. And the caliph, imagine caliphs, there were at least 2 caliphs of Baghdad, which is a central thing in the Muslim world, were black. And you have this opening, this fluidity within the so-called slave system for people to emerge who become tremendously important. One of these people is Malik Ambar. Malik Ambar was a slave. He came to India as a slave. Eventually, he got his freedom because his master was so impressed by his ability. He built his own army. He started out as a great trader. Eventually, he became the power behind the throne. As powerful as the Prime Minister himself, he actually sent his own African ambassador to Arabia, to the courts of Arabia. He encouraged manufactures, he built canals, he built mosques, he developed a postal service, and he was able to support poets and scholars from the treasury. That was the remarkable thing about him, and he had the air of the most powerful people in India. Also, he developed a land policy that allowed for both private and public ownership. This is the kind of extraordinary types of people who emerge. In China, one of the emperors and a whole dynasty of kings, black. In Japan, where they pointed out that in order to be truly brave, there's a particular sect in Japan, and in order to belong to that select sect, you must have black blood. In India, among the Mughals, you find this. In China, we have found several black noblemen who are major figures in the early Chinese court. We've also found some extraordinary blacks in Russia, which cannot be accounted for. Like, for example, there's a major figure which you will see in one of the slides that are found in Russia. In Arabia, we find the greatest hero of Arabia is a man called Antar. He was a great poet and a great adventurer. He became a legend in Arabia, and is seen in many of the tales. This is a black African. You find also the black in Sumer and Elam. This is very important because these were major Mesopotamian dynasties. These were major city-states in Mesopotamia. In Elam, for example, the archaeologist Dula Foy discovered that when they went, although they thought it was purely Asiatic or Euro-Asian, when they went down and they dug up, they found the friezes with totally black faces with African features. They found shows that where the tops were broken or smashed, they found the feet were black. So that wherever you go, they have found this figure. Now, the change that this could bring about is something that I want to dwell on. I have been really speaking in the last 3 lectures of the 3 areas that have to be explored: Europe, America, Asia. And I want to close by pulling some of these things together. In Europe, we talked about the Egyptians. We cannot go over again evidence to establish the blackness of the Egyptians. The evidence is overwhelming. The early Egyptians, the early Egyptians, the Egyptians of the pyramids, the Egyptians who were to have such a profound impact on Greece. European civilization in the early stages, particularly the Greeks, could not have become what it became without the impact of the black. And it didn't stop there. It was to have, the blacks were to have an enormous impact along with the Arabs or Arabian type in Europe of the Moors. Those 4 Muslim dynasties, that's why Muslims are hated so much by the Europeans. Because those Muslim dynasties, the Almoravid and Almohade and Abbasid and the Umayyad dynasties, those dynasties left a tremendous mark on Europe. They introduced the blacks, and the Arabs introduced windmills into Europe. They introduced silk industry into Europe. They introduced the cotton industry into Europe. They introduced strawberries and lemons and grapes and all sorts of exotic fruit into Europe. They introduced air conditioning into Europe, perfumed air conditioning. They were the first paved streets in Europe were paved by the Moors. The first streets lighted in Europe were lighted by the Moors. They introduced trigonometry into Europe, just as earlier the Egyptians introduced geometry into Europe. They introduced algebra into Europe. They introduced optics into Europe. The first experiments with eyeglasses and experiments that were to lead to the camera were introduced by the blacks and the Arabs in Europe. And out here in America, long, long before slavery, blacks were here. I was called to Congress last year, and that was quite a surprise to me, because I thought that all my enemies had pounded at me long enough for me to have vanished from consideration. But I got this letter, first a phone call that they wanted me to appear before Congress, a congressional committee, because 1992 would be the quincentenary of Columbus's discovery of America. And they wanted to know what I had to say about that. They wanted to give me the democratic right to discuss this matter. And one of the reasons was that they wanted to look very closely at what this Christopher Columbus Quincentenary Committee was doing. So the congressional committee that called me was the one that was overseeing the finances they would give out to this Christopher Columbus Quincentenary Committee, and how they could advise them or restrict them. So I was called to give this talk, and I remember coming into that chamber, and of course everybody had prepared speeches. There are very few people who speak like me. You just get up and you talk. Everybody has their little piece of paper and they're reading it. Cliche after cliche after cliche, nothing jumping out of themselves. It's all well prepared and beautifully typed up. And I remember this gentleman in particular, he had a nice little page in his hand. He even had it well in a beautiful little file. And he came up to me and he said, I hear that you believe that there were Africans in America before Columbus. I said, yes, I not only believe it, I could prove it. You're not serious, are you? And I said, I'm dead serious. I'm more serious than you are. And he went back to his seat, because I certainly looked at him with a very stern face, so there was no need for further conversation. So he went back to his seat, and then after I was allowed 15 minutes. Well, you know, I can't talk in 15 minutes about something, but I spoke for half an hour. Nobody stopped me. And when I was finished, the chairman said that in the light of this, I was asked a number of questions. I was asked, for example, about the Caribbean. Should the celebrations just restrict itself to this one island where Columbus said he had landed first? And there was a discussion about that. And then there was a discussion about the fact that my speech aroused suspicions about the commission. So they asked them, how many blacks are on this commission that is celebrating this marvel? No blacks. How many Native Americans? No native. Could you imagine that? The Native American created the country. The blacks were dragged here to build it. And they're going to celebrate America, the discovery of America, and there are no blacks and Native Americans on their commission. Well, that really put them on a hot spot. And then the chairman went forward and said, in the light of this testimony, it is quite clear that there were people who visited the Native Americans before Columbus, and we should not refer to this as a discovery, but merely as a voyage of exploration, as a contact. Okay, I saw later on a certain gentleman in the New York Times at the front page saying, perhaps Columbus was not the first to come to America, but he was the first to go back and give a press conference. Well, I'm glad at least I could reduce them to that triviality. Now, those of you who are interested in that, by the way, there's a special tape, Van Sertima Before Congress. It's recorded. The whole session, not just my speech, but the whole congressional session is recorded, and it's available tonight. But the American thing is very significant because we have come here and we have lived here for centuries believing that our history begins in 1492. That's an awful burden. I know when I was in England, I heard my friends telling me, we have to face it, Van, we have to start from scratch. Could you imagine that? We, with all this history, have to start from scratch? But they really believe that there is no real internal power. There is no dimension to us if we believe we have to start from scratch. This history is what gives us a power, a spiritual power. There is nothing more important than that. When all the chips are down, there are certain people in the world who had nothing but the spiritual power, the belief in self, and they were able to transform great tragedy because of that. That history gives us that. And the reason why we seek it out in Europe, out in Asia, out in America, is because we are a shattered diamond. Our pieces are all over the place. And we can never feel whole again. We can never feel a sense of completeness and wholeness again until we can pull all of these threads and strands together. That is our mission. That is our hope. That is the great dream of our life. That we will one day be able, through this history, through this knowledge of history, through this immersion in history, to bring back the African in us out from the exploded fragments into a sense of a new nucleus. That new nucleus can lead to the birth of a different kind of man and a different kind of world. Thank you very much.
Okay, brothers and sisters, Dr. Ivan Van Sertima. Before you, Dr. Van Sertima has agreed to answer some question and answers for about 5 minutes. But before we get into that, I want to remind you that if you are eating or in your place, just do us a favor and pick up your refuse on your way out, and there's a garbage pail back there, or just take it to the back table. Remind you about next week, our tribute to our black veterans. Remind you to keep in mind the many things that Reverend Dorchy told you about the plans that we have for 89. And especially I want to remind the brothers, we're not excluding the sisters, but this is something that we have put together for the brothers. We call it a unity breakfast. And we furnish the breakfast. Good old down-home breakfast. Now, those of you who don't know what a good old down-home breakfast is, let me tell you. You know, biscuits, grits, and for those of you who eat meat, sausages. Those of you who like the pig, might have a little bacon, but we'll have some beef patties, and we're going to do the cooking, and we'll have it down here, and we're looking to have a guest speaker. This is a means that we have started before. This is a means for us, the brothers, to get together, to sit down, and put our minds together to see what we can do to help each other to build a nation within a nation. Every other ethnic group has its support system. When you go across the Brooklyn Bridge, you see Chinatown. And if you go to the right, you're in Little Italy. And if you go up a little further on the east side, it's Irish section and the German section, and etc. and etc. If we were attacked or if people came after, they're coming after us in ones. But what happens if they come at us in bunches? What do we do and where do we go? But we need to sit down and talk about some economics. The economics that Marcus Garvey spoke about. The economics that Malcolm spoke about. And I believe the integration that Dr. King was talking about was not about us leaving our communities, but that we had the right to go where we wanted to, but to build our own institutions, our own places of business, put our own brothers to work, our children to work. Right now, our universities are training our young people in black universities to work for Fortune 500. There's nothing being said about going out to business yourself. Most of us who work here or here work make millions of dollars a year for the corporations that we work for. Why can't we do that for ourselves? So we're asking you, the brothers, we'll give you the date. It's going to be in February, but I'm letting you know now. And we're asking each brother to bring at least one young brother, any age, from a toddler on up. And let us sit down and let's start talking real business. Let's not talk about what should be done, but let's talk about what we can do together. It can be done, it must be done, and we here at APCO, the brotherhood of this church, the House of the Lord Church, the leader of this church, Reverend Daughtry, the sisters of this church, we are determined that 89 is going to be a year that the brother stands up. Like Rosa Parks, when she sat down, the movement got up. We need to do the same thing, and we can do it. I thank you. Now we're going to ask that you do questions, but please, we've had a lecture. This is the lecture. You know, and he comes and honorarium, and this is his business. You know, if you're not a musician, you're not going to get on the stand with Count Basie's orchestra. So just ask the question and do not make any statements, please. Anyone that has a question, just please stand where you're at. And I'm sorry we don't have the extra mic tonight, and just kind of throw your voice out with the question. Brother back here.
I don't think the Arab problem is as great as the problem in South Africa. All peoples in the world are prejudiced against Africans. That is quite understandable, because even we have been trained to be prejudiced against Africans. Until the knowledge, okay, you see, that is the thing that you must bear in mind, okay. For example, it is Arabs who invited me to join UNESCO in order to help rewrite African history. Don't misunderstand, therefore, what this means. You cannot wipe out within a generation or two prejudice in the world, because wherever you go, that prejudice exists. It's a matter of degree. The Arabs are prepared, just as Malcolm X discovered, that in spite of the fact that some of them may hold on to this prejudice, they are prepared to work with Africans. Some of them are even prepared, under new circumstances, to actually give money to African states out of their oil fields. The Arab world at the moment is in a tremendous mess, as you know. There's big fighting between brother and brother. So that my talking about the prejudice that exists in the modern Egyptian and not wanting to be black, that is not a serious, okay, because all of that guy was doing was strutting around. He couldn't strike me. He couldn't do me anything. In fact, I could do him more damage than he could do me. But if I were in South Africa and that guy came up to me, that would have been it. Okay, so that don't exaggerate the things. It's not the same thing. We have friends, or rather we have people we can turn into friends. Okay, so that even though that prejudice exists, it's not on the same level. You see, prejudice may exist on a certain level, but it may not be translated into a powerful stick and gun as it is in South Africa. You know, there you have a very serious, painful thing. So it's still the central thing in the world. We don't have any more quarrel with the Arabs than with any other people, so that in certain circumstances the Arab will bend. Some of them may contain their prejudices, because you see the Arab world is confused. It is not one world. Like, for example, Muhammad had to caution certain Arabs against discriminating against blacks, but the Arabs discriminated more against whites than blacks. The first people the Arabs enslaved were the whites. Okay, the Arab got into the slave. That's why the word slave is SLA, Slav. Okay, it is a European word. It's not an African word. The Arabs, for example, took thousands of European women and turned them into slaves. Okay, so that you have to understand that. And when they came into Africa, the first thing they did was to marry African women. They didn't have that prejudice in the same way. So these are fluid situations. They can go any way. It is up to us to give them a certain direction. When Malcolm X went to the Arab world, they worshipped him. Many of them, they were willing to open palaces to him. I mean, many of the kings and big powers opened their doors to him. Whatever kind of prejudice some of them may have had, that didn't stop them from doing that. You think Malcolm X could walk into South Africa and they open a door? They would shoot him down. So that is why I warn you that, I mean, even though these things exist, they exist at different levels. Okay. Yes? Go ahead. I don't follow. What are you asking?
I'm asking, like, all over the world, throughout the most recent history, we have participated in language colonization.
Language, linguistic, yeah.
So we have to find ourselves out of position.
Yeah.
We participated in the cause of South Africa, apartheid. We're going to call it the fascist government of South Africa. We call it apartheid. But the invaders.
I don't think that changing the words around are going to make much difference. You see, while that may affect some people, the vast numbers of people don't really care what the thing is called. If something is racist, it doesn't matter whether it is fascist racist or racist fascist, okay? Words mean a lot, yes, but after a while something is so evil, it doesn't really matter what you call it. Okay, whether you call this a democracy, that's a linguistic falsification. Okay, if you want to call it so, but what does it matter? I mean, you know what you're fighting, you know the horror that is South Africa. It doesn't really matter, therefore, if you change the word from apartheid to facets, it would not make the slightest difference. We're not going to go to the barricades any faster. We're not going to help the South African anymore. We're not going to get more intensely involved in the struggle. All of us are aware that we are dealing with a great evil in South Africa. It is the greatest evil in the modern world. So I don't think that if we escape from a linguistic plan, imagine us sitting down now and planning sessions for the next few years, finding what word to call it, and to get all of us to agree when we could use all of that energy fighting it, not only there but even among ourselves. Okay, I don't disagree with the linguistic problem, but it doesn't help. It uses up energy. Yes.
I was doing some research about Asia, and I wonder if you was aware of the Tacites who had the Roman dynasty in Babylon.
The Kassites.
Tacites, I would say, and they were related as far as in the territory in Mesopotamia to Colossians in Russia.
Colchians, yeah.
I was wondering if you was aware that the Tacites were a Black dynasty as well. About the Sumerians, and the philology, the origin of the language, they can't trace it to anybody else, but most particularly to the Bantu language, and most particularly the Zulu language. I was wondering if you was aware of that.
Yeah, that is very new. You should write a note about it and show your sources. That is very new. We know that the Sumerian language is considered still to be a Semitic type language. If you can show valid sources to show that it is related to Bantu, you would have made a significant contribution. I've never heard of that. No. Okay. Yeah.
My question in reference to an article that appeared in the Science Times section of the New York Times on November 8, 1988. And the title is Scholars Track the Alphabet with New Precision. And the article discusses the symposium held at the Institute of Semitic Studies at Princeton, New Jersey. And they talk about the origin of the modern alphabet from the Phoenicians. And to quote a few lines in the article, it says that Herodotus, the Greek historian of the 5th century BC, wrote that the knowledge of writing was brought to Greece by the Phoenicians by a legendary person known as Cadmus. And the one comment in the article that kind of struck me was how they said that the ancient Egyptians began using symbols for sounds, and most of its shapes adapted later for the Phoenicians, and the Greek alphabet evolved from hieroglyphics, so they're giving us some credit. But the Egyptians mixed ideas and pictures and words spelled out with sounds and symbols, and they never made the jump to an alphabet. And they kind of emphasized that the Egyptians never made a jump to an alphabet. What's your comment on this?
Okay, now it is very important to understand who the Phoenicians are. Okay, the Phoenicians initially, according to Diop, were black. Later they became Semitized, so that you have both black Phoenicians as well as mixed Phoenicians. The role of the Phoenicians, you see, 50% of the export-import trade of the Egyptians were by Phoenicians, who were they were not a race of people. There were all sorts of people who were involved in trade, in navigation particularly. And you find that everything that the Egyptians did, the Phoenicians would carry it to other people. If the Egyptians decided to use purple as the color of royalty, the Phoenicians carried it down the Mediterranean. If the Phoenicians decided to use this symbol for a head, the Phoenicians carried it down the Mediterranean. If the Phoenicians built a new warship, the Phoenicians would study the warship and they would make slight innovation and they would carry it down the Mediterranean. If the Egyptians decided to wear a shoe with a little hoop up at the top, the Phoenicians would take the shoe down the Mediterranean. The Phoenicians therefore were carriers, as they say. They were carriers. Okay, so that the hieroglyphs were carried by the Phoenicians, and as they entered other places, people started to play around with them. So that you get the development of an alphabet, because you see the hieroglyphics, even though part of it is alphabetical, part of it is pictorial. Okay, so that you have a later development into alphabet where you could squeeze it down into very few symbols. Okay, the Japanese, for example, are far behind us in that. That has nothing to do with intelligence, because nobody could question Japanese intelligence, but the Japanese have an alphabet that would literally blow you away. It would take months to learn their alphabet because it doesn't have 26 signs. It has hundreds and hundreds of signs. So that you can have signs and symbols, part of which are pictorial, before eventually you have that kind of alphabetic thing. Different African peoples had alphabets, like the Akan developed an alphabet, the Mande developed an alphabet with 200 and something signs, the 140 to 150 signs in Akan, etc. The Egyptian thing, however, as I say, the Phoenician thing was a carrier, but the reason why they want to place it all in the Phoenician now is because the Phoenician to them is Semitic. Remember, those are Semitic. That's a Semitic study going on. Okay? They don't want the Egyptian, they're not going to tell you, well, but these signs began with the Egyptian. You know, that is in passing. They're going to try and show you the Greek got this fantastic abstraction, and the Phoenician, the clever Phoenician. Where are the Phoenician books? Where are their books? The word biblos, book, comes from Phoenician. And why do you think the word book comes from Phoenician? They had the material that made books, but they never wrote books.
This brother here, the sister there, and the brother over there.
Yes.
We'll have to close it out.
Okay, go ahead.
We got
certain black leaders been on radio stations attacking other black leaders. I'd like to know what effect you think that has on the black movement.
I am a historian, okay? You could deal with your politics with other people. I don't have anything to say about that. That's a normal thing in politics. People attack other people. Okay, go ahead. The Dravidians and the who? No, Dalit is a modern, the modern untouchable movement. One section of them, a great section of them, call themselves Dalits. Okay, but they're not Dravidian. Okay, Dravidian is a type. You see, the African has a lot of varieties. First, you had a very small type, almost like a dwarf, who went to China and various other places. Then you have a type following that small type, a larger bone type of African coming into, and some of them have wavy hair. Those are the Dravidian types. Yeah, I'm sorry that we may not have time for slides tonight because we're running out of time. But the Dravidian is not related to that. Okay. Yes, the Dravidian is an Afro-Asiatic, and the early Dravidians are Africoid. They also developed a script known as Dravidian script, which was used in the Harappa, Mohenjo-Daro cities, or rather civilization. Yes. Jesus is first represented on a coin that was struck in the 2nd century AD. On the one side is a European, that is the king, the Emperor Justinian II. On the other side is a man with woolly hair and brown skin. His nose is Semitic. They're leading us to the conclusion that he's a mixed man with black and Semite. Okay. One more question. Yes. I don't know much about, as much as most people do, about the slave trade. I know that the first slaves, and this is a lot of people don't know about, that the first people in America who were turned into slaves were 6 Native American Indians whom Columbus captured and brought back to Spain at the end of his first voyage. He actually initiated slavery. I wish I could have said that in Congress, but that would be too much. Okay. Yes. Okay. Yes. Okay, the best essay that has been done in this, concise essay, is done in this book, African Presence in Early Europe, which deals with the evolution of the Caucasoid. Okay, and it really deals with how the black went into Europe and how the Ice Age came, what is known as the worm interstadial, and how the blacks were trapped in the ice, and that after a long period locked away from the sun with tangential sunlight, you have dropping of pigmentation. Because you see, in sunlight, the pigmentation, we're not talking about the temperate zone as it is today, because this is a zone that is changing. In the next 75 years, according to scientists, it will become disadvantageous to have pink skin, because the hole in the ozone layer is bringing back into this, on the side of the planet which is now called the temperate zone, ultraviolet radiation is increasing. Hence, pigmentation once again will become an ecological necessity. Okay, so that those are changing situations, but in this specific time in which the blacks who were trapped in Europe underwent pigmentation change is a period that lasted 10,000 years. It's not an overnight phenomenon. It's not a passing phenomenon. That became a very cold zone of the earth. Okay, so that you have not only pigmentation change, you have hair change, because in heat you have a tendency to have scant hair, because it's supposed to you're supposed to throw off the heat. In cold, you have a tendency to, your hair has a tendency to grow longer because it has to protect you from the cold. so that you will have, also you have different kinds of drynesses and wetnesses in these ecological zones. So you'd have different, the hair follicles will grow differently. Those are superficial things. And because the Aryans, who were not as developed as the Africans, struck African capitals and defeated them in many places, the Aryan then began to set up what is the aesthetic, what you should look like, what you should do, and things like that. So that you have these problems. Their religion came from outside. The Christian thing, the Muslim thing, and so forth, those are things that came out of an elder people, the Africans. But the thing is that they set up a system, okay, and the problem that we have is that we begin to see in that system. Our eyes, even in spite of even all our protests, our eyes see things in that system, okay. But what science has established is that those are very superficial, irrelevant indices of humanity. What is significant is the organic structure and the brain structure, which is Africa. That is what science has established, that anatomically we are all Africans, because the brain was developed in Africa. At the final stage, all stages of the brain, right up to the stage at which it now occupies on this planet, was developed in Africa. The breakaway, or rather speciation, it's not speciation really, it's mutation, because you don't have different species in man. The mutation occurred on the special conditions. Okay, we must break now. Thank you. Of Africans and African Americans. Today, we are dealing with the science of the Moors. Who are the Moors? This is one of the most difficult of historical questions, and in fact this is the most neglected chapter in black history. When the generals were surrendering, the Moorish generals were surrendering in 1492, the very year Columbus sailed for the Caribbean, a painting was drawn of these generals. These were the Almohade generals. The Almohade, the fourth of the last of four dynasties in Spain, had come to an end, had come to grief, in fact, in their last stronghold, Granada. And when the Castilian Spanish were defeating the Moors, a painting was done of the defeat, and there were black generals surrendering. What were they surrendering if they were not in charge? The story of the Moors, however, is extremely complex. But before I begin to talk about it, I just want to say something that fills me at the moment. Because one of the things that I remember is the way I felt after I'd finished writing They Came Before Columbus. I had spent 7 years, and even though I was teaching, moving about, etc., I literally lived in that book. I lived in my head for 7 years. And coming out of it was very strange to me, because I was looking at people differently, I was looking at a great lot of things differently, and I was not surprised that I was attacked. And I responded with great force. I don't know where my attackers are now. But one thing that struck me with tremendous force was the feeling of absolute loneliness. I knew very few of the people here. I did not know much about. I never met Ben Yochanan. I had met, I think, John Clark. I never met Chancellor Williams. I had read his work, etc. But I had lived in isolation. In order to do my work, I lived in total isolation. I had a habit from early of cutting myself off for years without seeing anyone. And that is what I did. After these years, these 12 years since They Came Before Columbus, one of the things I can say is that we are not alone anymore. What we have now is a crusade. This is not the lonely struggle it was. We have a crusade. We have a tremendous body of people all over the country who are moving in a certain direction. I travel quite a lot in February alone, I was in 18 states. And one goes before many audiences, all types of audiences. I was a keynote speaker, for example, at NASA a few weeks ago, where I had to speak before the space scientists, both white and black space scientists. And they were very worried about the question of the survival of the space program and the survival of sophisticated science in this country, because we are in a very desperate state where we are not producing enough scientists. And the head of the space program was pointing out that in the 21st century, we have to make a tremendous appeal to blacks and Hispanics, because if we cannot recruit them into the field of science, we will not be able to maintain the level we have maintained before. And in fact, so serious is this problem that we're trying to build smart computers that would crystallize the genius of those great scientists that are likely to die and retire within the next few years. And we hope that the computers will be smart enough to have the insights of these great scientists. I don't think that will happen. So that we have got to realize that we have got to become aware of how important it is. We are living in a very different world. We are living in a world where there are more computers than people. That point was reached in 1982 when Bell Labs reported there were more than 4 billion computers on Earth, and there are not yet 4 billion people. So we are living in a world that is going to change dramatically, and a world in which we have to become very much aware of the power and capacity we have both for improving life and destroying it. And at the moment, many people who are in charge of science, in spite of the fact that it advances the world, or really the great majority of the world, still becomes poorer and poorer. So it really depends on a different kind of consciousness. We're not just intent on improving our technology, but improving the kind of human being that controls that technology. Because in the final analysis, civilization is not technology. Civilization is the humanization of the human. And if therefore, as that technology advances, the human shrinks, then that technology will destroy the human. This, in fact, we saw very clearly in the war where the Germans were tops. They were the marvelous great scientists. When I was being driven to speak at NASA, one of the NASA scientists was explaining to me that if they had not seized half of the German scientists, they would have no space program. The Russians seized half and the Americans seized half. So it was Hitler's scientists that made it possible for us to get into space so quickly. But what happened to the Germans? They were these marvelous people, advanced technologically, but they had become brutes, barbarians. So that we have to become aware of the fact that civilization has advanced and become more sophisticated with that technology. This is our chance. And we have got to look very seriously at our history, because it is only through history that we can become aware of our enormous contribution and become confident of what we can do and what we cannot do. That is the most important thing. Our young people, and when I say young, I mean people up to 50. That is very young in the modern world. Gorbachev, for example, who is now in charge of Russia, is considered to be one of the most extraordinarily young men of the world. Leaders are usually in their 70s and 80s. It is very unusual to find a man close on 60 who's a leader, a major leader. That is a very young man. And that is something that I have to stress, because I am very startled by people who, by the time they're in their mid-20s, because they didn't get a break, they say, well, I've had it. I lost my chance. When I was 28, I entered university. I got my BA at 32. And I was no special student. When I was 9, I was struck by a terrible disease which killed half of my country. I lost all my friends. Part of my brain was damaged. it didn't stop me, and it didn't make me think that, oh, I am lost, it's all over. I hear this over and over again. I even hear people going about talking about, hey, AIDS will kill all of us. That is pure nonsense, defeatist thinking, because Europe was struck by a disease worse than AIDS. It killed half the European population. And it was not like AIDS where it was restricted for a long time to a few people. Every morning when the Europeans woke up in certain parts of Europe, the way we collect garbage, they collected bodies. Everybody, every household was struck by that disease. So you have to understand that, and they did not have the science we have today where we could say, well, in 5 or 10 years we will find a cure. There was no cure. It had to live itself out. It had to destroy, practically wiped out the population of Europe. So we have got to realize that if we are going to go back into history, we have got to use it as a force, as a positive force. History is such a force. It is like a religious thing. You become aware of these shattered fragments and parts of ourselves so that you could make yourself whole again. You cannot make yourself whole again by brooding 100% of the time on the darkness of the world. We are the light of the world. There was Jesus standing there, and he knew that the Roman Empire seemed to be all powerful. He knew that he was no man of great political power. He controlled no government. He was not even a mayor. He was not in any university. What did he have? Where did his strength lie? It lay in some great spiritual force, which in fact was to turn the world upside down. The very Romans who were in charge of the world, they were the people who were to become the first major European force that was to become subverted by Christianity. Do you know what they felt as they sat there and they looked out at these Christians, these ridiculous people who believed in life after death and things like that, and they looked at them and they saw them going to the lion, some of them with smiles on their faces. Do you know what it is to have all the power in the world and sit there shaking, and to see men strong enough to face lions? Then you become aware of an enormous power on earth, a tremendous moral force. That moral force fades in and fails in people when they lose a sense of their worth. And they lose a sense of their worth when they begin to crucify their imagination. They begin to destroy something inside of them by constantly brooding on the worst aspects. You must be aware of the terror of your world. No doubt about that. You cannot go about in a dream. But the terror of the world is what should give you strength. That is the test of faith, the test of force. It is not something that is supposed to defeat you. It is something that is supposed to push you into a new life, a new situation. Everything that you possess, all the imagination and energy and faith must be brought to bear when you face that darkness. It is not intended for the human to succumb in darkness. It is intended for the human to rise and transcend over darkness. That is the meaning of the resurrection and the life. If we did not do that, if the black had not done that, the black would have disappeared, because no attempt to destroy a race has been so continuous, so systematic, so extraordinary, and yet that race survives. It not only survives, but it speaks with fantastic new vigor and power and confidence. We are involved in a restructuring of history. Even those who are powerful in their academies find they're being subverted. I speak now more and more to professors who 10 years ago would have torn me to pieces. Now they sit quietly, trembling, knowing that these ideas are like viruses, that you cannot contain them anymore, and they're here, unlike AIDS, there is no vaccine. So that we are involved in a struggle in which we will win. And one of the struggles is to make us aware of the fantastic capacity and potential that lay in our world. The Moish story is one of the most hopeful stories on earth. Who are these Moors? The word Moor comes from moros, which means dark, which the Greeks used, and then the Romans made it Mores, and then some people say it also came from Meroe. Moor came from Meroe. When Shakespeare uses it, he means black. Whether it is Othello, or whether it is the figure in Titus Andronicus, he sees the Moor as black. Now, not all the Moors were black. What really happened is that Arabia at first was completely black. Later it was invaded by Asiatic or Semitic types. By the time of Muhammad it was only 10% black. But the Arabians or the Arabs are not the only Moors. But let us first, before we come into the question of who are the Moors, because the Moors of their 4 dynasties in Europe, 2 of them were overwhelmingly black. They were developed in Africa, and the first 2 had a very powerful and dominant black element. But how did this begin? How come black people invaded Europe? Because most of us know Europe invaded black countries, but very few of us are aware that blacks invaded Europe. And we have to make a comparison between the black invasion and the white invasion, because they're very different types of invasion. The black invasion enriched, lifted Europe, even though as all invasions there must have been some kind of punishment, but the white invasion sought to destroy utterly the cultures and language, even the humanity of the people they invaded. All invasions are not the same. When the Greeks, the first great Europeans, invaded Africa, they did not despise Africans. Even though they invaded them, they were spiritually invaded by the Africans, culturally invaded by the Africans, because the Europeans, the first Europeans who invaded Africa, this is before the slave trade, did not make slaves of the Africans. They made them their teachers. The Greeks, when they saw what the Africans had done, could not believe that Africa could be so advanced. They could not believe their arithmetic and their geometry and their calendars and their clocks and their medicine, even their religious system. Many of the goddesses that were taken into Europe were black goddesses. They worshipped the black woman. They worshipped the genius of the black man. The European never said anything against blackness at that point in time. In fact, he went overboard worshipping blackness. He made the goddess of wisdom black, Minerva, the goddess of chastity black, Artemis. Andromeda, who was to marry the great Greek hero, was painted black in the initial Greek vases. Circe, the enchantress in the Odyssey, was a black woman with African features. Medea, who had Jason win the golden fleece, she was painted black in Grecian vases. Isis, the sister wife of Osiris, was worshipped by Europeans just as Africans had worshipped her. Imhotep, who was known as Imhotep among the Greeks, was worshipped as a god. It's the great black multi-genius Imhotep. And every major Greek scholar went to Africa to study. Thales of Miletus, Democritus, Pythagoras, Eudoxius, Anaximander, Anaximenes, Heraclitus, they all poured into Egypt. Alexander built his city in Africa. So Africa was considered to be a cradle of civilization. There was no doubt about this. The doubts about this only began around the 18th century when slavery had been put into its place. People started to, their Christian conscience started to be gnawed. How come these Greeks, who are our mentors, who are the fountainhead of European civilization, how come they keep insisting they got this from the black Egyptians? Surely the Egyptians can't be black, because these are our blacks, they're our servants. How can we feel good if these are equal people like us, who in fact, before we enslaved them, actually had done things in advance of us? It doesn't sit well in our conscience. Therefore, there must be a mistake here. Black people cannot be the same black Egyptians. Therefore, something went wrong. Perhaps the Greeks didn't see well. Perhaps they got so excited about black people they wrote down the wrong thing. They were subjective. Perhaps they weren't really talking about true black people. They were talking about white people burnt black. All sorts of excuses, and then a whole body of people got into the act. If you're black, you have to have a skull shaped like so and so. This skull is not like that. This nigger is not black. It's amazing. You see some of these debates, you want to really know. These are highly intelligent people, like Vorkuta, for whom I have an enormous respect at UNESCO in 1974 in Cairo. He said, okay, it is quite clear that the writing is African, the culture is African, the techno-complex as Soderbergh has showed us is African, the language as Diop has showed us is African. We still have the problem, more academic and more scientific, that you lose this emotional attachment to things. No, sir. When it comes to power, thank you. When it comes to power relationships, and when it comes to being challenged deep inside the system, right in one's guts, one does not sleep at night, knowing that you are crushing and oppressing a brother who is not only equal, but who at one time had given you critical elements in your civilization. You cannot sleep with that, therefore you have to prove to your satisfaction so that you can sleep peacefully again that that is not really a brother. It's just like when I was in Guyana, I heard of this marvelous man, this South African, very liberal South African. Strange how I forget these names of these hypocrites. What is it? Schweitzer? Yes. He said, the Negro is my brother, but he's my younger brother by several centuries. What a beautiful phrase. And we really took that. We thought that was really a compliment. At least even though we were his younger brother by several, we were still his brother. So we felt we had joined the human family again. That is the horror of it. And we find when we go through Spanish history, no major Spanish scholar will allow you to talk about the Moors for more than half an hour. They get angrier and angrier. That is one aspect of European history that is swept under the carpet. They would not talk about that because that has haunted the generation after generation. The Spanish, the Sicilians, the Portuguese, it haunted them for centuries because the Moors did not just go in and come out. The Moors went in 711 AD. They were not totally defeated until 1492. The Moorish occupation of Europe was longer than the European slave trade, but it was not a slave trade like the European. When the Moors entered Europe, they did not destroy its culture. They did not stop the people from speaking their language. They did not put them in chains. They did not take them out of schools. They did not rid them of their sense of humanity. They did not rid them of a sense of equality. So do not compare the Moorish conquest with the European conquest of Africa. Because it's a one thing to invade, as I told you, when the Greeks invaded Egypt, it was a different type of invasion. They took it over, yes, and for a while they controlled it, but they didn't seek to destroy its culture. They fed on it. They were enriched by it. And we will see the story of the Moors as an enrichment of Europe. Europe, because of the Black Death and the things that went before that and after that, had fallen into a dark age. Greece and Rome, the glory of Greece and Rome had faded. And when the Africans and Arabs attacked Europe in 711 AD, Europe had two universities. The Muslims, the Muslim Moors, the Islamic Moors, introduced 17 universities in Europe. 17. Europe had two. Europe was 99% illiterate. 99% illiterate. Even some of the medieval European kings and queens did not write or read. But who were the Moors? How did this all start? It started in a sense with Muhammad. Therefore we have to say something about him. Who is he? Muhammad, like Jesus, was a very extraordinary man. He transcended the race or sect in which he was born. He developed a universal religion. First of all, he accepted Jesus. Jesus, by the way, is part of the pantheon of prophets in Islam. They did not reject Jesus. Muhammad saw Jesus as a great prophet. He only saw himself as the last of the prophets. Muhammad also encouraged commerce that attracted the townspeople. Muhammad insisted on equality and brotherhood among all men. He made a black man his right-hand man, Bilal. And he actually talked to the fair-skinned Arabs, because they were both dark-skinned and fair-skinned Arabians, that they should not treat their darker brethren with contempt. He insisted on racial equality, and he established that in his own life by making Bilal his black right-hand man. Muhammad also insisted on conquest, that we should go out into the world and conquer it, not destroy the people, but teach them a new life, bring them that religion. He also did not seek to destroy the indigenous cultures, where he saw an indigenous culture where the Muslims entered and they saw indigenous culture. Even though they would bring their ideas, they did not completely seek to swing it around. For example, where in Walata, for example, one of the African places where Ibn Battuta visited, he went in and found that even though the Africans call themselves Muslims and they observed the festival days and various things, they still kept up their own cultural observances side by side. It's very important to note that, because many people wonder, why did Islam become so powerful? Because Islam has more converts than Christianity. It's hard to believe that, but it is true. And at that time in the world, Muhammad was just as unfortunate as Jesus. He was born among very bigoted little people, narrow-minded people. Now, I'm not saying anything against the Arabs or the Jews. People are people. People are usually narrow-minded and bigoted until a great leader arises among them and transforms them. Muhammad, in fact, nearly lost his life, because the little warring Arab tribes did not fully understand the nature of his mission, and some of them tried to kill him. Where did he flee? into Ethiopia. And there, the beginning of the years in Islamic time begin, 622 AD, the time of the flight known as the Hegira. Now, the birth of Muhammad was around 571 AD, the flight was around 622, and he died in 632 AD. After he died, a fight broke out among the Muslims because the Sunnis and the Shiites, there was a quarrel about hereditary succession and succession by merit, etc., and as a result of that, they split. That split has haunted the Muslim world up to this day, the Sunnis and the Shiites, and you will see how, in fact, it was to affect the Moorish occupation. Now, the Arabians then charged down into various parts of the world. Now, what was Africa at that time? Africa, the Moorish, most of the Moors, the Arabians came down into parts of Africa and started to try to turn people into Muslims. Some Africans resisted, some of them accepted Islam, some of them, the kings would make lip service to Islam, but they would not allow Islam to affect the common people. Whatever form it took in various parts of Africa, a fusion occurred between the black Moors, the Garamantes of the Sahara, who became very powerful. In fact, the Romans found they could not defeat them. They had chariots and the javelin throwers, etc. They became a very powerful, sophisticated people, at first farming and then building cities, etc. Those were largely the black Moors. However, there came another type, Libyans, etc., people who had come into the Sahara, fair-skinned Libyans who had mixed with black types. So you have both the mixed or tawny Moors and you have the blacker Moors. Into this came the Arabian, some of them fair-skinned, some of them dark, some of them becoming dark through intermixing with the women of the Garamantes and other African people. So it was a very mixed bunch. But when they attacked Spain in 711 AD, out of 7,000 troops, 6,000 were black Africans. Now, why did they attack Europe in the first place? Now, the Moors were intent, the Muslims were intent on conquering as much of the world as they could in order to bring their religion into the world, just as the Christians earlier in the Crusades had tried to conquer as much of the world as they could in order to bring Christianity to various people. Now, the Muslims advanced in various places. They advanced into India, they advanced into China. Even to this day, you have many Muslims in India, you have many Muslims in China. In my country, half the people are Muslims and Hindus, and the other half are Christians. Okay, so that they advanced into various countries bringing their religion. As they went into Africa, into marrying with various African people, they formed various states. In North Africa, there was a battle going on between the Muslim forces and someone by the name of Count Julian. There was a little Greek outpost called Ceuta on the edge of Morocco, and they kept fighting, but they could not conquer it because even though it was small, it was almost indestructible. And eventually, however, Count Julian had sent his daughter to Spain. Spain was ruled by the Visigoths under King Roderick, and Roderick seduced Count Julian's daughter. Count Julian got very upset about it and decided to join with the Africans and the Arabs, gave them ships and showed them how to get across at a vulnerable point. The first man to enter Spain, though he did not attack, was Tarif. That's how we get the term Tarif. Okay, because he actually imposed the duty. He went into Gibraltar, he imposed the duty on various places he went into, and that's how we get the word Tarif. He was followed by another man by the name of Tariq. Tariq led 7,000 troops, 6,000 African, 1,000 other types, Berbers, Libyans, Arabians, etc., up into Europe, and they defeated Spain. Within a short span of time, the Africans and the Arabs conquered a vast part of Europe, from Spain right through to the Pyrenees. In a very short space of time, they took over Sicily, Spain, Portugal. They took also a small part of France, though in France they had a very difficult time. General Martel repulsed them in France, so they got a very small slice of France. They set up courts. They set up courts in Africa, North Africa, and they set up courts in Europe. Now, because of the ideas of equality and brotherhood, they did not seek to make slaves of these people. Some Arabs, and it has to be pointed out, that the Sunni, the marvelous Sunni Abdul Rahman, Sunni Muslim, although he did not participate in the slave trade, some of the Arabs and Jews did start a white slave trade. Okay, so that you have some white women who were taken as slaves and sent to other countries. But on the whole, you had an insistence by law that the Jew, the Muslim, and the Christian should be treated alike. They did not destroy their legal system. They did not destroy their language. But they brought a whole body of new things into Europe. Europe did not have a single paved street at that time. Europe did not have a single lamp in its streets. Europe did not have a single public library, only private libraries for the elite. Europe did not have a single public market. There were one or two, yes, but they were not institutionalized body of public markets. They did not have public baths. All of these things were brought in by the Moors. And everything that could be translated in the world out of Egypt, which the Arabs conquered in 638 AD, out of India, out of China, out of the universities in Africa like Timbuktu, Sankore, and a range of other universities in Africa, out of ancient Greece and Rome, which had lost for a long time much of its sciences. These things were revived, translated, and brought up into Europe. Europe had 2 universities. The Moors introduced 17 universities into Europe. Europe was 99% illiterate, so was the rest of the world. A few people wrote and read in Africa, a few people wrote and read in Europe, a few people wrote and read in Asia, the same thing in America. I want you to note that Africa was not backward in relation to Europe. Africa had as many scripts as Europe. Let me repeat. Africa had the Meroitic script. It had the hieroglyphic script. It had the Akan script, both a drum script and a written script. It had the Mande script, which we find at Udmurtetek even 5,000 years ago. It had the Afaka script. It had the Vai script. Europe does not have any more scripts. Europe has very few scripts. Europe has the Roman script. It has the Greek script. It has the Celtic script, which is half and half. It's not entirely European. It has the Russian script. It has 1 or 2 more, just like the African. Many European tribes, just like many African tribes, do not have scripts. The English have no script. We do not write in English script. All we have are Anglo-Saxon sounds. We use the Roman script. The Spanish have no script. The Germans have no script. So it's not a question of being civilized and making up scripts. They didn't make up any scripts. Scripts were brought to them by conquering Europeans. The Romans conquered Britain, and when they conquered Britain, there were no books. There were no writers. In fact, Cicero said, and I quote him, and I think it's rather unfair, but I quote him because he said so, He said these people are so ignorant, speaking of the Anglo-Saxon, that we are not even sure we can turn them into good slaves. Yet when I was at university, I was being told about how literacy, that the Africans were pre-literate, and literacy began in Europe. We have found Africans writing on the edge of the Sudan in a place called Kuster. The dynasty of Tacetti, we have found them doing this 200 years before the first Egyptian dynasty. There is nobody else. In Sumer, Sumer was to come later. The earliest dates we have at Sumer or Babylon is about 2600 BC. We're talking about 3300 BC. So nobody can talk about the African being backward in this regard. Not at all. All these things were brought in, translated into Arabic, which became the language of science. Just as Latin earlier had been the language of scholars, Arabic became the language of science. And Arabic is not just used by Arabs. The Arabic script was invented when Arabia was completely black. It was invented by an African called Abul Aswan. It's recorded in the diaries of Ibn Khalikan, page 661. They are aware of that. So it's not something confined to a certain type of person. Okay, the Arab is not a race, just like the Jew. The Jew is not a race. You have black Jews and white Jews. In fact, the earliest Jews were the dark-skinned types who became, then you have Semitized people coming into that sect. Then you have, in later years, the European type, which became the dominant type, a later Jew. Likewise, among the Arabs or Arabians, you have the fair-skinned type and you have the darker type. And you find with mixtures with the African type, this became even darker. Into Europe they came, and they established 4 dynasties in the heart of Europe. They established the Umayyad dynasty, completely African, because when the Muslims started fighting among themselves, they would always go back to Africa to regroup. Let me give you an example. The Umayyad set up a dynasty in Europe in 715, and in 750 the dynasty collapsed. Why? Because the Shiites murdered the whole royal family while it was holidaying in Damascus. Then Abdul Rahman built up an African force, charged, he's a Sunni, charged back into Europe, smashed the Abbasid dynasty and renewed the Umayyad dynasty. And the Umayyad dynasty brought many things into Europe. We are not aware of how profound the influence of the Moors were on European science. In fact, I go so far as to say, were it not for the Moors, it is quite possible that the Industrial Revolution would have been delayed by at least a century. The Moors were the first to take water from the mountains and lead it into the private houses by means of lead pipes. They introduced air conditioning in some of the houses. They actually passed the air over a bank of flowers so that they introduced perfumed air conditioning. They were the first to introduce hot and cold water in the houses. They introduced windmills. Nobody had produced windmills knowing that the wind could become a source of power. They introduced mills, paper mills. They introduced the cotton industry into Europe. They introduced the rice industry. They wrote marvelous books on agriculture. You could see a range of them. They advanced that agriculture. They introduced irrigation systems. They introduced worm and pinion gears operated hydraulically. They introduced a range of inventions. Optics. first eyeglasses in the world were introduced by the Moors. They introduced trigonometry, new concepts in trigonometry. They introduced algebra. Algebra, Europeans did not use algebra. It's an Arabic word. Algebra. Introduced algorithms. They introduced public markets. They introduced public baths. They introduced public libraries into Europe. There was not a single public library then in Europe. They paved the streets. They put lamps on the streets. You could walk for miles through Cordova by the flash of lamps. There was not a single lighted street then in Europe. These are the superior Aryans who invented everything. I am not attacking the European, mind you, because certain developments occur in certain places at certain times. Europeans have done marvelous things in science, but they have been arrogant enough to assume that they did these things because they were superior, or they did these things completely out of the blue. If you check it out, you find that when you go to the background of science, you find how much has been lied about. Dr. Finch recently did a study for the book I'm bringing out, Egypt Revisited, in July or August. Did a study of the Edwin Smith Papyrus, where a surgeon, Egyptian surgeon, had started to rewrite a book which had been used or developed long before him. He did this in the 18th dynasty, around 1,650 years before Jesus. And he only did 1/3 of the book dealing with the head, the neck, the brain. Do you know what the Africans were doing? They had mapped the insides of the brain. They knew the locus in the brain where auditory information was being processed. They could test the pulse. Europeans, the Greeks, were not able to do this until 1,000 years later. Yet, when you read medicine, you hear Herophilus, the Greek. He's the guy who first tested the pulse. And when you read about this test, you see it exactly coming from the Egyptian. Now we have, in all honesty, not only for ourselves, but for all mankind, we have to put the record straight. Because that is the foundation of these myths of superiority. If we do not put them straight, the black will always think he did nothing. I've heard them. I heard my brother say we have to start from scratch, let us face it. And we will always have this arrogance and contempt springing from people who have no ground for arrogance and contempt. What we are here to do is not to prove blacks are superior. There are no superior peoples. We are here to establish that equality is no fantasy. It's no liberal cliche or sentiment. It is rooted in hard historical realities. In the world of the Moors came a number of things which are absolutely critical. I spoke to Congress on July the 7th, 1987. I had been called there because a Congressional Overseas Committee was looking into the workings of the Christopher Columbus Quincentenary Commission. This commission had set up its base. There were no Native Americans. They employed no Native Americans, no blacks. This was going to be a big commemoration in 1992 with just the Italians and the Spanish getting honor and praise for this so-called discovery. And as I pointed out to them, first of all, Columbus never put foot on the American landmass north or south. He only stumbled into the Caribbean. On August the 7th, 1498, 3 of his ships landed in South America, but he did not come off the ship. He said he had arthritis. And he sent message home that South America was an island. Just as earlier on in on the second voyage it sent word home that Cuba was the continent. Just as on the first voyage it came back to say that it was off the continent of Asia, and that the Caribbean was the Gulf of the Ganges. This is the man that we are celebrating in 1992 because he discovered us. He discovered America, thank God, because that enabled them to drag us out of the bush and bring us here and put us in a good footing. Taught us how to dress and how to speak properly. The absurdities, the lies upon which a whole civilization have been built. How can one sleep at nights? How can one call a civilization Christian when it is built upon grave immoralities? It is not only us, the black, who carries the burden. The white cannot sleep properly if a civilization is built on lies. Therefore, we've not only come here to save ourselves, we've come to save the world. Because to expose these fictions is absolutely vital, as I pointed out. Mr. Columbus was using a caravel. Do you know what the caravel comes from? Both Columbus and Vespucci were using caravels. The caravel comes from the Moorish caravos. The instruments on their ships, the compass, the Moors had brought in the compass. It had been refined, or rather earlier it had been brought in, though they were to refine it further. The astrolabe had been brought in out of Asia, not out of Europe. The sails on the ships of Columbus and Vespucci were Arab Latin sails which Arabs and Africans were using on the Indian Ocean. So what was so marvelous about Christopher? He went out, he struck out for the latitudes of Japan, hoping to land in India. And then when he landed in the little islands in the Caribbean, he was so frightened he could not go back home and say, "Sorry, man, you wasted your money. I did not find the riches of India." Do you know what Columbus did? He sent his notary, Fernando Perez de Luna, among the ships and made every man sign a document that he was off the coast of Asia. And he threatened his men. If they went back home and said they had not found the edge, they were not on the edge of Asia, if they were members of his staff, they would officers of the ship, they would be fined 500 maravedis, and if they were common sailors, they would be given 100 lashes and have their tongues cut out. He was not joking. Can't go back home. That's like what happened in my country. Sir Walter Raleigh, Queen Elizabeth's lover, First Elizabeth, went out to my country to find the Golden City. Didn't find it, went back home, and she chopped off his head. So Columbus couldn't go back and tell Ferdinand and Isabella, "I'm sorry." That's a lot of money went down the drain. And that story about the great gold, even as a young man, I heard that the gold was in my jungle because Orinoco, the Golden City, El Dorado, was situated in the Guyana jungle. Jimenez de Quesada, Queen Philip II, Sir Walter Raleigh, all of them came into my jungle searching for the Golden City and met with grief. So when I was 20 years old, I went myself into the bush with a friend of mine searching for the Golden City. Damn fool as I was at that. So it is this vision of gold, this greed, that drew ship after ship after ship in this direction. And so it wasn't because of the superiority of the ships. China reported that Africans had brought ships to them 2 centuries before Columbus. They had brought elephants in ships. Do you know what it is to take an elephant from Africa to China in a ship? It was not a dugout. Clearly not a dugout, and it was not the little ships caravels of Columbus, because it would have been nice to see a herd of elephants on the Santa Maria. There would have been no celebration in 1992. Even the gun is not European. The first evidence we have of the fire stick, as it is called, is the Moor using the gun in India as the Muslims attacked India. The Europeans took it. They didn't have gunpowder technology, which had been brought out of China by the Moors. Europeans took it, and it became the weapon of great devastation. And look at their number system. The Europeans did not have ciphers. They had numbers, but they did not have ciphers, which are symbols for numbers, which are critical in the development of mathematics. Because to reach a certain height in mathematics, you cannot have a cumbersome letter system. Look at the Romans, who were in advance of the Greeks. How do they count? 1 is 1, 2 is 1, 1. There's no 2. It's 1, 1. 3 is 1, 1, 1. 4 is 1 V. Then 5 is the V. Then 6 is V1. 7 V1, 1. 8 V1, 1, 1. It all over again. Letters. They did not have ciphers. We owe the ciphers we have today to the Moors. The Moors took it out of India. We do not know how it got into India. When I was speaking at Princeton 2 years ago, I pointed out that several mathematicians had told me that these were Hindu ciphers which the Moors took out of India. And I presented that. A scholar who had studied the Hindu number system said he only found 3 of these shapes among the Hindus, so some of the other shapes must have come from somewhere else. About a year later, a gentleman, a mathematician from Philadelphia, a black mathematician, discovered in a book called Mathematical Recreations by Fred Shu a picture of figures, symbols on the step pyramid of Saqqara, where there were dancers and there were people, snakes, forming these exact numbers, these symbols, 1, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 in Egypt. Now we don't know if it's a fraud. Okay, so I cannot say that it developed in Egypt, but the strange thing is that where they said it developed, we've only found 3 symbols resembling that. So we still don't know, but we know it didn't happen in Europe. Fibonacci in 1202 traveled to India, where he said he saw some of these symbols. But when he tried to introduce some of them into Europe as symbols that could be used, decimal numbers, the Europeans would have none of it. The church was in charge, and the church was superstitious, and the church said numbers are works of the devil. So that it was not used until the Moors introduced it into the commercial circles from wherever it came. For the time being, we will say it's Hindu until we find people who can tell us. I have sent out to 6 mathematicians to pursue this matter, and we have not been able to go beyond that. But until we can find otherwise, it is clear that it was brought in by the Moors, and whether it originated in India or not, it was brought for certain out of India by the Moors. Now, that was not all. Every major thing, every point of excellence in the world at that time, industrial excellence, was where the Moors were. The carpets of Tulala were the finest in the world. That's where the Moors were. The leather of Morocco was the finest in the world. The tanneries of Morocco, that's where the Moors were. The blades of Toledo were the finest in the world. That's where the Moors were. The iron and brass that was the finest in the world was at Murcia. That's where the Moors were. All of these things. And they brought the finest sashes from Almeria and the finest carpets in Tulala. And they brought this incredible agricultural development in Spain at the time after the Moors were kicked out of Spain. Spain went down. It never became the power it was under the Moors. They charged everything. They insisted that education was absolutely important. It was not so in the Christian world at the time. They insisted that baths were important. That was not so at the time. Some people in the church thought cleanliness is next to godliness was not introduced by the church. Okay, that was introduced by somebody who thought it was good sense. Because part of the Black Death had to deal with the fact. There's a book called that deals with the dirt that developed in certain civilizations. You have to be very careful about that. This is not an attack on people. This is an attack on certain ideas, certain concepts that people had that were to profoundly affect them, and other people came in with different ideas. That is the nature of civilization. Primitive cultures do not advance easily because they are closed capsules of culture. Civilizations are open things. You're supposed to take into your system the very best that is available. If you want to study Africa and you want it to be profoundly affected by Africa, you don't eat Africa whole. You take the very best. That is why our lectures deal with the golden threads from Africa. That's why Egypt became great. Egypt drew on the finest things out of Africa. Its hieroglyphs, you could trace it back in various parts of Africa. You could see the various forms, the animals, etc. The religious ideas. We are now startled to find, when we look at Egyptian ideas of creation, and ideas of creation among the Dogon, ideas of creation among the Bambara, we begin to see the fantastic sophistication involved. The idea that after the primal matter, that there was a growth, a flowering towards consciousness, and that there emerged this incredible power that was the center of consciousness, God, who then reconstituted matter and gave a direction and a form to things that before were formless, things that before that were directionless. Then you hear in the Egyptian the beautiful poetry when God speaks, I am the settlements. They were the first to domesticate cattle. So there is no backwardness in the African. The tragedy is that we have become so colonized in our imagination. Here is where the colonies are. Because even when some of us have a certain measure of freedom, it is far from total. But even when we have a certain measure of freedom, we would prefer to use a crutch. I can't do anything, man. Don't you see how rough it is here, man? They control everything. And if ever an avenue arose, if ever there was a road, we would not energize ourselves to take that path. To use Farrakhan's phrase, they gave you freedom and you didn't even take a walk. So we have got to use this as power. Ideas are force. That is the vitality. Matter is nothing. It is the spirit. It is this fantastic thing that spins around matter, that turns it around, that gives it power, form, force. That's how the universe was born. God is force. God is power, God is form. God takes that primal matter and reconstitutes it. That's what we do as men, as women. That is what you do in life. You have this thing here, and you do with it what can give direction and beauty and form and morality. So when we go back into history, let us draw upon these essences so that they fill us with a new force, because it is with this new force, the force that came with the Moors who were to transform the world, both in North Africa, didn't just end in Europe. When the Africanus went down in the 16th century, when all Europe thought that after the slave trade was breaking up and devastating things, that Africa was a wild world, Leo Africanus went down and wrote his marvelous geography and history of Africa, which Shakespeare read. That's why Shakespeare produced the noble Moor, the very best. And then he showed how Africa had all of these internal cities and sophistication. And we seem to forget that because the Europeans came, devastated it, all the connections and continuities were shattered. But it is not a lost world, it is not a finished world. It is in us. Nothing is truly lost once we remember it, once we can reconstitute it, once we can turn it into force in our lives. That, therefore, is our mission. That is the magic and the meaning of the Moors, to be able to draw upon that very special experience, that great conquest, that enabled them to transform both Africa and Europe. I want to close by saying, and this is something that reminds me very much of Césaire in his great poem, Return to My Native Land, as he ends with these words, or words similar to these. It is not out of hatred or envy of any race that I proclaim the greatness of my own. It is because I know that no race has a monopoly of genius, intelligence, invention. It is because I know that the race of man is far from finished, that there remains a great deal to be done in the world. The race of man is only just beginning, and there is room for all of us at the rendezvous of history. Thank you. Just 10 minutes for questions.
Professor Ivan Van Sertima. Professor Van Sertima has agreed to at least 10 minutes of question and answers. We're going to ask you, please.
Around the course of the Amazon River, and they were cutting longitudes and latitudes.
We do not know that those are the Egyptians, okay? What I pointed out is that they found a map in Egypt, in Cairo, okay, that indicates that this map shows the correct latitudinal, longitudinal coordinates between the African Atlantic coast and the South American Atlantic coast, and that it shows the Trata River in Colombia plotted for 300 miles, and it shows a part of the Amazon plotted. Now this could either have been done in Egyptian times because they were masters of latitude and longitude, but it could also have been done in Moorish times because the Arabs had attacked Egypt and taken it over in 638 AD. One of the things I forgot to mention in my lecture, that some of the Moorish science is Egyptian science because they inherited Egyptian science. The Arab is not an Egyptian. Okay, he now occupies Egypt. Okay, just as the European is not an American, he's a later American. The Arab later occupies Egypt, but they drew on that science so that some of the latitudinal, longitudinal coordinate knowledge could have entered Moorish science, so that when they were became very powerful in Europe and in Africa, you could have also had visits. So that map could be later than the map that involved the Olmec thing, where you have the Egypto-Nubian complex. So at the moment we do not know whether it belongs to the early Egyptian or the later Moorish. Yes, go ahead.
I'm listening to Mark
statement was made that he was telling the black there that, so your African chief sold you on to slavery. And you left it like that. Could you respond to that?
Yes, there's something known as the domino effect. When the advance of European peoples in Africa reached a certain point, some people, in order to save themselves, allowed other people to be captured. Okay, the question about selling into slavery, I do not know details about that, but I do know that this has happened in Europe too. For example, when Hannibal was moving his army across the Alps towards Europe, towards Rome, Europeans attacked him. But when he was on the doors of Rome, Europeans turned against their own Europeans because they knew that Rome was the enemy, not the blacks. So they joined with the blacks to defeat the Romans. Okay, there are many complex elements involved in this. Some Africans who, in order to save their skins, allowed some people, perhaps their enemy tribes, into European hands, did not have any idea of what slavery was. You see, because slavery had existed in the world, but it's not the same thing. Like, for example, we have instances where a slave is a prime minister. You see, the word slave is a very curious word, so that you can't link everything else when you hear slave. You have people, for example, who would marry into another family, okay? A foreigner marrying into family. She may be called a slave, but she's not a slave. In fact, she may have more power than a citizen. We have instances, for example, in Asia, where a slave becomes a prime minister. We have an instance where you find that the major military commanders are called slaves because they are foreigners brought into a country. Okay. Now that does not mean that there are not Africans who did that. In a struggle like that, where people's lives were deeply threatened, it is quite possible that cowardly chiefs did let some of their people or enemy tribes into European hands. Yes.
You mentioned India as the birthplace of the number system, or there being evidence that Hindu culture was the origin. Is it not the case that the Dravidians who were black formed the foundation of Hindu culture?
Yeah, but you see, the Dravidians were defeated. The Mohenjo-Daro and Harappan civilizations were defeated eventually by Aryan invaders. Okay, so that we do not know. The problem that we face is that the Hindu, they say that it came out of the Hindu. This Hindu scholar tells me it does not, because he showed me their number system, and it doesn't have, with the exception of two which may be coincidental, it's so few among the others. We do not know. All that we know is that it was taken out of India, and that it is claimed now that while it's called Arabic numerals, it is not Arabic. We have established it is not Arabic. It was taken by Arab types into Europe. So that at the moment we are stuck with a problem, because we can only assume, since it was taken away from the Indians and it was taken out of the Hindu, that it is Hindu. But it may be that it goes back to very early time, and if it belongs to the Harappan period, it would be Dravidian. Yes. It's not a solved question, okay? It's an open question. Yes.
Could you give us some information of the origin of Jews and Catholics in Ethiopia?
No, I don't know anything about that. I'm not a Jewish scholar. I must tell you, I know of them as I pass through various areas that are contiguous to the black experience, but I'm not a scholar on Jews. Okay. I do know that in the Jewish sect is not race. There is no race. The Jew is not a race. As I pointed out to you, and I can only say this in broad terms, the sect that was in Egypt that apparently was persecuted by the Egyptians because its various ideas, perhaps certain of its practices and rituals were different from that of the Egyptian. It involved Egyptians. The Jews leaving Egypt must have left speaking Egyptian. Okay, so that the Jewish sect must have been largely a dark-skinned sect at the beginning in Egypt. But since it is a sect with certain ideas and rituals, it's not a race. thing. They were not persecuted because of their race. So that perhaps largely became Semitized, so that the Jew did not remain largely black. You have the Semitic type Jew, etc. When Jesus, for example, is represented in Ethiopia, he has a Semitic nose, but he has woolly hair and dark skin. So he has a mixture of the Semite and the African. Yes.
About a month ago, I read in the New York Times that they discovered a mummy over 4,000 years old. And they said it was kept so immaculate that I think they even had the smile on it. Have you heard anything?
Oh yes, that is reported. Nobody has talked about it since, because there are two reports. The one that you mentioned, which appears in the New York Times, nobody can get information on that until about a year or two had passed, because the people who discover it will not talk about it. They will not talk about it until they publish a report on it. There's another discovery where they have found about seven people. They have found the scribe Horemheb. This is a statue of Horemheb, which is an African. The others, they would not talk about their race or anything like that, but they were found in a period, some of them 18th dynasty, where you have a dominant African type. But after the initial report, how remarkable it is, because they found certain things like the goddess Hathor and so forth among them, they just remark on it that it's an unusual find, but they would give no more details. Yeah.
One of the things that I've always been curious about during school is that when Columbus set out, there was a belief that the earth was flat or square or along those lines.
No, not at the time of Columbus. The Arabs had made it quite clear to the Spanish and the Portuguese that the earth was round. The Egyptians knew that the earth was round. The Egyptians had made that quite clear. The Arabs knew that the earth was round. The Africans knew that the earth was round. Many Europeans thought the earth was flat, but that was not true of all Europeans. There were quite a number of bright European scientists who knew that the earth was not round. However, because it has not become a very popular idea, Columbus, having relationships, his wife was Portuguese, those are people under the Moors. Okay, Columbus was very much aware of these things, and he persuaded the Spanish and the Portuguese that since the world was round, you could go far to the west and end up in the east, which was theoretically true, but you would need an airplane, not the Santa Maria. Okay.
Would you say it was in the time of Julius Caesar when the Aryans decided to discover the southern hemisphere around the time of Julius Caesar?
What southern hemisphere?
We'll talk about Africa today. Where the balance side?
No. The Greeks, Europeans were aware of Africa for a long time. The Greeks entered Africa in force. They had entered trickles, but they entered in great force around 520 BC under Alexander. That was long before the Romans. The Romans only entered Egypt just before and after Christ. You had Julius Caesar was much later, that is centuries later than the Greeks. So the Greeks had entered Africa, and as I pointed out to you with great respect, this racist thing that has developed here is fairly recent. People have had all sorts of notions, like among Africans there are notions that red people are devils, but that's just a superstition, just like Europeans had a superstition about dark peoples, but that had nothing to do with race. It was just images in the mind. Racism as an institutionalized thing where you actually believe that you're dealing with a totally different thing, like a sub-animal or a non-human and so forth. That is a very recent thing. Very, very recent. Yes. When I say recent, I mean 500 years or so. That's very recent in history. Yes.
Dr. Von Sertima, I'd like to start off by saying that I am second generation listening to you. My father listened to you, and here it is, I'm the second generation. I hope we're around for many more.
I have a two-parted question, sir. The first question is, did the cross that's behind you, did that originate from the Ankhs? And also, would you like to elaborate what you mentioned on WLIB about the fiber optics that a black man invented?
Well, you have the cross appearing in Africa long before it appears in the Christian thing. Of course, as you know, the concept of the Christ appears in Africa long before Jesus appears. So you have Christ figures before Jesus, the last and most powerful of the Christ figures. But you also have the cross with different, like the tree of life is the cross. This appears very early in Egypt. It appears early in Africa. Okay, I don't know if it necessarily grew out of the thing you talk about, because you do have, in many parts of Africa, you have the cross. It's supposed to be an intersection between the living and the dead. So it does become the tree of life. At the crossroads, you have the god of the crossroads, for example, like Legbe, etc. So the cross appears very early. Yes.
And the fiber optics?
In Bell Labs, there have been several breakthroughs that have been made by black scientists. I mentioned Bill Northover, whose mathematics changed our understanding of glass and enable us to stretch glass from 4 feet to 6 miles, producing glass fibers as thin as human hairs, through which messages coded in pulses of laser light could move as fast as the speed of light. And that you have also in that same lab another black scientist who is able to teach us, took these glass fiber light guides onto the streets, and Cannon is his name, Thomas Cannon. He created all the tools that were used in the operation of laying them onto the streets. And another black scientist also at Bell Labs in New Jersey, Al Richardson, who took these glass fiber light guides onto the oceans and with the Bell cable ship, and was able to write the first guidebook to teach the world how to lay these glass fiber light guides on the ocean floor.
Sir, roughly 3 weeks ago, you mentioned in WLIB that there were quite a few African Americans who contributed in making the bomb. Now, could you briefly discuss that?
Yeah, I don't know their names. I was told by Dr. Lloyd, yes, he's dead now, and he pointed out that I should not stress his work on the atomic bomb. First of all, it was secret, and secondly, he had no control over that one must remember other aspects of his work. He did mention there were 6 other scientists. There were 6 of them in all. 5 other black scientists who worked on the atomic bomb on the Einstein in New York, the Manhattan Project. He did not give me the names. The names are, however, in a thesis in some library. Somebody has pointed that out to me. But he did not give me the names of the black scientists who worked with him. He refused to discuss it in detail because he said it was secret. And I said, but Dr. Quarterman, how could it be secret after so many years? And he said, no, I am not going to talk about it. That is secret. But he was responsible for the building of our first nuclear facility at Oak Ridge. He's also responsible for what is known as the diamond window, which enables us to see certain things which we'd not normally be able to see with the human eye. He also was the first person to experiment with synthetic blood, but he said funds were withdrawn from him and he did not succeed in taking this to conclusion. The Japanese have since developed synthetic blood to be used in blood transfusions or changing the blood during operations. He's responsible for a great number of other things as well. But the question as to who these other people were, I do not know their names.
So, in other words, you're saying it wouldn't be documented?
It is documented. So, somebody told me after lecture that they are aware of this, the document that names the black scientists. always come with a certain hesitation to lecture on black women in antiquity, because difficult as it has been to rescue the black as such from antiquity, in the light of all that has been done to suppress and obscure that history, it has become even more difficult to rescue the black woman from antiquity. In the same way in which we have found an attempt by the white to overwhelm the black and to put a shadow over the black, we have found in many cultures and civilizations of the world an attempt to put the woman under the shadow of man's ego. This has not been so in Africa as it has been in Europe and Asia. I'm not going to present to you some idyllic story of the African respect for the woman. It is rooted not in simple idyllic legends, it is rooted in a profound creation myth. We have been taught, and perhaps it was just a symbolic story or an allegorical fable, but we have been taught that man began in the Garden of Eden with Adam and Eve. Now that story, like the beginnings of man in the Bible, is not supposed to be taken literally, because man has no knowledge of how he began, except on this planet. Man has no knowledge about how the universe began. Within the last few years, we have come very close to understanding how the universe began. Bell Labs, some years ago, found the noise that is behind the universe, a noise that will never pass, because that represents, they say, the bang, the first big bang out of which this universe came, the tremendous explosion of the universe. But the more we look at the universe, the more we become aware of its extraordinary complexity and its extraordinary size. Last week, it was discovered, in fact, that we have only observed or have only intuited 1/10 of the mass in the universe. However, in spite of the mystery and the magic that still surrounds us, one thing we are very clear about now: we do know how man came on this planet, and we do know beyond the shadow of a doubt that that first man was African. And we do know now something further which is far more important, and that is that all creatures now living on the earth that are called Homo sapiens sapiens come from a black woman of about 120 to 140,000 years ago. Just a few years ago, this was not known. This is very, very recent. We have known for a long time that humankind, man and woman, was born in Africa. That does not mean a thing. Apes were born in Africa too. So that by itself meant absolutely nothing. What we have recently discovered is far, far more important. What they have discovered is that not only the first man and woman was born in Africa, but the last man, the last stage of man and woman was born in Africa. There are 6 stages in the development of humankind, and if I use the term man, forgive me, it is not sexist, it's a habit. There are 6 stages in the development of man, and it was assumed that man came out of Africa at a very primitive, low-level stage, and then he evolved to higher stage in Europe and Asia. So that when I was going to university, if it were ever raised that man was born in Africa, my professor, whether he was in Europe or America, would say, fine, we all know that, we all accept that, but that doesn't mean that they're equal. All it means is that man came out at a very crude, incomplete stage, black, yes, but then he emerged into higher refined white type, which developed civilization and then brought it back to the unfortunate, benighted barbarians in Africa. So that the fact that man was born in Africa was not anything of lasting significance. Then came an extraordinary study which was only published about a year and a half ago, Oxford, of all places, Oxford, one of the most conservative universities in the world, one of the first universities in Europe, published a study from 11 doctors which claimed with scientific precision that there was now no doubt that the African provided the founding population of the modern world. In other words, the last man on earth. The final stage of man, the most evolved stage of man, carrying the brain case of modern man with the size and convolutions of the brain of modern man, was an African. And since then, studies have come out of Hawaii, studies have come out of California, which shows that a black woman mothered all people on the planet at this time. And they have been able to trace it through blood studies, DNA, analysis of DNA polymorphisms, and they could show you that the black woman carries everything no other woman does. She carries every element. There is a certain stage at which there's a break-off, and one of those elements is just resides in her. It doesn't reside in other people. It doesn't make them inferior, but it makes it quite clear that they are branches, mutations, extensions of that central woman. Hence, the myth we have in the Bible, and we are not attacking the Bible because you have to understand it was necessary for the early patriarchs who wrote the Bible. And the Bible is full of truth, historical truth. Do not dismiss it. But it was necessary for the early patriarchs who had no idea of what had happened, who had no idea about beginnings, and who assumed that their theories and assumptions came to them from God above. It was only natural for them to assume, since they were in charge and they were male, that God created the male first, and then he took a rib out of the complex male and made woman. Woman, in fact, is physiologically more complex than the male. Hence, women cannot come out of men. Eve cannot come out of Adam. Only Adam can come out of Eve. The Africans did not have that absurd theory of events. The Africans had created the myth of Isis and Osiris. Isis and Osiris, unlike Adam and Eve, gives you a vision of the completeness of the human through the equality of the male and the female. God is not a man. God is not a woman. God comprises both. And the strange story of Isis, the great black goddess searching for Osiris, the great black god, is that you find that Set, which became the prototype for Setan, that's African, by the way. All of these concepts are created, strangely enough. We find it after so many hundreds of years in Africa. Setan is Egyptian. Setan is a force, the dark force, the evil force. Let me not use words like dark, the evil force. Satan destroys Osiris, and he's split into many pieces, and Isis goes searching for Osiris, and she finds most of the pieces, but there is one piece missing. We need not name that piece. It is the piece that is absent in woman and present in man. But that piece cannot make sense without the woman. In other words, that piece is what completes them. So that it is not as if you have the great male god and the inferior female god. She becomes the sister, the wife, the mother. She is all that is female in the female principle of the universe, and he is all that is the male principle of the universe, which completes the universe in order to create life. So that you have a vision of creation complete through the woman that you do not find in the early absurd imaginative version that you find in the Adam and Eve myth. That Adam and Eve myth, interpreted as it was later on in history, led to profound conceptions of the woman as inferior, and sometimes in some civilizations as essentially evil. So she's supposed to be the great seductress, the weaker kind, etc. This was not the case in the African mythology. So that you already had a divine myth which gave a basis. It was a sort of bedrock for a reality that could give the woman greater freedom and power. It is not an accident, therefore, that many of the goddesses of the Europeans were black. They could have chosen their own women, they chose some of their own women, but the most important goddesses were black. Not just for the African now, in the civilization of the Greek. The Greek was so profoundly affected by the Africans that the goddess of chastity was a black woman, Artemis. The goddess of wisdom was a black woman, Minerva. The goddess of beauty was a black woman, Diana. And many of their great mythological figures which were critical to the vision of history, the history of the Greeks in the Odyssey, the woman who has the power to draw Odysseus and all his crew into her, is Circe, who is represented as a black woman with African features on the Greek vases. The woman who helps Jason win the golden fleece is a black woman, Medea. The woman who marries Perseus, the Greek hero, is a black woman, Andromeda. If you see them represented in Hollywood, they're all white. But if you go back to the original vases, the original art of the Greeks, you will find that the only women they could find to represent the finest attributes in the feminine world were black women. Actual black women. They were literally living black women in Ethiopia who were made into legendary goddesses in Greece. That first invasion of Africa by Europe was not an invasion like the invasions that occurred later. The European was startled by the advances of the African. So startled that Alexander decided to build his capital in Africa rather than go back into Europe. And every major Greek thinker, Thales of Miletus, Democritus, Pythagoras, Eudoxus, Anaximander, Anaximenes, Heraclitus, they all came down. Plato, all of them came into Egypt. And those who did not come claimed they came because it was so prestigious. And they therefore saw women differently. In this new edition of Black Women in Antiquity, there is a remarkable woman called Hypatia. For a long time we thought she was a Greek woman, until Beatrice Lumpkin, doing studies in the rights of women in ancient Greece, found that black women had power and freedoms that the white woman was not allowed. The Greek woman could not head a department in a university, but she could in Egypt. She could not pursue a scientific pursuit without a companion or someone in charge of her. It was possible in Egypt, so that when she studied Hypatia and the freedoms Hypatia had and the kind of work she was doing, it was easy to come to the conclusion no Greek woman at the time was allowed those opportunities. And in that Alexandrian world where you have a mix later of the Greek and the African, you find the African woman has certain advantages that the Greek woman does not have and was not to have for a long time to come. Now, Isis, the great goddess, affected, as I say, Europe as deeply as she affected Africa. All major European powers built shrines to the black goddess Isis. Even the Roman lunatic Caligula built a shrine to Isis. Out in the British Isles we find shrines to Isis. That was the beginning of the Black Madonna. You go to Nuria in Spain, not just black with Africoid features. Some of them later on became black-skinned but with European features, because as some of them became destroyed or lost or broken, they would build them again and retain the blackness of ancient times, but they would give them European type features. Sometimes the child would be African, but the woman would have a European face but a black skin. And then later when this was found, and of course the movement against the African, or the reduction of the African, became something that became significant in the life of Europe, then they would try to explain it away. The reason why it looks black is because it's been gathering dust over the ages. Soot. The reason why it looks black, it fell into fire. The reason why it looks black, they used the wrong clay. Anything to explain it away. But when you go to the roots of the religion, when Jesus died, he was not considered important except by his followers. The Europeans did not have any respect for Jesus the Christ. There was no Christianity in Europe. The only people who had Christianity were the Africans. The word Christ is an African word, K-R-S-T. When the Greeks later on took that up, and the Romans they call Christus, it is first appears in African Christ. The concept of the Christ, the eighth form, the seven stages or forms of man, which then becomes a supreme divine form, the Christ. Hence you have Christianity before Christ. The idea, the concepts, even the words, even the images, the virgin birth. The three kings, those are Egyptian ideas. Those were the three great stars in the firmament, the three kings, which then became the three powers on earth that came to worship the divine form. It's all there. It's on the temples of Luxor before the birth of Jesus. And then when Jesus came, making myth real as only gods can do. When Jesus came and he died, the sword that was pushed into him was a European sword. The Romans cut him to pieces because the Jewish high priest wanted it. Because Jesus challenged, as all rebels do, as all men of truth do, challenged the order of the day. And he had to be sacrificed for that. It was Isis and her little child Horus, suckling at her breast, that was worshipped throughout the world as Mary and her child Jesus. And when we first see Jesus on a coin in the 2nd century AD, there is a Roman face, European, and on the other side is a man with dark skin, woolly hair, and a Semitic nose, an Afro-Semitic type, who is represented for the first time physically, Jesus the Christ. And all this has been pushed aside. But it's there. As you go back, you find these figures, you find the profound impact of the black woman on the world. And some extraordinary women appeared in the world. Makeda, the Queen of Sheba. This is no myth. We have found stories about her in the Kebra Negast. It's been translated now, and we could see what actually happened. As it was represented in some of the Jewish chronicles, it appears as though this woman was just a beautiful black woman, and she came to Solomon's court, and Solomon got very obsessed with her and built this fantastic palace and then gave her a son, and she went back to Ethiopia. It was not as simple as that. It was not confined to romantic concerns. The reason why Solomon was paying such tremendous respect to the Queen of Sheba is because the Queen of Sheba had a larger empire than Solomon. One of her merchants, Tamarin, alone, had more than 300 camels and more than 500 ships. One merchant. She controlled a part of Ethiopia, a part of Egypt, a part of Persia, vast domains. And she was involved in a very important trade. A very important trade links had been established by her. She, therefore, went to Solomon as an equal. Solomon built a palace, or at least a room within his palace, where the walls were made of fine crystal from the floor to the ceiling, and treated her with enormous respect because it wasn't just romantic, it involved trade links and connections. Trade links and connections. When she came back to Ethiopia, she bore a son for Solomon, Menelik I. That is the longest line in the world. There is no line, by the way, there is no line in the history of monarchies in the world that is as long as the Ethiopian. It dates from the romance between the Queen of Sheba and Solomon and goes all the way down to Haile Selassie with just a break of about 300 years. We find, however, that the Ethiopians who had moved up into Egypt, even though the woman was more important, or certain aspects of the woman was more important than the man, when that movement went up into Egypt, you find the male priests trying to seize power from the woman. So they built a concept of the sovereign, the pharaoh, as something that could only be a male, because there were certain things that they associated symbolically with the pharaoh. So even though women became powers behind the throne, it is only when they came to the end of a dynasty they allowed a woman to reign. And then came extraordinary women who reigned anyway. Hatshepsut was one such woman. She refused to accept that the heir, the male heir, should reign. She said, no, no, no. And they said, but you are not male. You cannot be the true pharaoh. And she says, yes, I'm male. And she stuck a beard on her chin. And she said, I dare you, do not call me she, call me he. I'm in charge. And she said, I came as Horus, darting fire among my enemies. And everybody was afraid of her. For half a century, no one on earth, male or female, wielded such incredible power. And the thing about her, and it's very important to note because it seems to run through the history of great women, is that they were not just power hungry. She had to assert her power, and she had to blend and merge both male and female, what had become to be accepted as male and female attributes in order to assume the full pharaonic powers. But she was not so much concerned as males usually are, being first the hunters and gatherers, whereas the women protected and built the household, that the strange thing we notice with women, it is very rare that they get involved in expansionist wars. Whenever a woman is fighting, she's fighting a battle of revolution against an invader. We find that again and again. There is only one exception I have found, and that is Queen Judith, a Falasha Jew, a black queen, who was very angry with the Christians. Something had been done to her in her childhood. We always have exceptional cases because of personal quirks. She wanted to kill all the Christians, and she ravaged their lands. That is one exception. In the other cases I know of, in particular in the case of Hatshepsut, and one or two other queens I shall mention, they engaged in necessary war, never in expansionist war. They built the most remarkable temples. When you go and see Hatshepsut's temple, it is unbelievable. The only other man, the only other pharaoh who built incredible statues and temples like her, I think, was Ramesses the Great. Her temples were extraordinary. And she didn't just build She traded. We find her with great ships, some of the most remarkable ships of ancient times, going right up into Somalia, bringing back things out of the heartland of Africa back into the Egyptian world. And you find that there are other queens who did not assert themselves with such aggressive authority, but yet had fantastic power. Queen Tai, or Queen T, is one such woman. That is the one I admire most, because in spite of her incredible power, which also lasted for half a century, she crystallizes within her the fantastic power of a great queen. She crystallizes within her not only that authority, but also the finest things we associate with woman. When she was 13 years old, still a child, she married the Pharaoh, who was 53. She bore him several sons. Almost all her sons are immortal. Akhenaten was her son from this marriage. Tutankhamun was her son from this marriage. Smenkhare was her son from this marriage. She bore him 4 sons. 3 of them are of tremendous importance. And he loved her. Her Pharaoh loved her to distraction so great that he refused to listen to the priests who insisted that when he carved her out, she should be knee-high, that he should show his incredible godlike authority over her, the woman. He said, no, no, sir. This is my woman I deeply love. She is my equal. And he insisted that all the great statues built, she should sit beside him as an equal. He cut a lake 1 mile long. We can still see it, Lake Tai or Lake T, an ornamental lake 1 mile long. He built temples to her. He wrote poems that immortalized her beauty and his love. And she, as he grew old and began to wither with age, she became, as it were, the true Pharaoh. When the kings of Asia wanted to talk with Egypt, they went to her, not to him. And then came Akhenaten, her great son. Akhenaten was the man we associate with the religious reformation. Akhenaten insisted that there was only one God, which the Africans had accepted before, but he went further. He was to affect Moses. He went further. He says, not only is there one God, I don't want to see any other form but one form of the God. So I don't want to hear any more about your idols and your statues and your semi-deities. I just want one form of the God, Aton. He insisted on that, caused tremendous upheaval in Egypt, insisting that there should be one form of the God. And in fact, he changed his name from Amon, which was the great African deity, to Aton, hence Akhenaten. Even Tut, his son, had to be called Tutankhamun. It was later changed to Tutankhamun because he lost out in the end, in spite of his great power. But the one thing, while he was going through this religious reformation which split the country and weakened it, he weakened the defenses of that country. And it was Queen T who made sure that those defenses were kept strong. And then with the passing or the failure of the Akhenaten revolution, Tut began to reign. Tut was a little boy. He was murdered by the prime minister. And once again, in the vacuum created by his immaturity, Queen Tai became the power. So that in all that time, all the upheavals and on the times of weakness and challenge, Tai became the force. And she was not just a force in terms of her great authority over Egypt. She was a woman of great beauty. It says here in this poem by her husband, the princess the most praised, the lady of grace, sweet in her love, who fills my palace with her beauty, the regent of the north and south, the great wife of the king who loves her, the lady of both lands, T. She was a Nubian, and she reinstated the African principle that the princesses should have precedence over the princess. And her beauty was such, and her authority was such, and her nobility was such, that everything she did, everything she wore, everything she was imitated by other women. Her eyeshadow, her earrings, her jewels, her necklaces, everything, her wigs, all of these were imitated by the women of the court and the common women. And as I say, once again, as in the case of Hatshepsut, rather than waging war, she built things. She filled the vacuum left by the immaturity of Tut, the age of Amenhotep III, whom she had married at an early age, and the religious obsession of Akhenaten. She gave strength where these men, because of various reasons, were weak. Now beauty, apart from the question of power, and before I leave the question of power, let me mention one thing. In Ethiopia, the African principle was retained intact. As it moved up into Egypt, there were slight modifications. One thing was kept up, is that power could only be passed on through a woman. That was kept up right through the Egyptian thing, which is very unlike European. Many of the people who were claiming that Egyptians were European, note this. That was not so in Europe. That was something that ran through Africa. Power can only come through a woman. And therefore, even in spite of all the fights to balance themselves up with the power of woman, it was always understood right through that the heir is determined by the mother, property, succession, power is determined by the mother. But the Candaces now in Ethiopia, when the great Ethiopian empire collapsed, when the many invaders came in, and when Ethiopia once again became a power, you notice that the brothers, whenever the males seized power, they would hold on to political power, but spiritual power would be in the hands of the women. Now, do not dismiss that, because the church was not a mere appendage of the state as it has become today in most places. The church was equally powerful with the state, and in some cases more powerful. And the Candaces were women who became powers in their own right. They were extraordinarily powerful women. They formed almost a sort of matriarchal clan. And even when they were not, as I say, when their brothers were in heads of state, they were heads of the spiritual capitals, running equally high priestesses of Ammon with the kings of Ethiopia. Now beauty was something, images of beauty at that time were black. For a long time, in fact, the black woman was considered to be the most beautiful woman, not just in Africa, but in Europe. Let me deal with that. Many things were discovered by black women in the ornamentation of the face and the body. For example, it was black women who first discovered lipstick, though lipstick at that time was confined to concubines. It was the first people to use eyeshadow, antimony, which ran right through the world. They were the first people to develop a vast range of perfumes and oils and pomades for the hair and the skin, etc. They were very much involved in dressing themselves up. And one of the things that happened partly by accident, which they made a great use of, was they discovered in puncturing the skin for beautification markings, they came upon the vaccine long before Europe. The vaccine, in fact, was used in epidemics because the Africans discovered that you could take a germ, certain germs, bacterial germs, and put a small quantity into the body, and the body would develop an immunity over a period of time, so that when it came in larger force, the body would already have an immunity against it. They therefore discovered the vaccine partly through beautification markings and also identification markings. In Europe, the black woman was considered to be so beautiful that only rich and powerful whites could have black women. As a consequence, all the French kings had black mistresses. Regardless of who they married, they had to have a black mistress. This was also true of the most powerful families in Italy and in Portugal. In Italy, the Medicis, all of them had black women. The Gonzagas had black women. The Medicis, in fact, one of them, Cardinal de' Medici, one of the most powerful and richest men in Italy, he had a black mistress. He bore a son. And when he became the Pope, Pope Clement VIII, he took his black son and made him Duke of Florence. The same thing happened with the Portuguese kings. 3 of the Portuguese kings have very strong African features as a result of that intermixing, because some of the black children who were born out of wedlock were taken quietly into the court. We have the most astonishing case in France. All the French kings had black mistresses, particularly the Louis. And Louis XIV had a black mistress which annoyed tremendously his queen, because it was all very well for him to have a black mistress, but he totally neglected his queen. His queen decided to get back at him and had an affair with a black man. This was Queen Marie-Therese. And a black child was born in the French court. And the king was astonished, and he turned in distress to his doctors, and he said, "How could I give birth to a black child?" And the doctors looked at him quite calmly and said, "Your Majesty, it is quite possible that while your wife was pregnant, that black man in the court, Nabo, looked at her, and the child turned black." And the king said, "It must have been a very penetrating look." Nabo disappeared. We don't know what happened to him. But such a scandal occurred that they had to take the black daughter of the king and queen of France and put her in a monastery. She became quite famous. She became known as the Black Nun of Moray. And the Duke of Chartres fell in love with her. He writes an ode to her in which he speaks of the texture of her hair and the nature of her cheeks, etc., is different from that of other women that he knew. And Dogon also had a black mistress, and Napoleon also played with the idea, because Napoleon said, in order to solve this race question, a man should have 3 wives. A black one, a white one, and one in the middle. So he decided, since he couldn't have 3 wives, he picked one who was both black and white. He went to the West. He took a woman from the West Indies, Josephine, and made her his queen. Now these are all oddities and strangenesses in the European. And the curious thing about it is the contradiction. That they saw the black woman as a sex symbol in the way the white woman was eventually converted into the sex symbol here in the Americas. The black woman was considered to be the beautiful woman. And the strange thing about that, she was also considered to be the saint. She was also considered to be the goddess of chastity. So a very strange contradiction began to appear in the European mind. Now, the curious thing is that out of the history that we have been looking at, all sorts of fictions emerge. For example, one of the things that has bothered us for a long time is African polygamy. If it is true that the woman is equal, how come can a man have several wives? Now, polygamy is one of the most gravely misunderstood things. Not every African could be polygamous. You had to be very wealthy and very prosperous to be polygamous. In the case of kings, polygamy was permitted both in European, Asian, American, and African worlds because it was necessary for a king to have several wives. Regardless of who was he picked as his queen, he had to have several wives or his kingdom would break up. The reason for that was that if there were 12 tribes or 12 peoples in a kingdom, you could not pick one from one tribe because you would insult the others. so that you had to have in your harem a woman from each representing each. But one of the things that people misunderstood, they thought that polygamy arose out of some kind of lust. Polygamous institution at its best was not a man having many wives to satisfy his lust. The problem was that they had to have some sort of social institution to protect unmarried women. Not everyone in the harem, therefore, was married by the man. A man's mother could be in his harem. A man's sister could be in his harem. Those are not his women in a sexual sense, but they are part of the household that he must maintain. And to marry a woman was no simple matter. One didn't just flick one's fingers and marry. One had to maintain that woman and her children. The Africans were very serious about that. I spent a year in Africa studying law, Swahili law. I wrote the Swahili dictionary, the first Swahili dictionary of law. And I had to go about the courts in Africa. And when I was coming out of Europe, my teachers told me, you see, the African doesn't really respect women, because in Muslim law, all you have to say is, nimikuacha, 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 I divorce you, I divorce you, I divorce you, and it's all over. When I got into Africa, I found it was not true. The only woman you could tell that to is a virgin. If you married a woman behind the veil, and you lifted the veil off that night, and you were quite unpleasantly surprised by what you saw, you could say to her, I divorce you, I divorce you, I divorce you, and walk away. But once you entered her, you were in serious trouble. The law would follow that through and see whether she became pregnant. If she did, you would have to support that child. There was no nonsense about that. That was hard law. Wherever I went, it was hard law. And in fact, there was one case that came before me. That is the first time in my life I dropped English for half an hour. It has never happened again. I learned several languages, but I never dropped English in my head. I would make quick computerized translations. But once I was sitting in the court, and I was being treated as a magistrate, because although I had tried to convince the people I was working with in Africa that I was not a magistrate, that I was not inspecting the books, in England, I got the word kuchagua mixed up with another word. And kuchagua is not to inspect as an inspector, but it also means that you are examining and checking these people out. So every time I said, I have come here, kuchagua, to inspect the books, the magistrate would start to tremble, because he think I was sent from the central government, Nyerere's government, to check him out. So sometimes I would find all court business was stopped because this curious, strange inspector had arrived. Now, when I started to really inspect those cases, I began to discover 99% of the divorce cases were brought by women. And women had a right to demand things out of men if they were not supporting their children, and to demand things out of them if they disappeared. They could even take their property away if they suddenly decided to disappear in order to relinquish their responsibility. And in that polygamous institution, it wasn't a case of a man standing like a great lord. That was the extremely prosperous men who had to give land to each woman he married, to build great farms, to have some enormous agricultural enterprise perhaps. Then you have situations like that. The ordinary man could not do any such thing. It's therefore important to understand it in a certain perspective. The independence of woman, in fact, under polygamy, made her acquire powers greater than in Europe. So that whereas the woman in Europe emerged as a kind of serf to the man, and it is only quite recently because of strange new economic changes, sudden economic changes in Western economy, women have become as powerful as men. So powerful and so sudden is that power in the European world that lots of men retreat into homosexuality. They're not accustomed to finding equality in women. But in the African world, you do not find the same thing happening. Because when the woman entered market economy, you found many West African women having independence. Even before the slave trade, those West African women acquired an independence, an economic independence, which gave them a certain power and equality. And if the men were mad enough not to respect them in a certain way, they had various ways to deal with that lack of respect. Now we come to what happened to that woman as she came over in the slave trade. What happened to the black male was extremely unfortunate in relation to the black female, because even though the black female suffered tremendously, as did the man, the white man could sleep with the black female and push the black male out, or he could send the black male running wild all over the plantations, thereby forcing him to enter into plural liaisons. So he can assume to some extent that he was following a polygamous bent. It wasn't polygamy, because polygamy in Africa sprang out of prosperity and stability. The polygamous relationships here sprang out of the opposite, economic insecurity and instability. The plural liaisons with women, therefore, sprang out of an incapacity to stand one's ground, to have firm, stable relationships with women. And then what made things even worse is that women, because of the fact that they were constantly being deserted through the slave system, their men would be sent away suddenly, etc. Their power would be broken by the white man. They would develop less respect, or they would be forced into a situation in which they would have to hold their own. They would have to protect the family, be by themselves. So a division and alienation developed that had nothing to do with the African situation. And so powerful in relation to the male became the woman that in the South, when they did a census, they found 90% of the property in the South were owned by black women. 90% of the property owned by the whites were owned by white men. In other words, only 10% of white women owned property, largely through death, whereas 90% of black women owned the property owned by blacks. So that you get a shifting occurring. And you have to understand, therefore, what was continued and what was discontinued as a result of the shock, the various things that happened as a result of the shock of the slave trade. We have to understand that a great crisis has arisen in the black family. It is not an easy thing. We have been fed with images of white beauty, for example, for a long time. Many of our men have come to disrespect their women. Have come to look at them with a different eye, a different consciousness. And many of our women also have come to disrespect their men, not knowing the terrifying situation out of which those men have taken a certain form. You have many films now which try to show the black in the most appalling perspective. The color purple is one of them. You read that book and you will find Alice Walker made a great point out of showing the enormous, first of all, the psychological and social situation out of which the cruelty of that man began, and then his guilt and pain and his attempt to redeem himself. When you see it in the film, you don't see that background. And when the time comes for him to send money to bring the sister back from Africa, that is put into sort of vague thread, so that all that is good or strong in that man, or all that is redemptive, is put in the background, and only his darkness, his cruelty, his evil is put in the foreground. We have to resist such films, because it does not help to emphasize the fantastic alienation that has divided us as a people, not only from brother, but brother from sister. We have suffered that all over the world. And only in trying to go back into the past, trying to understand the the kinds of ideals which our ancestors built for us, that built this beautiful balance between the man and woman, the complementarity, so that you could find certain strengths in one and weaknesses in the other, weaknesses in one and strengths in the other, that makes it possible, as in the case of Isis and Osiris, the piece that was missing in Osiris was that which is missing in woman. And yet, Osiris could not be found and made whole again, save through his woman. And that is a symbol, an allegory, in fact, that gives us an idea of how the wholeness of humanity, and the wholeness particularly of the black race, cannot be found again, save through that peculiar complementarity and fusion of the black man and the black woman. Thank you very much.
Dr. Ivan Van. This evening is definitely a pro. He's a master teacher. All right, and I think that when you leave here tonight, or when he finishes lecturing, I think that your feeling about what he has to say will probably just be as ecstatic as the brothers and sisters uptown. So he is a professor of African Studies at Rutgers University. He has written several books. The African presence in early Europe, the African presence in early Asia, Blacks in Science, that came before Columbus. Several books about our African heritage. He's a man who is well known amongst our people, well known in the activist community, and he's one of those persons that has a mind almost like a well. You dip down in it, and every time that you come back up, you come up with some fresh, clean water. That's the type of mind that this brother has. And so without further ado, and with great honor, I'd like to present you our featured speaker for this evening, Dr. Ivan Van Sertima. Those of you that have brought tape recorders, we would appreciate it if you would respect our restriction of not taping the program, because we're selling things here. All right, you can purchase one at the end of the program for $5. Thank you.
Okay. I was asked today on the Gary Bird show what led me to the creation of They Came Before Columbus. I think the incident that led me to this is perhaps one of the most remarkable incidents in my life. I do not think I'm by nature superstitious, but I have noticed during the process of my life certain extraordinary coincidences which, when studied carefully over many years, impress one not as coincidence at all, but as acts of fate. Because I do distinctly remember that I had no right to come to America. I had not the slightest idea I would come here. It was a pure accident. I was unemployed in England. I had left the university. I found it utterly impossible to get a job. And I was working on a novel. I had been doing for a while literary criticism. And I'd been working on a novel, and I had worked on novels before, and then I went into the university. I finished my degree, and I came out, and I found myself still working on a novel because there was nothing else to do. I had studied, I had made careful study of African societies, etc., not major studies in civilization, not at that time, and I did not know what to do with my degree because nobody would employ me. So there I was, all alone in London, and I was invited by my Prime Minister, along with other writers and poets, to come to witness the independence celebration in Guyana. So I got in a plane, it was all paid for, and I was flown, and it was to be one great week. in which I would see my friends again. I had not seen them for many years, and my family, and that would be it. But as I was coming out, I was just about to leave Guyana to go back to London and emptiness. A friend of mine said to me, "Why don't you come over to New York and then come on to Princeton?" And I said, "I can't come to New York, I don't have a penny." And he said, "You don't need a penny because your plane has to land in New York anyway, and you could land in New York and then catch the plane the day later, or a few days later, it's the same thing." So I said, "But I don't have any money to go from New York to Princeton." And he said, "Well, I'll lend you some money." So he made out a check for $7-something. It was a traveler's check, but he forgot to sign it. So when I got into Port Authority in New York, I found I could go no further because I did not have a penny. It was as rough as that. At that time, I was earning 7 guineas a week from broadcasting, which is about $14 a week. I lived on about $14 a week. That included food, clothes, rent, everything. And I utterly stranded, and I was arguing with the Port Authority, "Could you let me on this bus, please? When I get to the other end, my friend will pay the fare." And they said, no, we can't do anything like that. And some old woman heard me making this plea, and she gave me $3, and that's how I got into New Jersey. And the next morning, I got up and I was going through the library of my friend at Princeton and found to my astonishment 3 books. These books looked as if they had never been read for years. They were called Africa and the Discovery of America by Leo Wiener. This was a man working completely on his own, a linguist, a great linguist, in the 1920s at Harvard. And he had been asked, he had no intention, just like me, pure accident, he had no intention of working on this subject. He had been asked, since he knew many languages, including Arabic and Russian and French and Spanish and you name it, he knew quite a number of languages, and he had been asked to prepare a primer of American languages. And as he was doing this, he began to discover words that did not make sense in terms of that language. It had endings that were not correct, or forms that did not seem to be native, that is, it did not spring from those languages. And when he began to check this out, he discovered to his astonishment all of these words were coming out of a certain area in Africa along the Atlantic coast. And he checked etymologies and dictionaries, and he found, yes, this is very strange. Here are some words for various fruits in South America. Here are some words for various garments and other things, and various rituals in Mexico, and they are African words, or they're very close, so close that it doesn't make sense not to link them up. So he began pursuing this, and he wrote these books about rituals, linguistic links, and various things. However, what puzzled me was that while some of this was extremely persuasive and convincing, it left me feeling that he hadn't proven his case. Half the time he had to guess and plunge in the dark, because no great archaeology, no serious archaeology had yet been done in the 1920s. So I left that weekend. That's all. I only had 2 days to look at these books, and I left and I went back to London, and I forgot all about it because I couldn't pursue it any further. It intrigued me, but I couldn't pursue it any further. And then about a month later, somebody called me on the phone and said, "We would like you to come back. We want you to take a job at Rutgers University. We're forming a Black Studies program. Would you teach Swahili literature?" I'd been trained in Swahili and Bantu languages, etc. So I said, yes, I would do that. And I came back here. And as soon as I came back, I looked for those books. And I started looking and looking very closely at those books, and I wrote a critique. Now, the strange thing about that critique, as I have said, is that when I wrote it, I had no intention of going any further. I had checked all the references I could check, and I wrote saying I was not convinced. It was intriguing, it was persuasive in many respects, but it was not total proof that Africans were in America before Columbus. So I actually began by criticizing this thesis, not by accepting it. My scholarly approach to the subject was such that I would not take anything for granted unless it was proven beyond the shadow of a doubt. So I wrote an article about it and I sent it to Random House. They were publishing a magazine called Amistad, and they were about to publish Amistad 2. Fortunately, they never did publish that. And the same day this article I wrote, this critique I wrote, landed on the desk of this editor, Charles Harris, at Random House. The very same day, a black novelist who'd written The Man Who Cried I Am, John Williams, had been to Mexico, had written an article of an interview he had with von Wuthenau in Mexico, and my article ended, if anyone could show me just a handful of heads, sculptures in America with African faces, then I would begin to believe. And on the very next page after that question, there were photographs John Williams had brought back from Mexico, from von Wuthenau's studio, with these terracottas, that is, clay sculptures of Africans. Now that was the beginning of something entirely new for me, because that told me something. It said I had thrown a question out into time and space, and somewhere life had brought an answer back. And it was a signal. It wasn't enough, because von Wuthenau is not a trained anthropologist, and von Wuthenau, although he had picked up these terracottas from various places, etc., had built up some kind of a case, but not a case that had a kind of very logical sequence. It was drawn from various periods, etc. So even though he showed that there must have been a physical presence of Africans, that was not enough. What did these Africans do? When really did they come here? Where did they come from exactly? What were they doing here? Did they go back home? Did they have any influence on the people, or were they just there and that's it? Because there were other presences in America, therefore that was not enough. So I began laboriously over the years to check out all the various things in which people had made discoveries. I began to look again at all the people who had claimed things in America that had similarity with things in Africa, etc. A lot of it was nonsense, because similarity is a very, very dangerous thing. If you find a fish hook in Egypt and you find a fish hook in America, there is no relationship, because it's very easy to make a fish hook. Nobody told me to make a fish hook. I lived on a river for 14 years and I made fish hooks. So that it cannot be simple. It has to be very complex, it has to be very unique, and you have to have proof that nobody did it before. So that it's a very, very difficult field. You can't just pick up similarity in place A and similarity in place B and says, yes, there is an influence, because the Americans were living here for thousands and thousands of years. They had come across the Bering Straits about 50,000 or 20,000 years ago. There were 2 ice ages, and therefore they could have done all sorts of things. Therefore you had to find things that you could establish beyond the shadow of a doubt had never occurred in America before, that was very complex, very unique, and for which there was an antecedence or beforeness in the African world before one found it in archaeological strata or layer in the American world. Now then the one thing that struck me with great force is that you cannot recover American history or African history in the same way in which you recover European history. Europe has had the advantage, because of her conquests, of having an almost unbroken continuity in certain respects. She has what I call an archival continuity. Archives are libraries. If you want to find out anything that happened in 1492, you go to a library in Europe. For Europe, that is possible. But what happened to Africa and America isn't like a shattering and an explosion. In order to find out what happened to the shuttle, when the shuttle went up and it blew up, they had to go and track everything they could find on the floor of the Atlantic They had to look at every little fragment. They had to fit pieces together. They had to take them into the laboratories. It took them months before they could say with an absoluteness, it was the seal, it was the seal, it was the seal. They had to check everything. They had to check the cabin, the disintegration of the bodies, the booster rocket and everything. That is what has happened to Africa. What Europe did to us is like dropping a bomb that blew us to pieces all over the place. And it is necessary to pull the fragments together in order to see what Africa was before it exploded. And when one can do that, one can do two things. One can take out of the broken, fragmented world which one now inhabits, one can find a new wholeness. And one can, by putting those pieces together, make it impossible for anyone to blow us up again in the way they did before. A different kind of world, a different kind of mind, a different kind of consciousness comes into being. And one is not talking because one likes to talk nice things. One is saying this because history has shown this. This has happened to other people, the Jews, for example. I have been in streets in Europe where they took Jews up and threw them in the river like garbage in the Danube. The Jew is not powerful today by accident, and I'm not saying that one approves the various methods that people who have once been down on the ground seizing power take, because that is very unfortunate that Israelis now behave with such an arrogance and such a disregard for the past that all they're concerned about is what happened to us. And yet the people who have suffered as they have suffered are thrust into the dust. I don't want to go into that any further. One can say a lot about that. But I want to make it quite clear that in history there have been many, many stories of people who have been fragmented like this, who have had their world shattered like this, and who've been able to build again a new nation, a new consciousness. Hence, when we go back into history, we are not just doing this to accumulate new data. We are doing this with a serious political and psychological purpose. We are doing this in order to build a new nation. Take Columbus. Columbus was the first person, not I or Waina, to suggest there were Africans in America before him. He actually says so in one of his diaries, the diary of the second voyage. Columbus said that when he was in the Caribbean, in a place then called Española, which is Haiti and Santo Domingo, natives of those islands came to him and told him that blacks had come from the south and southeast with gold-tipped metal spears. Now I want you to note this fact. Look at that. If that had happened in Europe, there would be no question. It would go into a book, it would be in a library, and everybody could come back and say, here's the proof. This has been established. In fact, it is in a library. It is there in the diaries of Columbus, but it is not accepted because the reason is that black people were considered by that time, having the slave trade begun, black people were not considered to be anything after these facts were being examined years later. Blacks had already lost their power, and therefore it did not make sense that they could have boats that could cross the Atlantic. Hence all of that was thrust onto the rug. But look at it carefully. The question may arise, who are these people, these dark-skinned people from the south and southeast? And some people have said, yes, those could be dark-skinned Indians living in the equatorial regions. But it didn't stop there. Columbus actually had these spears, these gold-tipped metal spears. He actually had samples sent back on boats, mail boats to Spain. And the Spanish metallurgists looked closely, inspected these spears, and found that they had the same ratio of gold, silver, and copper alloys as spears then being forged in African Guinea. So first of all, the Americans said so. Secondly, the metallurgists say it is African. Thirdly, Leo Wiener discovered that guanine is what the Americans were calling the spears, because Columbus said that's what they were calling it, and it comes from Kwani. It is just have the final consonant end to bring it into the language. It comes from Kwani, which means gold, and which is used for those spears. And thirdly, and fourthly, there is evidence that comes from the Portuguese documents that blacks, Africans, were leaving the Cape Verde Islands, which is just off the coast of Africa, and going far to the west with merchandise in large boats. And then oceanography shows us that if you go off the Cape Verde and you go in a boat, you have to come to America. It takes you right into the Caribbean towards those islands where they were trading, and there's a current that spins off Africa and brings you right back, spins off Florida, and brings you right back into the African Atlantic coast. And then furthermore, botany shows us that Europeans settling in the Cape Verde 30 years before Columbus in 1466 introduced a cotton, Gossypium hirsutum var punctatum, a variety of American cotton, into the Cape Verde. Now, how could an American cotton get into the Cape Verde 30 years before Columbus? This is the very place where the boats are leaving, and an American thing has got into Africa before Columbus. This is not a cotton that is African. In fact, these Portuguese, who had entered since 1450, they discovered this cotton growing plentifully on the Atlantic coast of Africa, thinking it was African, took some of it and planted it into the Cape Verde as they settled there. And when botanists studied it, they found it was not African, it is American. So if you go to botany, you go to metallurgy, you go to the Portuguese documents, you go to Columbus's diary, you go to linguistics, they all bear out the case. In Europe, you do not have to do this. We have got to do this. We have got to develop teams. We have got to enter several disciplines in order to recover our history, because it's all shattered and fragmented. It is not a simple matter, but what makes it quite clear is that it still exists. We have not lost the critical elements of that history. We are now in a position to recover those things. But far more serious, far more important than what happened in the late Pre-Columbian, which is between 1450 and 1500, that is a trade between West Africans and people in the Caribbean. Something far more serious happened in America. I'm not talking about just before Columbus, I am talking now about America before Christ. They have found irrefutable evidence of an African presence here among the Native Americans before Christ. Let me discuss that evidence. In 1858, more than 100 years ago, Mexican peasants were wandering about in a village called Tres Zapotes. They discovered a stone head. This stone head weighed about 10 tons. It had unmistakable African features: broad nose, full lips, the structure that you associate with the African face, and a helmet. Now, because of the helmet, the hair did not show, therefore you couldn't say conclusively. You could say, okay, it looks like an African, but people could say, but there are some Asiatics who look like Africans. After all, Africans went into Asia and mutated. Africans went to Europe and mutated. So you could say, suppose that's an Afro-Asiatic type. There are Asians who look like Africans, and there are Asians who look like Europeans, because you have that kind of mixing and melting in Asia. So how can you swear it is an African? But in 1862, note this. This is not even they came before Columbus. In 1862, they found a head in Mexico. It is now in the canton of Tuxtla. This head not only has African features, it has 7 braids. It has 7 braids. No figure in American history, in the history of American sculpture, no American ever had a 7-braided hairstyle. In other words, it's not only the nose, it's not only the mouth, it's not only the brow ridge, it's not only the jaw, the hair, which is one of the unmistakable distinctions between the Mongoloid type and the Africoid type and the European type, that was found on the stone head. Do you know that that head has never, that photograph has never been published? I published it in the fall. In fact, it did not come out in the fall, in the spring, in the winter of 1985, that head was published for the first time. Do you know where we found it? Lying untouched and unpublicized in a file in the Smithsonian. All these are masters and experts of ancient Mexico, like Michael Coe, etc., never published that head. And then they went on in that early stage, Mexicans like Jose Melgar, Roscoe Berra, etc., Nicolas Leon, Riva Palacio, these people wrote about Africans in America before Columbus. Palacio made a fool of himself because he said that this probably happened when the continents were joined. That's absolute rubbish. There were no human beings, there weren't even apes when the continents were joined. That is long, long back in geological time. That has nothing to do with the development of humanity and culture. Okay? These things happened within fairly recent times. When I say recent, modern man goes back about 100,000 years. I pointed out in Gary Bird's show today, and I want to repeat it here. It has now been established scientifically from the most conservative establishment in the world, Oxford, that modern man is African. In other words, it is not only was man born in Africa, everybody accepted that for some time. Not only was man born in Africa, but the most advanced type of man, man at his present state of evolution, occurred in Africa. They have now found evidence of that he then moved up into Europe, and he moved up into Asia, and he mutated into European type man and Asiatic man. In other words, they have established now, through the study of blood and DNA, they have established now that all peoples have African ancestors. And I'm not talking about primitive ape man, I'm talking about modern man with the modern brain case of man. In other words, there are no creatures on this, there are no humans on this earth. 90,000 years ago, there are no humans on the earth who are not black. The white man, that is European man, does not come into existence until about 50,000 years ago. Some people put it, the breakaway, a little later, 30,000, but we could safely put it now at about 50,000 years ago. 50,000 years ago then, there are no men on the earth who are not black. Okay, all man is African. In other words, the brain case, and this is very important because people have argued it's not enough to say man was born in Africa. That doesn't mean anything. Man being born in Africa doesn't make African man equal with European man, okay? Let me explain that. It has been argued that although man was born in Africa, he was very primitive, very backward, did not have a proper brain. And when he came to Europe, he evolved an advanced proper man. In other words, European man is complete man. What this scientific study, which in fact was not released until February of this year, one day before Diop's death, what this scientific study shows is not just primitive man like Homo erectus and Australopithecus robustus and Australopithecus gracile and Homo habilis and all those types. Modern man, Homo sapiens sapiens, modern man, man with the brain case that we all have now, is African. And all other non-African populations spring from that final man. Okay, that is very important. It is important not only in the study of the early history of man, it is important because that man was to move into Egypt, he was to move into Ethiopia, he was to move up into Egypt. When we talk about what happened in America, therefore, before Christ, we are talking about the influence of a major African population. I'm not talking about the beginnings of man now, that's 90,000 years ago. I am talking about the movement of civilized man, advanced man, man with an Egyptian civilization, Nubian civilization, man who came very recently, only about 3,000 years ago. Okay, so I want you to understand, separate those two things. We're not talking about the beginnings of man, because I've dealt with that separately. I wanted you to know that because I want you to know the distinction between what has recently been found establishing modern man is African, and all modern man has African ancestors, to something that occurs thousands and thousands and thousands of years later. What we found in America is astonishing. It's not only that we found heads with African features, we found heads that were, some of them weighed as much as 40 tons, one head, 40 tons, carved out with tremendous skill. Carved out with tremendous skill. And in addition to those stone heads, we found so far about 14. Last week they found 2 more. They're still finding more. The archaeology of America is not finished. They have only scratched the surface. They have found more than 100 terracottas. That is clay sculptures. Those of you who come with us to Mexico on this trip, and those of you who want to know more about it, Dorothy Anderson is here tonight. She's organizing that trip, and I am the major lecturer. We go to major historic sites in Mexico. We go to the Great Pyramid at Teotihuacan in Mexico City. We go on to the, we will also look at the Von Wutenau collection, because there you have the finest collection of terracotta with African features in the world. There you have evidence through all the periods pre-Columbian of an African presence. Not only are they African in terms of their noses, lips, etc., brow ridge, jaw, etc., texture of hair. On the stone heads, there is only 1 or 2 where you could see the hair because they're covered by military type helmets. But in the terracotta, where you do not have these helmets, you can look at the texture of hair. And also, an oxide dye is being used in the clay in order to evoke the coloration of the skin. You can't escape it. It's as Diop said when he was in Senegal last year, just a few months before he died. Whenever they find a white man, there's no problem. They find a nation, there's no, but when they find a black man, we are not sure. They don't know who a black man is. We have always been classified, you know, when you go to South Africa, they know very well who a black man is. But as soon as they find him where they shouldn't be found, they don't know who a black man is. When they were at the conference in 1974 in Cairo, do you know how many people tried to argue there's no such thing as race after they have classified us? After they've shown that we had nothing to do with civilization, when at last Obenga and Diop faced them, and only the Africans did their homework. You know, UNESCO was so embarrassed, they had to note in the report, they said the debate was unbalanced because the other participants did not have as well researched contributions as Diop and Obenga. Who told them not to prepare? They didn't even have to. You see, these guys thought that we would sit back all our lives for the next few centuries not learning anything. But when we got a chance, we learned. And we learned every damn thing because we had to learn. When I faced some of these critics of mine in Arizona, I blasted them into hell because I suddenly realized these guys do not have our equipment because they got it so easy. They only had to say, so and so is so. I can't say that. I have to prove it. Hence, I had to learn my stuff well. Diop also had to learn his stuff well. It took him 10 years before they would accept his doctorate. He had to get a battery of people before they would accept his doctorate. Because he couldn't say something, he had to prove it against the centuries of scholars. But these guys had it easy. So when at last they met real Africans, Africans with the classical ability of the early Egyptians, men like Diop and Obenga, then they met their match. And then when they found they couldn't, one guy got up and said, and note this guy is from the United Arab Republic of Egypt. He said there were no people in the, no Negroes, quote unquote, that's his word, no Negroes in the world until the Neolithic stage, that's the age of agriculture. Everybody was Caucasian. The Negroes came later. And then Diop showed that he was a fool. And then somebody got up and said something else, and Diop smashed him down. And then the others say, let's not talk about race. Mokhtar, Gamal Abdel Mokhtar, he said race is unimportant. And then another guy said, Saf Soderbergh said, it is quite clear that the language is African. It is quite clear that the culture is African. It is quite clear that the techno-complex is African, but we mustn't talk about race. Well, are they white Africans? And Shinny from Canada, he said, you must be very careful that when Herodotus, the Greeks, and other Greeks said that the Egyptians were black, they were just being subjective like Diop. They didn't know what they were talking about. They were probably dark like Italians. Note what was happening there. These people, for the first time, all the time they had it to themselves, they could declare that they were dealing with Caucasoid. They said how the pyramids were built, or a race of pyramid builders, Libyco-Asiatic, entered. Where are their pyramids? They're a race of pyramid builders. They must have been building pyramids for thousands of years to start coming in here among Africans to build pyramids. All of these silly statements which could have been made for centuries without support. Now it is impossible. There is too much embarrassment. Nobody could make any more easily the statements they made before, because the rot has to stop. We are going to make a stand now, and we are going to prove every damn thing, because science is on our side. They have found skeletons. Now they're saying skeletal evidence. When they were using it against us to show this is the Caucasoid skeleton and this is the Negroid, and they define who's the Negroid and who is the Caucasoid. Now that we're showing, well, okay, we take your definition. Look here, there are Negroes, as you call them here in America. Look, they have the depressed nasal ridge and the platyrrhini and all of these things that you talk about, the classical Negroes. No. Skeletal evidence is doubtful. Wierzyński, working in a school, the Krakow school, the school in Eastern Europe and in Russia, when it comes to paleontology, you can't beat the Russians. The Russians can reconstruct. If you give them half a skull, they could reconstruct the whole skull with computer-like precision. The Russians are the only people at the moment who have recovered the secret of mummification. From Lenin right through, they are preserved. All the Russian leaders who died, you could see them in the 21st century. They are mummified like the Egyptians. When our president died a few months ago in Guyana, we sent him to Russia to be mummified. Unfortunately, our refrigeration unit broke down. So by the time he got to Russia, there wasn't much to mummify. The Russians had to burn him. As I said before, it depends on your politics whether that's a tragedy or not. But it is important to note that Wierzyński, the Polish craniologist, discovered as much as 13.5% of the skeletons in the dry areas of the Olmec world, a place like Tatilko were African. In other words, and this was not among the general population, this is the ruling class, what is known as the priest caste. This a major minority, a significant minority of the ruling class was African. In other words, even though you had a few Africans coming in, they were significant, they were not general. Just scattered in the general population, they had significant roles. Major monuments were built to them. And when we look, we can look beyond mere physical evidence like stone heads, terracotta skeletons. Look at the stylistic things that began to appear. Take the plumed serpent. Nobody had the plumed serpent. The plumed serpent is the bird and the serpent. Okay, you look on the diadems and crowns of the ancient Egyptians, and you're going to see a bird and a serpent. You come to America after this contact between Afro-Egyptians and Americans, and you're going to find the American moves away from his jaguar and he has a plumed serpent. You can actually go to one of the temples of Quetzalcoatl. Quetzal means plume, Coatl means serpent, plumed serpent in Mexico. And you will find at one stage the jaguar, which was the main motif of the Olmec, the first civilization in America, Olmec. You can find that jaguar, his tail is becoming a serpent, and instead of having the normal wool on his coat, it turns to feathers. You can look at the pyramids. It is true that the Americans kept building pyramids long after the Egyptians, after they got the first start, but the first pyramid to appear in America appears on the same platform, a place called Levanta, where they found 4 of the stone heads and were able to date them. Do you know what the carbon dating was at that platform? 814 plus or minus 134 BC. That is between 948 to 680 years before Christ. You have the African presence. And the very first pyramid appears, both the true pyramid as well as the step pyramid that appeared in Egypt. And when the greatest of all pyramids in Mexico appear at Teotihuacan, you will find that the measurements are the same. The sacred numbers that have gone into the development of pyramids in Egypt, those sacred numbers are being used in varying degrees in Mexico. Now, I cannot speak for long tonight, but let me close by mentioning certain things that are absolutely important. Scripts. In my book, there is no mention of scripts, because nothing was known of it at that time. While I was writing that, a man named Barry Fell was writing about scripts. And he shows Egyptian scripts appeared in America. The Micmac, a branch of the Algonquians, were found to be using Egyptian scripts. They said Father Maillard, the Jesuit priest, brought these scripts to them, and then Barry Fell showed that Champollion had not yet deciphered the Egyptian script, so how could Maillard bring it to them? They would not know what it means. The very symbols with the same sound and the same meaning are there. He showed the Phoenician, which was a critical element among the Egyptians and the Nubians at that time, have been found in America. Many rituals, all the traits of the kings, the flail, the royal parasol, feathered sunshades with the same 3 concentric circles, the same colors, the use of purple as a sign of royalty, the double crown which is found nowhere in the world, things unique, things complex, paper made from wood pulp, appearing nowhere in the world except Egypt. The technical process turns up here in America. How come? If in addition to all these physical pieces of evidence, stone heads, terracotta skeletons, you find stylistic parallels that are complex and unique and have no antecedents in America, occurring for the first time here as they occurred for hundreds of years in Egypt, you have proof of a connection. And let me close by saying one of the questions that has been raised is, okay, how could it be possible? How could Africans cross the Atlantic? Everybody has shown that the Europeans had superior ships That's why they were able to come across the Atlantic. Africans only had dugouts. That is not true. That is not true. The sails that were used on the caravels of Columbus and Vespucci were not European sails. They were Arab Latin sails that had been used by Arabs and Africans and other oceans. The compass was not invented in Europe. It was brought into Europe by the Moors. The Africans and Arabs, it had been developed partly in Asia and partly in the Arab-African world and brought into Europe. It is not a European invention. The astrolabe, all the nautical instruments used on those ships came from outside Europe. Even the guns that Europe was to use to destroy our forefathers were not invented by Europeans. The gunpowder came out of Turkestan, China. It was brought into Europe by the Moors. And the first use of artillery in the world was the use of Muslims against the Indians. It appears in documents now from the Russians. You could see an Arabic manuscript illustrating this. All these things were stolen from us. It's not only in the Egyptian period, but in the Moorish period, when Africans and Arabs introduced the first paved streets in Europe, the first lighted streets in Europe, when they introduced the first air conditioning in Europe, air conditioning that even has something to it which we rarely see here, perfumed air conditioning, and they ran it over banks of flowers. They were the first to lead pipes from the mountains in Spain and run it into the houses. We never hear of that. We do not hear of the contribution of the African and the Arab to the Industrial Revolution. All we hear about is what happened after we were slaves. But when we first came here, we were not slaves. We came here and occupied positions of power, and we had an influence. The Native American and us stood side by side, as I have seen them now stand. When I go to give lectures in San Francisco, the audience is not just black. American Indians come to hear me. They beat their drums when I speak, because they know that they suffered as we did the destruction and twilight of their civilization, and they know that when the time comes and the drum is sounded again and they are to recover the dignity and the strength and the wholeness, they will recover it side by side with us. They say we did not have boats. I'm going to close on this. I have shown that 120 experiments were made in boats crossing the Atlantic. The most famous is that by Thor Heyerdahl. Thor Heyerdahl had Africans rebuild a boat, the Ra-1, a papyrus reed boat, which Africans used before Christ. And in 1969, built by Abdullah de Jibrin and the Buduma people, it crossed the Atlantic safely and came all the way from Safi in North Africa right up into the Caribbean. This gives us clear evidence that we had the capacity to do it, that we had the civilization with elements ritual and technological which are repeated here, and also that our heads are here, sculptures representing our variety of people were here. The evidence is overwhelming. And I want to close by saying this type of thing can make a tremendous amount of difference to us all. As I always close my lectures by pointing out to you that what happened 1,000 years ago or 3,000 years ago is just as fresh, just as relevant, just as urgent, just as real as what happened 5 minutes ago, because it occupies the same time, space, and consciousness. Therefore, we must bear in mind that the prejudices that we suffer now, the kinds of stupidities, the blindnesses in our civilization, which are part of that false vision of history, can be repaired and redeemed by this new vision. It is a new vision that must change our lives. It must fill us with a new sense of pride and a new sense of strength, because it can bring a wholeness to a fragmented psyche, so that what was exploded and fragmented for centuries will now be healed and made whole again. Thank you very much.
All right. I enjoyed that. I know you did. All right. Dr. Van Sertima is on a tight schedule, brothers and sisters. He's going to be right up here real short to answer some of your questions. The question and answer period is going to be a little abbreviated than that because of the fact that he has to leave kind of earlier than usual. But for those of you that have been here before, you know that this part of the program is something that
I wanted to know about the trip to Mexico. You were speaking that you were going to get a lecture down in Mexico.
Yes, I went 2 years ago with about 40 Black Americans to Mexico. It is organized by Dorothy Anderson, who's here tonight. She's passed out forms, and could you stand up, Dorothy? Yes. You can get all your information from her. Her number, by the way, is 212-222-1642. 212-222-1642. She's organizing the trip, and we go to various cities in Mexico, various archaeological sites in Mexico, and I give lectures on the various sites. Yes. Yeah. Okay, skin color is produced by pigmentation. In the beginnings of man being born in Africa, in the East African Rift Valley, it was necessary that he should be black because the ultraviolet radiation in the tropics and equatorial regions is such that you must have pigmentation. Okay, so however, during the Ice Age, what is known as the worm interstadial, you could call it worm, period, W-U-R-M, worm, you have mutations occurring. You have, for example, the production at first perhaps of albinos. The black can give birth to a pigmentless type, that is a white type. It would have African features, but it would be white. A white person cannot give birth to a black person unless they have mixtures. But a black can give birth to a white, okay, so that you have initially perhaps an albino type which has every element of the African but does not have pigment. The pigmentation or lack of pigmentation affects hair color, it affects eye color, it affects skin color. Okay, in the situation where you have long periods, like for about 10,000 years, where there is no sun, the sun is tangential, the sunlight is slanted, it is weak, it is thin, it is a twilight environment, you would have a tendency for pigmentation to be lost. This would begin by the melanocytes, which are active to protect you against ultraviolet radiation. Those would begin to get weaker and weaker until you would find them becoming inactive. As soon as you approach inactive melanocytes, you approach albinism. That is the movement from pigmented to pigmentless. It's a superficial change, but it's a change that occurs after thousands of years in the ice. Okay, that affected hair color, skin color, eye color. Okay, texture of hair has to do with wetness and dryness. That is a different feature. Okay, but the question of coloration, that has to do with pigmentation, pigmented and pigmentless. Okay, we are approaching another stage in the world where that pigmentation again becomes necessary. I was in the astrophysical laboratory at NASA some years ago and discovered that because of the breakup of the ozone layer, people who do not have color have suffered 20% skin cancer within the last 10 years, 20% increase in skin cancer, because it will become necessary again in many zones, not only the equatorial zone, to have protection against ultraviolet radiation, because ultraviolet radiation on this planet has now begun to increase again. It is not only active. Almost all the people who live in South Africa, for example, 25% of the people, white people who live in South Africa, parts of Australia, parts of the tropics, have skin cancer. No, this is not something to clap about. These are just the hard facts of a situation, ecological changes. These are ecological changes. So that I've answered your question. Okay, all right.
To my knowledge, the Arabians have also enslaved the Africans.
Yes.
So why do you say that the claim that the Arabians and the Africans contributed to civilization?
Okay. The Arabians also enslaved the whites. In fact, the first slaves were white. In fact, the word slave comes from Slav. Okay, the Arabs first enslaved white people. Okay, many white women were made into concubines. They were enslaved. They were sold in various places, etc. White men were also sold, etc. At a certain period, Arabia was completely black. Then you have a Semitic type or an Asiatic type coming into Arabia. At the time of Muhammad, the majority of the Arabian type is a fair-skinned type. Okay, a Semitic, sometimes a Eurasian type, etc. This type then started to spread out in various parts of the world. Some of them were black, only a few of them were black. However, when they entered into Africa, they intermarried with African women and became black. When they attacked Spain, because the Moorish invasion was an attack into Spain and Portugal, you find the first troops that attacked Europe. Of 7,000 troops, 6,300 of them were black, 700 of them were fair-skinned Arabian types. Okay, then you have 4 dynasties in Europe that are black and Arabian. Okay, they are the Umayyad dynasty, the Abbasid dynasty, the Almohade dynasty, and the Umayyad dynasty, the Abbasid dynasty, the Almoravid dynasty, and the Almohade dynasty. The last 2 dynasties are mainly black. In other words, the last 2 dynasties are about 80 to 90% black, 10 to 20% Arabian. Okay, those dynasties which involved a mixing and fusion of Arab and African types contributed majorly to European civilization, because at that time, for example, you have at that time as much as in Europe only about 2 universities. The Muslims introduced 17 universities. The Muslims introduced various industries into Europe. They had all the major manuscripts translated from Persia, from Greece, from Egypt, from China, India, etc., brought into Europe, and Europe profited from these translations, because they had, the only thing that the Africans and Arabs insisted is that they have control in the election of bishops, but they did not interfere with the language, they did not interfere with the culture, they did not interfere with the fabric of European society, although it enriched it. Whereas when the Europeans eventually seized power, they then destroyed what they found. The Arabs, naturally, after Europe seized power, anything that was black and non-European became debased. Hence, everybody picked on the black. Okay, take the United Arab Republic of Egypt. At the debate in 1974, all the people who attacked the op most viciously were the Egyptians, because they're not proper Egyptians. They came into Egypt in 640 AD. They're not Egyptian. The present Egyptian is not an Egyptian. It's just like the present American. There are no Americans in this room. Okay, the present American is not an American. That is why they want to be white, so that they got people like Galab, people like Abdullah, and those people who started attacking Diop. I mean, they were from the United Arab Republic, so that you have to understand there are different types of Arabs. For example, take Gaddafi. Gaddafi read my book. And when he made a broadcast to the Nation of Islam, he pointed out that it has been shown that the Africans have as much claim, far greater claim to America than the Europeans, because they were here with the Native Americans. Okay, so that you have to make a distinction. You can't just say, well, because the Arabs enslaved Africans, they didn't make contributions to civilization, okay? The Europeans made contributions to civilization. What one is saying is that the African contribution is very important. It is major, and it was to affect and shape and considerably alter both Asiatic, European, and American civilization. Okay. We have about 3 minutes left for questions. Okay.
Okay, my question is two parts, and I would like to make the association.
If you could come closer to the mic. Yes, okay.
I would like to make an association because I'm a Bible reader, so I have Bible history versus what I'm listening to from you. You said 50,000 years ago, Caucasian man.
That is the breakaway from we have carbon amino acid dating, which establishes that in Classes River mouth and at Omo in Ethiopian, Classes River mouth in South Africa, that Homo sapiens sapiens, the last species of man, which we are in, the phase in which we are in, is the African, and he has been dated 90,000 years, and he moves into, he starts to move out until he enters Europe and parts of Asia. Yes.
The connection that I want to make is, I want to find out what's the connection between the story of Isaac's two sons, Jacob and Esau, and the mutation of Caucasian.
I can't comment on that. No, I don't know enough about that to comment on that. Yes. Could you come into the mic? Yes.
In the course of your speech, you mentioned about the contribution that African people to modern industrial revolution or industrial age. But however, what I'm thinking is, now, if Africans did contribute to the modern industrial age, now, it puts my imagination at the present time, that most of the African countries, despite the fact that they
Oh no, the modern African made no contribution to the industrial age. I'm not talking about the modern African, okay? I'm talking about the Moors. I'm saying that at the time of the Moors, the modern African has not been in any position to make any major technological contribution, because the modern African only recently started to go to school, only recently started to have semi-independence, only recently started to regain some measure of independence. You look at me. When I was a boy of 14, I was in the bush. Don't talk about modern, because we have had everything stolen from us. This is a recent phase. This is just the beginning. I'm talking about early, before the slave trade. The Moorish thing is before slavery. Slavery has taken almost everything away. We are only now slowly recovering that. There are significant moments in modern technological history, as I show in Blacks in Science, which I didn't lecture on tonight. You could see various contributions made by Africans and African Americans to modern science. And I have shown that in the Moorish period, you have the Africans and Arabs making significant contributions to Europe. But after 1492, Europe takes over everything. Africans are not in school, Africans are not in scientific institutes, Africans are not in anything. So don't talk about the modern African. The modern African is in a mess. We have to help that African. Okay? So I'm not talking about modern Africa. I am telling you what we were before we were made into slaves, colonials, and second-class citizens. And we have to find that out and feed ourselves with this in order to recover, as we have already begun to recover what has been lost.
You were here, you mentioned that the European is an adaptation from us rather than coming, or direct descendant, if you will, from us. They were an adaptation. I'd like for you to explain to me what that means.
Well, I just explained it with skin color and so forth. That's what is known as adaptation.
That had nothing to do with, say, for example, genetic engineering or anything?
No. It's just normal ecological adaptation. I pointed out what were the forces in the ecology, what were the elements in the ecology that caused changes of pigmentation, etc. Narrow nose, for example, it is easier to breathe in cold air, icy air with a narrow nose. Those are ecological necessities. These are changes that occur, superficial changes that occurred as a result of severe changes in ecology. You have an expansive nose in heat and a contracted nose in cold. Okay. Yes?
While reading the Geographic magazine, it said that the oldest form of man was found in Ethiopia.
Yes.
I also read another scientific magazine which said that smelting of copper was found in the Congo before the colonizers got there. But the colonizers cannot tell how they were able to raise the temperature to smelt the copper.
Yeah, copper is not important. What is important, copper is very common. I mean, there were thousands of years before slavery, everybody was smelting copper. What is important is iron and steel. What they have discovered is Africans were smelting steel in large quantities before Europe. That was discovered in Tanzania, where they discovered Africans were smelting steel at temperatures of 1,850 degrees centigrade. You will see in the book Blacks in Science, you will see the machines. You will also note that Sheikh Anta Diop has done a major article showing that even as early as the ancient Egyptian empire, going back more than 3,000 years ago, we have evidence now that the Africans in Egypt were smelting iron thousands of years before the Hittites. They have actually found iron, decarbonized iron, which is a high form of iron. He shows these were necessary in the making of certain buildings because they had to cut granite, they had to use special tools in order to do certain things. So they have found metallurgical advances that are far in advance of the smelting of copper.
Last statement. It is very important that scholars like you should continue to write and write politically. I say this because I was reading the Times magazine book section about a year ago, and the South African put out a book claiming that the white man was first in Africa. So you have to keep on writing.
Yes, thank you very much. Okay, this would be the last question.
Hi, Dr. Benson.
Yeah.
We meet on the subway from time to time.
Yes.
My question is, who were the first people to use race as a form of slavery, to make one race inferior to the other? Was it Arabs or Europeans or who?
I would think it is the Europeans, and I think that came out that came out of this came fairly late, because even though Egyptians took whites as prisoners, okay, the Egyptians took Semites as prisoners. Egyptians also took some of their brother blacks as prisoners, okay, but they did not see it as a race thing, okay. That became when you had a more general form of slavery. Okay, we have to distinguish this from slavery of early times, because people had rights. They were often prisoners of wars or being punished as criminals, etc. But here you had an institution of a kind of slavery which destroyed the humanity of the person, which turned him into cattle, worse than cattle. In fact, he could be sold, he could be killed at any moment. It's just like objects, okay? When it actually began is very difficult to say. There's an attempt by Sheikh Anta Diop, I think, in this new book I'm editing, to say when this attitude started. It may have nothing so much to do so much with race as the difference between the African and the European temperament. The African is open. He has an openness. Perhaps that was one of his strengths as well as his weaknesses, because he opened himself to things. Whereas the European there's a name for it, it's a kind of fear of others, the fear of the other, okay, which would eventually become a racism, okay, and then when he controls or conquers the other, he has to keep the other down, so he builds up a race philosophy in order to sustain his domination. If I could say you're inferior, you're biologically inferior, you're basically inferior, then it is easy for me to control you. You will control yourself after a while, because if you believe that, you will then make yourself your own prisoner and your own slave. Thank you very much.
Come and take your seat, dear brother. I'm just going to depart a little bit from the regular program to acknowledge someone that is here representing the City Council of the City of New York, and that is Mr. John Mallet. Would you just come inside and so that the folks can see who you are? I'm not asking you to come all the way up here, but he has to leave, and we just want to acknowledge his presence here today, representing Mr. Enoch Williams. We're very glad to have you. We're thankful that you have come, and please convey our thanks to the City Council for whatever they have done in assisting us to put up this structure here. Thank you very much. Now,
it is indeed a privilege and a joy to bring you greetings this evening from Bethany Chapel, 204 Fenimore Street in Brooklyn. I very much believe that each and every one here this afternoon has heard of Fenimore Street, located between Rogers and Bedford. Now, I am particularly glad for this opportunity because Good Tidings has been of tremendous help to us at Fenimore Street. Apart from their regular speaking, there is a commitment by the brethren from Good Tidings to bring the gospel there every last Sunday in each month. And as a result of this, we are spiritually blessed. As a matter of fact, they have become a member of our forbearance. We look forward to every last Sunday to have the Good Tidings team coming over. I would like to mention some of the names that has been of great help to us there, but as a result of my memory may not recall them all, and I don't want any touch of jealousy to intervene, I rather don't mention names. But there has been a vast number of our brethren from here. They knew fully well who they are, who has constantly been coming. And I find it a joy and a privilege to get on the telephone to call them up. They've always been willing. I do remember a brother, he said, "Anytime, brother, I'm always at your service when it comes to Fenimore." So we just want you to know, beloved Good Tidings, that it is a privilege for us to unite our hearts with yours in returning thanks and praise to God today for this wonderful building that he has built here. We know this was constructed by the Lord. Psalm 127 tells us that except the Lord builds the house, they labor in vain that builds it. And we do know that you're aware of this, and that's why you have invited us here today to join with you in to the Lord. We also want to assure you that we are standing with you in prayer. But the Lord will see it fit, moment by moment, to make this house a soul-saving station, rather, as the years go by. We know that millions have gone through, I would say, thousands, who have found Christ in Good Tidings Gospel Hall, and there are yet many who will. Pray that the Lord will continue to bless you and make you a blessing as the days go by. I had a scripture in mind, and I was robbed thereof by my brother. But I don't think any portion of scripture is more fitting for an occasion like this. So, you have heard it hundreds or thousands of times already, but you're going to hear it again. Therefore, my beloved brethren, be steadfast, unmovable, always abounding in the work of the Lord. For as much as you know, and we know, that our labor will not be in vain in the Lord. The Lord bless you all.
Thank our dear brethren for those tributes from their assemblies. And we're going to continue with the same note. Now we're going to ask the representative from Bethel Gospel Chapel in East Orange, New Jersey, and from Cambria Heights Gospel Chapel in Queens to come forward in that order.
Good afternoon. I can say thank the Lord for all of your lovely faces out there. You know, building a church is somewhat like having a wonderful, pleasant dream. Except a dream sometimes, pleasant though it might be, sometimes comes to an end. But I recall years gone by how all of the wonderful, loving and kind brothers and sisters from Good Tidings Gospel Chapel who come to Mount Clair at the little mission there on the side of the road to encourage the work, the things that remain. I got to know many of the wonderful patriarchs of Good Tidings Gospel Chapel. This evening I would like to bring you greetings from Bethel Gospel Chapel, presently at East Orange, New Jersey. I want to say to our dear brethren and sisters here to continue to build your dreams upward, facing the sun till heaven is reached and the dreaming is done. God bless you. Our prayers will be forever with you. Continue to develop the necessary patience and grace, long-suffering one with the other, remembering the words of our Lord. How good, how pleasant, and how faithful it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. The Lord bless you.
Well, indeed, it's a great privilege to be here this evening on behalf of Cambria Heights Gospel Chapel. You know, we have had a similar experience. Ours is condensed into only 10 years, while yours has spanned about 60 years. And with that, we can really share in all the developments that has taken place to bring you to this wonderful point in your history. We've recognized over the years your contribution to us at Cambria Heights and your support, the amount of interest that you've had in our assembly. And then as we heard of the construction program, we start praying earnestly for you. And it's really wonderful what the Lord has done. Great is the Lord and greatly to be praised, because he's done great things. You know, it's very difficult when you embark upon a project of this magnitude to find that everything just works smoothly. Many times the enemy is at the forefront, trying to divide and set us at naught and to cause problems. And when we as brethren can overcome the enemy because we have been given the victory already, and we can come to this place in unity and in love, it's a wonderful experience. And it's great to know that the Lord Jesus Christ is still alive and well because he has brought us to this place. I won't be long because I like to make history also. So this will be the shortest greeting. I just want to share passage of scripture, Ephesians chapter 3, reading from verse 17. Brethren, that Christ may dwell in your heart by faith, that ye, being rooted and grounded in love, may be able to comprehend with all the saints what is the breadth and length and depth and height, and to know the love of Christ, which passeth knowledge, that ye might be filled with all the fullness of God. Now unto him that is able to do exceedingly, abundantly, above all that we can ask or think, according to the power that worketh in us. Unto him be glory in the church, in Good Tidings Gospel Chapel, by Christ Jesus, through all the ages, world without end. Amen.
Thank our two brethren for their contribution. Just praise the Lord for all the things that they have said, and especially scriptures, appropriate scriptures that they have referred to. Now it has come to an important point in this program. That is to give recognition where recognition is due, especially where, shall I say, special recognition is necessary. You know, this building here could not go up unless we have somebody who is responsible to see the building go up. And so we want to give very special recognition to the Board of Trustees who took care of this building program. I refer to them as the former Board of Trustees because there is at present a new Board of Trustees. And that's why we state the former Board of Trustees. They are the ones who took care of this building program. And I want to make special reference to our brother Cecil Waldron. Is our brother Cecil Waldron inside this auditorium? All right, probably he's not in this auditorium. And we want to make special reference to our brother Winston Simon. Our brother Winston Simon, just stand up so that they could see. Here he is over there to my right and to your left. Now I want to mention this, that these two brethren, our brother Cecil Waldron was the president of the Board of Trustees, and our brother Winston Simon was the vice president of the Board of Trustees. And these two brethren, along with our brother Meseda Pennant, one of the members of the Board of Trustees, handled this building all through, and they carried the greater burden of putting up this structure, all that was involved in it. And then I want to mention our brother Winston Simon. As far as I know, he was here every day while this building was being constructed. And our brother Pennant, as far as I know, came here every day, sometimes twice a day, morning and evening, to see about this program. And so we're very grateful. The other members of the then Trustees Board were our brother Archie Bonnet, Senior, our brother Cuthbert Simon, our brother Morris Greenidge, and let me mention that our brother Morris Greenidge is not here today because he is not well. Then we had our brother Mervyn O'Brien, we have our brother Roy McKee, and our brother Trevor Wilson. These 9 men comprise the trustee board who took care of this building program. And we are very glad for them and all the labor that they have put in so that we have this building here today. I cannot but mention another brother who took very special interest, not only since this building program has been going on, but always as long as he's been in this assembly, and is still doing it right up to now, up to yesterday, up to this morning, and that is our brother Justin Mason. This brother's contribution, and I'm not talking of just monetary now, I'm talking of labor. This brother's labor in this assembly is remarkable, and he does it quietly, and no one knows. He doesn't blow any trumpet, and sometimes you just come in here, and for instance, when we were over the other building over there, we would come in there and see a new lectern there, and we don't know where it come from, because he's not blowing any trumpet. You just do it and bring it there and set it down. That has been the brother, and he's still doing the same thing. We thank God for our brethren like that, who take such interest in the Lord's work, because they're doing it as unto the Lord. We praise God for them. Now, I must go on to mention, and of course that was mentioned already, but I'm going to mention it again, that in all this constructing of this building, it was not just always just a smooth sailing. No, it wasn't. And I don't think that there is ever any like that. In Nehemiah's day, he had problems inside and outside. But of course, God gave the victory, and so did he, where we are concerned here. And so we praise his wonderful name. Now I must acknowledge some other persons who have made outstanding contributions where this building program is concerned. And one of them is our brother Norman Osborne and his dear wife, who is now residing in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Let me say this, that our brother Osborne was the president of the Board of Trustees before he handed over to our brother Waldron, and then finally moved to Florida, where he now resides. They are here today, and I'm going to ask our brother Osborne if he would stand up so that those who don't know who he is know who I'm talking about. I might correct myself here, because I did not, those other names that I mentioned as regards the Board of Trustees, Brother Waldron not here, but I mentioned some other names, and I did not ask them to stand so that you could see who they are. And I'm going to do that now. I'm going to ask our brother Victor Bonnet Sr. if he would stand. I'm going to ask our brother Cuthbert Simon, wherever you are, if you would just stand. Right? This was the treasurer. And our brother Victor Bonnet Sr., he was the secretary. And then we have the other names that I have mentioned, our brother Meseda Pennant, who is a real champion. Where is he? Oh, here's Brother Bonnet back there, the main door in right back, way back there. Thank you very much. Where is Brother Pennant? I don't see. Oh, good. And then, our brother Roy McKee, where is he? Over there, Brother Roy McKee. Then Brother O'Brien, where is he? I can't see him, but anyway, there he is. And, well, of course, as I said, is Brother Trevor Wilson here? No. Okay. Those were the members of the Board of Trustees. And we're very thankful to them all. And let me go on back to our brother Norman Osborne. I say this, that our brother worked very hard while he was here as chairman of the Board of Trustees in working at this same project. Very hard and earnest. And although during his time, our tenure of service, he did not see this building go up, but we're thankful that he was always doing the very best that he could And today he's here coming all the way from Florida just for this purpose, to attend this dedication service. And we're very glad for him and for them all. Now we go on to some other people that I must mention. We have from the, and I don't think that these people are here today, but I'm going to mention their name as much as is possible. We have a lady who from the very early stages, way back in the maybe early 70s, possibly even in the late 60s, a lady by the name of Mrs. Messina Clark, who was belonging to the Fulton Park Renewal Council. And then we have a lady who has taken over from her by the name of Mrs. Lowella Saunders. I don't know if Mrs. Saunders is here today. Okay. And then we also have another lady by the name of Miss Cyrus. And both of these are from the Housing Preservation and Development Council of the City of New York. And of course, they took a real interest, and without them we could not have this building here. They had a lot to say in this building program here and allowing us to be here, and we're very grateful to them also. We also have a gentleman, I'm sure he's not here today, by the name of Philip Johnson, who in the early stages took real interest in our affair with regards to this, attended several meetings. He was belonging to Model Cities. Possibly that is going by another name today, I'm not quite sure. But however, these are gentlemen and ladies who took real interest and assisted. We also have some other names, such as William Boland, an assemblyman for this area, who also took real interest in our building program here, and we're grateful to all these dear ones. But I must go on to mention somebody without which we couldn't have this building. We would have, well, if we didn't have him or that company, we would have to have another one anyway, but we had them taking care of it. And that is the Kogan industry. That is the builders and contractors who took care of this entire project. And we have Mr. Roy Hayes, who was the man who championed it for Kogan Industries on our behalf. And he and his wife is here with us today, and I would like to ask him if he would just stand just right where he is. That is Mr. Roy Hayes. A lot of us have met with him and with others from his company over and over again. We're very glad that he found it possible and convenient to come all the way from Ohio to be with us here, with him and his dear wife today. Now, we have another important gentleman. I don't think he's here today, but we couldn't get along without him either. And that is Mr. Dennis Bentz of the Stewart Foundation. This is the gentleman who championed for us loans, that is finance, to help us to take care of this large project. And Mr. Dennis Bentz, I don't think he's here today. However, we are very grateful, whether he's here or not, we're very grateful for what he did in order to help us take care, as far as the finance is concerned, of putting up this structure. Now, I think those are some of the names. Possibly I will have missed some of the names that are important to us. I want to mention also our attorney at law, that is Mr. Regan Stripe. he also played an important part as regards to our putting up these buildings. I just want to say that it is very possible, as I have said, that I may have left out some important names that played an important part as regards to our putting up this structure. If I have, then I'm asking you to forgive me, and because you know time is against us, one has to be watching the time, and that makes a whole lot of difference. We want to express on behalf of Good Tidings that we appreciate all that everyone has done, whether you are a prominent person in the area, you belong to some prominent agency or whatever, and you assist us in any way. We are very grateful, and we trust that whenever we need you, especially those who belong to agencies in this area that will affect us from time to time, that you would be willing, as you did before, to assist us and give us special consideration in whatever way you can. Without you, we would have had to move possibly some other area, but we're glad that we did not. He's here. Is the attorney name that I just mentioned, is he here today? Oh, he's right up front here. Well, glad for you, because I just took it for granted that he wasn't here. I've never met the gentleman. I saw him sitting up here, sure enough, but I didn't know who he was. And as I said, time is running out on us so much. And when one is rushing like that, you're likely to forget some of the things that you ought to do. But we're glad to have this gentleman here with us today, who represented us from a legal point of view. We thank the Lord for that. His name is Mr. Regen Strife. Regen Strife. I also want to acknowledge a reply that came to us from a congressman of the United States, the House of Representatives, Washington, D.C. His name is Major R. Owens, and an invitation was sent to him, and he wrote back to tell us that he is unable to attend the dedication. And he asked us to convey regrets to you here today that he was not able to attend. His name, again, I say, is Major R. Owens, O-W-E-N-S. And we appreciate that reply also, indicating to us that he is not able to attend here today. We also have another congressman by the name of Roland I. Hill, who is here today, I believe, representing Edward Towns, who was not able to attend, but had this gentleman, Mr. Hill, representing him. Is he in the audience here? Oh, here he is, way up front. Glad to have you as well. No, I hope I have got them all in as much as is possible, and to move on then to something else. Now at this point, we're going to hear from another group, just one group this time, of Good Tidings. They are the ambassadors. The ambassadors, please. Well, really, that's what we're here for today. To praise him and to glorify him. And at the very outset, we had said that we trust that and desire that all that is said and done here today to bring honor and glory to his name. So we thank the ambassadors for that number. Now we're going to continue with some more tributes. But this time, if anybody go over 3 minutes, I'm going to ring a bell. So don't allow yourself to be embarrassed. There's a clock out there, right straight in front, and there's one here too. So you don't have any excuse. The best thing you do, when you come up here, look at the clock over there. And you might not be able to judge the minutes from here, but you will have a very good idea of where 3 minutes finish if you look at it. And if you don't want to look at that one, look at this one right here. It will also help you as regards to the time. Now we're going to have them in this order. First of all, we're going to have, representing the assemblies in the Philadelphia area, our brother Dr. B. Sam Hart, who is right on the platform here. He is going to be first. Then following him, we're going to have tributes from Galilee Gospel Chapel in Corona, Bethany Gospel Chapel at 521 Hopkinson Avenue, and Shiloh Gospel Chapel, White Plains, in that order. Please bear in mind, 3 minutes.
I was asking him if that included the announcement he had asked me to make. But I'm on radio, I will be no more than 2 minutes, 55 seconds. And I just want to say first, the announcement. The entire service today is being recorded and will be put on cassette tapes, Lord willing, so that you can take them with you when you leave today. If you want the 2 cassettes, it'll be 2 cassettes to take the whole service, and you can get the 2 cassettes in an album for $10. You can get any one of the cassettes or both for $4 each. They'll be out there by the time you're finished eating. Everybody will have them. Now I want to bring you greetings. There are 4 assemblies in the Philadelphia area that the Lord has used us through the years to see established. Unfortunately, we got the notice for this particular dedication much too late to be able to organize anything to come up here. But then it's just as good, for you wouldn't have had space to put them anyhow. But I want to bring you their greetings, and also greetings from our own staff there at the Grand Old Gospel Fellowship, and my brother Charles, who will be well known to all of you. We all send you our very best regards. In fact, I bring it to you. Now, if you have the emotional sensitivity to feel it, I want you to feel some of the Philadelphia warmth. In fact, one last thing. Turn to the person next to you, shake hands with them, tell them I love you, and then imagine it's coming to you from Philadelphia. Good. And now the Bible reminds us how pleasant and good a thing it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. 2 minutes, 40 seconds. Thank you.
It's hard to beat that, isn't it? To the saints at Good Tidings, let me say I am overwhelmed today. The Lord has indeed done great things. And we join with you. We bring you greetings from the saints at Galilee in Corona, New York. We owe much to Good Tidings. We've been very much attached to this assembly through the years, that we carried on our own building program. We shall never forget Good Tidings. And today, in bringing you warmest greetings and congratulations from the church there is one brother who specially asked about 2 hours ago, 2 or 3 hours ago, that I mentioned to you, that I incorporate his best wishes in my remarks, and that's Brother Evans Welsh. He is the oldest amongst us, 96 years old. And I bade him goodbye about 3 hours ago from a hospital bed as I left his bed. He is critically ill, and we ask you to remember him in prayer. Remember his daughter, Elaine, please. They're very, very closely knit together, and their son, his son, Clive. Please remember them. 1.5 minutes of my time has elapsed. Please, Philippians chapter 4. I thought that a brother who went before me in the first group was going to use this verse, but he was very kind. He left it for me. Somebody must have whispered in his ear. Philippians 4 and verse 18. But I have all things, said the apostle, and abound. I am full, having received of Epaphroditus the things which were sent from you, an odor of a sweet smell, a sacrifice acceptable, well-pleasing to God. Verse 19. But my God shall supply all your need, according to his riches in glory by Christ Jesus. It's nice for us to come in here today, but it costs a lot. It costs a lot. Many of you have given not grudgingly, not sparingly. You gave until it hurt. In order to erect something like this, you had to give until it hurt. We are not rich people, but look, your God will supply all your need. Let's keep that verse in its context. It is because the Philippian church had given that the apostle said to them, because you gave so lavishly, our God will supply all your need. And you, my dear brethren and sisters, we congratulate you that you yielded yourselves to such an extent as to give to God so much that we stand in an edifice like this today. Congratulations from the Church in Galilee. Thank you.
I deem it a wonderful privilege to be here this afternoon to represent the Bethany Gospel Chapel at 521 Hopkinson Avenue. We praise God for a day like this. We praise God with you, the folks of Good Tidings. I have known this assembly since 1923, when I came from the other side, stopped in some other parts, and when I got here, it was a wonderful privilege, and I felt very happy to be in the fellowship of this assembly at that time. We stopped in many places, myself, my brother, and my brother-in-law at that time, and intended. We weren't able to fellowship in the places that we were directed to because they had a different belief to what we held, still hold. We couldn't fellowship with them because They asked us if we had an instrument in our church, in our assembly. They told them yes. If we practice the method of putting a name on the door of the church outside, the building outside, we said yes, we do put a name. They said, well, we know who you are, and therefore you couldn't fellowship with us. So I was glad when I came over here, and after a year and a half or so, maybe more, to fellowship with God's people here. It's been a long time. Many changes have been made. That time toward 169 3rd Avenue. A storefront, of course, at that time. But to think of it from a storefront to Good Tidings over in Sumter Street, and then over here, what a big change, what a big difference from that time. Now this is what we call progress, and this is all done by the Lord. We believe this, of course. And we are happy from Bethany Gospel Chapel to share with you in your joys. Today is a day of rejoicing. You have accomplished, through the help of the Lord, much. In fact, the Lord has used you to accomplish mighty things, great things. And we rejoice with you today. This is your day. This is Good Tidings, the day of Good Tidings. And it is a wonderful thing to share and to publish it about the great things that God has done. Imagine a building like this, from a stage way down up to something like this. Indeed, God has done wonderful things, and we join together. We are glad concerning it. I want to leave you a portion of God's word. It's found in Philippians chapter 1 and verse 6. He who hath begun a good work in you will perform it until the day of Jesus Christ. God bless you.
We would like to know the saints at Brooklyn, Good Tidings, to know that the saints at Shiloh Gospel Chapel in White Plains sends you greetings. And we are rejoicing with you this evening for this accomplishment. We want to remind the saints here also that we have not forgotten your labor of love. We remember the labor that you gave us there in White Plains. Our dear Brother Welch and many others from this chapel, our Brother Murray, they have labored with us in bringing to pass what is now Shiloh. And so we rejoice with you today to know that the Lord has blessed you to the extent that this building that was contemplated many years ago has come to a reality. I would like our Brother Simon to know that I'm not a radio preacher, so I should take my full time. Nevertheless, I won't. But I just want to leave you a verse, which is food for thought. And it is found in the Acts of the Apostles. As Stephen spoke to the people then, he said, "Nevertheless, the Most High dwelleth not in temples made with hands. We trust you will use this house of worship to the praise and glory of God, that souls around may come to know him, whom to know is life everlasting."
There's just one more. That is, I believe, our Brother Sanchez from the Spanish Chapel at Evergreen Avenue. So our Brother Sanchez here, right? He's here.
Okay, this one more that I found here. For the record, for history, Grace Gospel Chapel, 8 minutes. I timed it. Bronx Gospel Chapel, 1 minute and 9 seconds. Bethany Gospel Chapel, 3 minutes and 40 seconds. Bethel Gospel Chapel, 1 minute and 40 seconds. Cambria Heights, 2:44. Galilee Gospel Chapel, 3:52. Bethany Gospel Chapel, 3:45. Shiloh, 1:39. The winner is Bronx Gospel Chapel, 109. So a big hand. Okay, I'm not timing myself. I have one particular verse that comes to my mind, a couple of verses that we could bring in just to think about what God has done here through the saints at Good Tidings. And that is found in Galatians chapter 6 and verse 7. Be not deceived, God is not mocked. For whatsoever a man soweth, that shall he also reap. For he that soweth to his flesh shall of the flesh reap corruption, but he that soweth to the Spirit shall of the Spirit reap life everlasting. The saints of Good Tidings have sown in the Spirit, and today they're reaping for the glory of God in the Spirit. It doesn't end there. The Bible says in the next verse, and let us not be weary in well-doing, for in due season we shall reap if we faint not. Each one of us is building our own personal lives, our own family, or building in the assembly. Let us build in the Spirit. The Bible says the world passes away, and all the lust thereof. But he that doeth the will of God shall abide forever. I bring greetings from all the saints of the Spanish Assemblies, especially from Mrs. Montalvo, who is here with us. I can think of Mr. Montalvo, who has passed away a few years ago. He received many blessings from you, and all of us in the Spanish Assemblies have received much from all the saints of all the assemblies in New York City. We pray that God will richly bless you. And those of us who live in Brooklyn, we pray that we will keep working together to bring souls unto the name of Christ. The Lord bless you.
And now we're going to hear from the Hillcrest Assembly. Hillcrest.
Greetings from Hillcrest Gospel Chapel. I want to read one passage of God's Word to you. I'm not desirous to go over those 3 minutes. 2 Chronicles chapter 2 and verse 4. Behold, I build an house to the name of the Lord my God, to dedicate it to him, and to burn before him sweet incense, and for the continual showbread, and for the burnt offerings, morning and evening, on the Sabbaths, and on the new moons, and on the solemn feast of the Lord our God. This is an ordinance forever to Israel. And the house which I build is great, for great is our God above all gods. I want to notice that this house that Solomon is speaking about, you notice it was built, but not for himself. It is built as unto the Lord. Secondly, we notice it was built not only for the house of the Lord, but we notice involved therein, he burned before him sweet incense. I want to say this evening that the incense here would remind us of the prayers of the saints. And as we have a new building here at Good Tidings, I trust that it is not only going to be a building, and it's not only going to be praised, but it will be praise that is sweet to Jehovah. Because we find that there was one time we were told that there was a fly in the ointment that sent forth a stinking savor. And I trust that our prayers in this new building will not be a stinking savor, but a sweet savor. Thirdly, a continual showbread. And we know that the showbread is a type of the Lord Jesus Christ, while the manna was that as the life-giving Christ, the showbread was the life sustained in Christ. And we trust that our young people, our old people, middle-aged and whatever, that we have not only come into a new building,